If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
Twelve teams, 8 regions, and 1 host country. But only 8 teams will be able to move forward to the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to WAC 2024 for the MLBB Women's Day number 1 of the group stage, as we are now live at SEF Arena in the Riyadh Boulevard. You guys are now watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, as your desk host, and alongside with me on the panel, we have Renmar as well as Leo as our analysts.
Finally. Thank you so much.
It only took 3 days.
3 days.
It only took 3 days.
I'm so happy, and now we're going to be seeing multiple days of action here. I'm very excited for this because with a lot of women's tournaments in MLBB, if you're not familiar, every tournament that you get to watch is a great way to learn and know more about names that probably don't get a lot of opportunities to show off their skills to the world.
Names, teams, and countries who are each trying to build up esports, specifically MLBB, for all the ladies who have dreams that are just as big and as important as everyone else playing that game. And here you're seeing the participating countries. We've got 12 from all over this beautiful blue sphere that try to show excellence in the realm of MLBB.
And all these 12 teams will be divided into 2 groups as we head into a slightly different format as we were accustomed to for the MLBB men's. So I guess, as you can see here, we have 6 teams in Group A, and the gist of it is it's going to be a single round robin, and all of these teams will be battling it out in a best of 1. The top 2 will be able to qualify to the upper brackets, and the third will will be placed into the lower bracket. And so in that group, the bottom 3 will be eliminated.
Yeah, for Group A, it's a harsh introduction into the world of global women's MLBB for anyone participating there that isn't named Team Indonesia, the undeniable best women's team in the world right now. But hey, at the same time, you can paint it as what of a hell of a way to get experience, to grow. As you mentioned, Leo, make names for yourselves to learn from the best. So with Indonesia there, another team that I'm looking at is Team Egypt, made up of members of Falcons and Vega MENA, who showed off some promise in the last Women's Club World Championship that we had.
Oh yeah, I like Team Saudi Arabia, which is basically Twisted Minds women's team, and I'm also interested in how their coach is going to come into play, because even the coaches have a set task. Coaches in the women's MLBB IESF WEC 24 outing have to figure out how they can port what works in the other formats or in the other tournaments and leagues in MLBB sports and make it work for this growing scene.
Meanwhile, we are going to take a look at Group B as well to see what kind of schedule we'll be looking at later on. But here are the standings for day number 1. And what do you guys think about this particular group?
If teams in Group A are looking to Team Indonesia, my eyes are fixed on Team Cambodia. Team Cambodia is who eliminated in the very first round of their qualifying tournament's playoffs the tournament favorite, if not for Team Indonesia, if they would have made it here, Team Philippines.
Yeah.
And they're better known as CFU Serendipity. So you'll see them in action later on. I think they do have a match on broadcast today.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And they will be going up against Colombia later in the day. My eyes set are gonna be fixed on Tegami, the first female player to play in MPL Cambodia, and as a champion. So the first female player to play in MPL Cambodia, she got a championship there. So a lot of eyes are gonna be on Cambodia, yes, but outside of that, it's quite difficult to pin down who's going to be qualifying alongside Cambodia right now. My eyes personally are on Ukraine. They have some pretty stellar players there. Watching the Europe qualifiers, there's some movements and picks that they would utilize that reminded me a lot of the men's scene.
All right, secondary to Cambodia, Group B, I'm all about Argentina. Argentina in the upcoming Club World Championship, the M6 World Championship happening in Malaysia later this year. It's all about them. They are the representatives of the LATAM region. So if their men's team will be representing there's got to be some, excellence rubbed off on Team Argentina here for the women's.
I agree. I'm excited to see how that actually does rub off, because I think this is something that me, Naisu, and Mirko have actually witnessed in the ISF tournaments beforehand, especially when we got into the qualifiers and especially as we got into AEC for the African Esports Championship. The thing that we figured out was, what are they going to play? Because most of these women, they love to go for the comfort picks and sometimes even above the meta picks. So expect crazy things to pop off.
Yeah, for best of 1 scenarios, you really gotta go for the crazy pickups. Whatever your comfort is, if it's a comfort plus something that you're not used to seeing in the usual meta that we have in the global scene, why not, right? Go ahead and pick that up. What a great way to make a name for yourself. Imagine if a team like Indonesia would drop a game in the group stages because they got beaten by a pick that isn't seen in the meta, but is a comfort for someone. And what a way to make a name for yourself. So that's one of my best favorite things about tournaments such as this. Really, you get to know them off screen, but you get to know them in the land and dawn with their unique picks.
And the unique picks are not all just bad. The fact that the metagame is the metagame because of the amount of reps and frequency that we see these heroes and these compositions come through with, reliable sample size and stats. The fact that you might just throw in a random Alucard, you throw in a random Alucard and it works, then that could be that 1-game win over the big dogs like Cambodia, like Indonesia, that makes you qualify for the upper bracket in the playoffs.
I agree. I think creativity is going to be the name of the game, especially like you mentioned, Renmar, earlier on. This is going to be a best of 1. So with that, we're going to pull in our first match of the day to open things up for the group stage for the MLBB women's scene. Let's take a look at the official team roster for Indonesia. We have Shell, Vivian, Sini, Vival, and Fumi Echo. And if you guys are accustomed to the MLBB women's scene, these names are not unfamiliar.
The big Baos is opening up the gates and will set the bar for this very first match, this very first game. The mother of tanks, Vivian. I am going to be looking at what pick she's going to show up and what she's going to do to shut down the rotations of Uzbekistan.
She is her. And once she opens up the map, once she sets things up, Shell is going to run rampant. I think the fact that Shell has been remaining consistent all throughout, like, Shell is never weak. No matter what she ends up with in the gold lane, she's ready to carry for Team Indonesia.
But what we do know from the last international MLBB Women's Tournament is that they are not invincible.
Yeah.
So let's see who they're going to be going up against in the official team roster for Uzbekistan. We have Hinata, Kana, Slowly, Yul, as well as Space Loves Us. So still the main five that we saw from their respective qualifier as well.
Yeah, and again, considering that Euler is going to be going up against a mother of tanks, she's definitely going to have to provide space for their gold laner. And Space Loves Us. And I think that's something that Uzbekistan can just default into. Play the textbook game of MLBB. If you have a unique pick, sure, but make sure it's something that will amplify the idea of control the mid, control the river, maybe get a little bit of a cheeky invades just to get information, nothing too aggressive, because one of the best strengths of Team Indonesia is that they can be incredibly punishing. Make one mistake, they will turn it into objectives plus more.
And I think the big punish is gonna come from the XP lane. I'm expecting Fumi Echo to not pull any punches, and that's gonna put a huge strain on Hinata, because you're gonna have to wonder, can she rotate out of the lane fast enough to affect the rest of the map to help Team Uzbekistan again protect themselves from these punishes that Team Indonesia is going to be setting traps for. If Hinata can win, or at least 50-50 against Fumi Echo, then all should be well. This should be a competitive match, a good best of one. But knowing Fumi Echo, knowing how when she first came in to, well, then Bigatron era, now Team Vitality, she was such a fire starter. She was such a, like, you could have sworn that she was the carry even from the XP lane.
I agree. I mean, technically there was an adjustment period when she stepped in. I think she was the latest
The newest
member, the
member.
newest member
Yeah.
from Team Vitality, like you mentioned, Bigatron era before. But yeah, right now she's got to be one of the main pillars. And I'm wondering how familiar both of the EXP laners at the moment for both Uzbekistan as well as Team Indonesia are with the meta picks that we've been seeing so far. The Hildas, the perhaps even the Gato Kachas.
Yeah. I'm glad that you mentioned those two specifically, because those are the ones that you're really going to have to watch out for. And with the strength that those two picks bring to the table, with how well that they bully and how well that they can be present in the map for their teams, yeah, definitely I will be looking out for that. One thing that I could tell from the qualifying matchup that Uzbekistan had against Kazakhstan, again, if you're not familiar, due to some unfortunate circumstances, Kazakhstan, who the team that qualified from the region, aren't going to be able to join us today, and is Uzbekistan filling in for Central Asia. What I can tell from their drafts is that they do not like the team fight ending right away. They actually like heroes that, yeah, they can surprise, but they don't mind playing for longer team fights. They don't mind picking up heroes such as the Harith or the Lilia that will thrive under a longer team fight experience. So maybe that's something that they have an edge over Team Indonesia, that what if Indonesia's looking to just pick and pop right away, that if they've used all of their utilities and all their spells, that, hey, how come this team from Central Asia is so good at longer team fights?
Which is all the more important as to Hinata's role here.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that Team Uzbekistan has a Uranus. I'm hoping their coach has prepped them for that, because in the past couple of days, it's been a revelation. Hilda versus Uranus, Uranus owns that lane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm excited, man.
I am.
Are you guys excited?
I am.
I'm excited.
Immeasurably so.
Immeasurably so. Wait, I think the producer whispered something to me earlier. I hope he can repeat that just real quick, Mr. Producer Man. You know, Gideon would call him Zipper.
What is it?
Yeah,
Zipper.
Zipper. Zipper's the name of the producer because he
I think
doesn't
the
want to
players are
dox.
ready.
Yeah,
Players are
I
ready.
heard that the second time. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are going into our first match of the day to kick things start. Let's welcome both the teams as we throw it over to the stage.
The time is here, the time is now for some more MLBB action with our women's tournament. My name is Jasmine and I'm joined alongside the lovely Bara. Talk to me, how are we feeling? Excited for this one?
Way too excited for this one, pretty much. Like, I woke up this morning, I was like, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be over 9,000 with it. The hype is real, and I cannot wait to introduce the amazing queens and Wonder Womans on stage.
Well, you know what, with a $120,000 prize pool. Yes, that's right. $1,000 prize pool. It is no wonder that both of us have woken up so incredibly excited today. But you know what, Bara? I'm pretty sure we've got some excited teams as well, eager and awaiting to get up on this very stage.
Totally. So let's start, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much the powerhouse from Southeast Asia. They've been around the world, and today it could be a lesson or a blessing, or even both. So let's hear it for Team Indonesia.
As teams collide, worlds collide, and so will they in the game. A best of one, but this could go either which way. But the real question is, who is going to be hoping to take them down a peg or two? Well, it is none other than Team Uzbekistan.
There you have it. Team Indonesia going against Team Uzbekistan. Who's going to make it happen? A good way to start the day. And of course, are we ready to give it to our amazing talents?
Let's go ahead and do this. We were born ready for this, but good luck and have fun to both of our teams. Best of ones. Ooh, shaky ground.
Let's go. Fire it up, talents. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Thank you so much, Bara. Thank you so much, Jasmine, as well, as we're going to head into our first match of the day. And I mean, I gotta say, the last time Indonesia was in Riyadh, they were unable to claim the prize that they so dearly worked for. This is a little bit of a redemption arc for them.
Yeah, it was the first Women's Club World Championship we've ever had in MLBB esports, and so many people around the world expected them to go 26-0. That is the tournament run that they went on before they fell to Omega Empress of the Philippines. But ever since then, you could argue they've gotten even better. A little bit of a dip from the team that beat them, but this Team Vitality / Team Indonesia squad have been taking names in Southeast Asia again, proving why they remain dominant for so long.
This close to continuing the 3 years of dominance that they started under the banner of Bigatron era, and now as Team Vitality and eventually Team Indonesia in WEC 24 Women's MLBB, they can restart. One would say their winter arc started a little early. Their winter arc started maybe a month or two too soon, but I think just in time. Because looking at them now, step back on stage, truth be told, I think I saw them like a day or two ago when they first came in to Riyadh, when they watched the men's playoffs. They looked fresh, they looked ready, and it's as if MWI didn't happen at all. Like that grand finals, that sweep didn't happen at all. Like it's as if they're now here ready to claim again what's rightfully theirs.
There's an argument to be made that they have an edge among a lot of the regions that are competing today.
I think you gotta call a spade a spade. Yeah. Accept the fact that they are indeed the tournament favorites.
Exactly, but also on top of that, not just how crazy they've been on their run and how dominant they've been on their run, but also the fact that they're also participating in MDL.
Yeah.
So that's an additional layer of experience that these girls actually have over a lot of the other regions in the world.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Eterna. If you're not familiar with the system of MLBB esports, there are development leagues in certain regions. In the Indonesian Development League, because of their performances from the Women's League last year, this squad, the Team Indonesia squad members, were able to play alongside the men's Development League teams. They had a rough season. It was a harsh welcome from them, but they did admit, from what I can tell, that they've learned a lot, they've grown, and yeah, that is definitely something that you're going to have to watch out for here from Team Indonesia. That may be a little bit more closer akin to what you're used to seeing in the men's scene. Considering the fact But they also have the long-time former head coach of Alter Ego in Indonesia, in Coach Cassius. Coach Cassius alone, his experience, his mind for the game is something Uzbekistan needs to respect.
So we're gonna jump right in and see exactly how the coaching staff will be able to create the impact in this best of one. Because again, sometimes things don't go according to plan to these big titans, right? A best of one, very open to creativity, very open to things not going to the way that they are used to. So Uzbekistan definitely can use that element of surprise in this next match as we get into the drafting phase. Uzbekistan, Jushin being banned out, and we also see the chip taken away from Indonesia.
Coach Casey is making sure that no dairy make it through to the draft. Closing off all the gaps. The chip taken out. Uzbekistan taking out the Hayabusa. I'm getting throwbacks to yesterday's grand finals, wherein the Hayabusa was specifically attacked. So if we're to follow the current metagame, these two teams want to have that Suyo Alpha trade open. So even if it's a different battlefield, one could argue some things remain true.
And one of them being Chip, Suyo, red side, first phase ban. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm still gonna stick to that. That is universal in MLBB esports now. Ban down those heroes in the first phase. Uzbekistan's banning pattern a bit more unique based from what I'm used to, but we do see Jushin first phase bans. However, that usually comes from an era wherein teams play or prioritize rather slower up-in-your-face roamers that don't have a lot of dashes. I'm thinking they might actually even be considering a high loss as a first pick. That's one of the signals you get from a Jushin first phase ban or a Hilda.
Which is why I think this makes sense, right? Because I don't know how far Kana is familiar now with a lot more assassin plays, but from what we saw from the qualifiers, she's only been playing the Julian, the Roger, and the Baxia. So these are heroes that can be quite susceptible to the Jushin. So on top of the respect for Cine, there's also that argument to be made there.
All three heroes mentioned have been bumped out of the metagame for very good reasons. And Indonesia, last ban, the Angela, again closing off these gaps. Hard commit by Team Uzbekistan on that Harith.
Yep. So that's one of the mentalities that we're used to seeing from teams who aren't, well, used to the upper echelon of a competitive MLBB. They chase their carries right away. So they go for the Harith. I'm not going to knock it. I mean, we did say, hey, in this kind of setup, go for surprise. And what is more surprising than the Harith first pick? Instantly, that's responded to by Indonesia with a Lunox. So we know that's going to be a magic duel in the gold lane. However, I'm not going to take it away from Indonesia to just surprise, park that Lunox into the mid instead, and then pick up another gold laner. So with Indonesia picking up the Alpha, it's similar to having the Alpha and the Harith in terms of how fast that they are going to get their power spikes. The answer to that is very fast.
Very little ramp up for an Alpha. As soon as he hits level 2, you're good to go. Spear of Alpha is just the icing on the cake. It's what allows for the Alpha to re-engage, disengage. Uzbekistan have to consider that. I was going to say pick up a jungler now or else end up with a weird hero that's going to face off against that Alpha. So they do eventually get the Hylos and the Edith. Do we go Valentina here for Team Indonesia?
I think Valentina would be a good pickup. Once you see that Edith, you see that high loss, there's an easy Valentina pick. If they decide to go for something a little bit more range in the mid, I wouldn't knock that too. But if it's Indonesia wanting to be aggressive, control the tempo, show off the mid-laner skill difference, that's where you go for the Valentina. With Uzbekistan picking up 3 magic damage heroes right away, Indonesia can just rush to the Radiant Armors early on. And speaking of Radiant Armor, that's one guy who would want to pick up a Radiant Armor, maybe second item after a Thunderbolt.
But it looks like the Gatot's going to be picked up here as the final pick from Indonesia. So they're actually going to bide their time to get into the mid laner. Earlier on, Leo was, what is it called? Mouthing Eve? And I was thinking Luo Yi as well.
Luo Yi Eve, these are heroes that warrant a ban in the first phase, whether red or blue. And it's uncharacteristic of these two teams to cover their bases, invest in what they feel is their comfort that'll pay off regardless of what the opponent punishes with, and leave the Eve and the Lugi out. So I'm guessing either of them will start attacking either the mid or, in Indonesia's case, the jungle, and then commit to what's left. Indonesia is in a better seat to do that.
Oh,
Interesting.
Good.
Fanny.
Yeah. I think Indonesia's thinking like, ooh, there might be a fanny assassin. You posed a question earlier, it turned out.
I did.
How ready are they with the assassins? But maybe disrespect by Indonesia. They just don't want to face it if ever there is. So now for Uzbekistan, more physical damage would be required. Their XP and Roam are both magic. Weirdly enough, that means their mid laner, if they have an Indonesian fighter, or that's going to be 4 magic damage dealers, and it's only going to be 1 source of physical damage in the jungle, which might, if they don't get the early game that they want, will actually come back to haunt them.
Get punished hard.
Yeah.
Singular items coming in from Indonesia were very low to the ground. There's one solid damage, physical damage that you can invest in. Well read by Coach Casius and Team Indonesia. Uzbekistan, though, are they going to continue attacking the mid lane? Do they hang out the Eve here now? They picked their poison.
Wait
Eve
a
or
second.
Luigi.
Sorry, guys. Are Uzbekistan drafting without a coach?
It looks like it's just the ladies.
Yeah, it's just the ladies up on stage.
Wow. All right, so we'll see how this pans out once again. Phobia's banned out. What do you think is going to be the next pick for Indonesia?
They can go for physical gold. I honestly really would not mind putting this Lunox in the mid. But if ever, then yeah, Eve. I get the Eve, but at the same time, I see the Edith and the Hylos, and as an Eve player myself, I'm thinking, might be a little bit too tough. But the Gata Kajan Alpha does provide a good enough front line up against what Uzbekistan shows. And
The
that
answer,
will,
the real world manipulation becomes a boxing ring. Like you set it up.
it might end up becoming even like a trap for... Yeah, no. Yeah, wouldn't mind Eve. Go ahead if you want to.
CC from Indonesia. That's actually a signature pick coming in from Bumi. It's a hero that we haven't seen too much of, especially with the recent changes in the meta. What do you guys think about it? What's the latest update on this CC?
We saw a couple of CCs in the group stage of the men's MLBB here at WEC 24. And I'm guessing why Coach Casius and Team Indonesia green-lit the CCs because the lack of damage profile to actually punish a CC in the early to mid. And then when she hits her power spike, she's nigh unstoppable. Uzbekistan, though, there you go. The jungler that we were looking for, the jungler that they needed at the time, I'm actually liking this. I actually like the X-Borg in the alpha. It's not bad.
Not a bad pick there at all. You know the CC's are going to want to front. The export can help front that, but with the Edith and the high loss there, plus the crowd control from the Vexana, one of my problems with the Uzbekistan draft is just way too magic-coded for my taste. That a few Radiant Armors coming in early from Indonesia, maybe after their first initial items, you're going to see a severe fall off in damage up until you get the Divine Glaive into that Harith. Damage might just actually be severely lacking. Good thing they packed it with True in the jungle. For the last one,
Still a mid.
still a mid. Part of me, I don't know why I'm thinking physical gold there.
The Lunox indeed ended up in the mid.
It did go Lunox mid. See, the X-Borg, the Hylos, the Edith, the Bruno, I feel like, for me, I don't know how you feel, it feels like it's well protected.
I think that's what the last pick slot was left for. Depending on what the 2-pick swing from Uzbekistan was in the blue, they would have decided where the Lunox was going to go anyways. Because in my experience, 4 out of 5 Lunoxes in mid don't pay off.
I agree. I think it takes a little bit more resources to be able to hit that
Yeah.
moment where she deals that damage. And also in the laning phase, it's a little tricky, especially with the lack of range and so on and so forth. But how does the Bruno fare against the Harith in the gold lane?
Actually, I feel like one of the reasons why they decided to park the Bruno into the Harith is that, yeah, they also acknowledge that maybe a little bit more physical would be good. With the chunks of damage that the Bruno can deal, it should be able to temper the Harith a little bit. With the experience, of course, of that Shell has over her counterpart in lane, yeah, Bruno is a great pickup for lane bullying.
Save for the Lunox, Indonesia are firing off on all cylinders. This is a lineup that just goes much faster and can do a lot on the map with very little economy. It should be a fast game if they protect that Lunox mid.
So let's see how all of this unravels, ladies and gentlemen, in the Land of Dawn, because only execution will tell. So with that, we're going to throw it over to our casters. Mirko, Naiso, take it away.
And take it away, we shall. Thank you, Eterna, Renmar, and Leo for breaking it down. Welcome again to us here on the caster stand. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you the action. Day number 1 of the group stages here for MLBB Women's here at WEC IESF 2024. And I know, the panel talked about this pretty well, Mirko.
Yep.
You know, they mentioned that, obviously, call the spade, the tournament favorite right now is Indonesia. We know how much experience they have, but I love to see it again. Even this draft alone for Uzbekistan, very interesting draft to bring to the table, very magic heavy, but we'll see. Again, this is a best of one, right, for the group stages, so we'll see this time around as we jump into the land of Dawn. Mirko, how are you feeling about the draft? Do you think this is a little overloaded on magic damage from Uzbekistan, or is it going to work?
Yeah, I think it's definitely overloaded with damage here. I think Renmar already brought a good point out, right? If they go for Radiant Armor first item, tough boots as well, it's really tough for Uzbekistan to get through some of these frontliners. What's good is the fact that they are up against a Gatot Kacha, something that should do well against physical, but against magical, you should be able to still burst them down, right?
Yeah.
The only concern for me now is the Export, because now Export is really the main physical damage dealer, or the main non-magic damage dealer in this team. If Indonesia get rid of the Faraga armor early on, win out the poke battle before the turtle, it's going to be really hard for Uzbekistan to deal damage. You can already see here in the mid lane, Vivian and Cine. Even though Gatot Kacha doesn't do too well against magic, you can see exactly how much pressure he has in the lane itself.
Yeah, you know, all she has to do is basically get the unbreakable taunt off. You know, for the most part, early game, Vivian doesn't have to do too much work. She did get a Revitalize out too from Yule. So, I mean, it'll be back up by the time they actually decide to fight, if they, you know, go aggressive on the first objective here. But so far, I think, yeah, the panel really broke things down with this. And one of the big aspects to this too is they're going to be so confident in the fact that they have this alpha in the hands of Vivil, and you can just roam around Vivian and Vivil all day if they want to. And, you know, if you get caught, it's going to be troublesome for you if you're Uzbekistan. So I think when you're talking about the process of this game, I'd love to see them try to contest, you know, the first couple objectives with the turtle come up and kind of check to see if they can actually go toe-to-toe with Indonesia, because like you said, eventually those defensive magic items are going to get picked up, and it's going to be that much harder. So I'd love to see Uzbekistan, for them to try to get this early lead if they can. It's already going to be started up, though.
It's really tough for Kana here. Goes up top, Fumieko just pops in a sprint, and it's going to be a free turtle over to Indonesia. Vival not even needing the retribution now. Ooh, Cine jumping in earlier. Hinata forced the armor back. Vival very aggressive. And you can see the reason they picked up the Alpha together with the Lunox and the Gatot Kacha, right? Crazy mid-control, amazing prio in the mid lane, and fast clearing jungle. Alpha clears out the jungle so much faster, and you could already see earlier, no ult for Kana, because they were able to invade so early on to stop that level 4 from hitting for Kana.
Yeah, that's what we always talk about when we're, you know, looking at timings and some of the early pressure that happens in the jungle especially. You know, those minor things really do delay getting those level 4s for that first turtle, and so far Indonesia, you know, they've mastered those timings at this point, so they had that upper hand, they had that advantage, and they worked to continue to put pressure.
Invading again into the enemy jungle. But I think one thing we can talk about, Naisu, is the question that the panel asked earlier, right? Bruno versus Harith, how does this lane look like? I'd say it's 50-50 until Bruno gets max stacks. Once you have the stacks on, Space Loves Us definitely going to be struggling here to go for trades around the map. And when it comes to sieging turrets, Bruno is a beast. You can see Chell already just chunking the entire turret down. Glorious pathway over to Vivian. He's able to chunk it out. Turtle Guard knocks City up, but has the brilliance to escape. And now, with the Spear of Alpha, displaces the Kana, just melts down to the damage of City Chell. And now it's an AOG all the way towards that turret. It's slowly the only one left standing here in the bottom lane.
Really tough. Gonna pop up some damage there, but slowly. You know, she couldn't do much but watch that fight, and even in that last fight, you know, Yule wasn't able to use that Revitalize that she had, but it all started with Indonesia just kind of cutting them off from that tier 1 turret. It allowed Chell to go ahead and get a bunch of extra gold, and then remember that fight was started up by Yule. Dropped the Glorious Pathway, they decided to fight, but unfortunately they got overloaded just from the damage from Indonesia's lineup, and so that's the preview that we're talking about. And you know, again, this isn't even with those magic resist items that we discussed earlier. So this turtle is going to come up here, and it looks like Uzbekistan, they actually want to fight this. They're going to go in.
Onward, and Earth Shatter connecting to Fumieko. City's still going to be able to pre-hit those. The Primal Wrap will be used up. The Spear of Alpha onto the back there. So Fumieko gets picked off, but City gets rid of Hinata. Meanwhile, on the back line, it's going to be Space Loves Us looking for a flank. Unfortunately, good brilliance from City. Still a lot of damage placed down. Vival rotating outside of the Zaman Force. Space Loves Us won't be able to get the reset. It's a win, only losing one member for Indonesia, and they continue with an invade. That's a Spear of Alpha. Kana not even in her own jungle is she safe.
Kana's gonna have to just get forced out, and this is that momentum we were talking about that builds up so quickly. And, you know, even that last team fight, still wondering, you know, Uzbekistan, they wanted to fight it even after what happened down in the bottom lane. And you knew that they were going to be at a disadvantage. They fought anyway. And even with trying to outflank Indonesia, they couldn't find, you know, any kind of connection or kill that they were looking for. It's really tough here. Again, Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down.
The taunt over, Hinata able to get the onward down, good purify out Shell. Still able to slide tackle out, Purify, but now the comeback with the AOG. Taking 2 members back slowly, forced to flicker. City will flicker as well. Off angle to escape from the possible Eternal Guard. Another 3-for-0 trade.
Again, you know, I'm wondering that Glorious Pathway, sometimes it gets set down and you might not want to take the pathway because it's not going to be the victory right there in that team fight. And that was very just kind of a preview again of the damage that's overloaded. You know, we've seen this Lunox now picked up a couple times, even back in the men's games. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But with the way that City is playing this and relying even under the turret, you're able to just go ahead and shred down the damage. So Glorious Pathway dropped again.
Vivian doesn't have the AOG, might be caught. The Earth Shatter used up. Now the onward. All the displacements over to Vivian. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at her, and she will fall. Chell needs to be careful here. Doesn't have to purify. Will go head to head with Hinata using the Primal Wrath. Kana, ooh! Paraga Armor just melted down completely, forcing out the last Insanity defensively. It's a Brilliance defensively too. Vival takes away the purple, getting herself to a 2-level lead. Actually, she might hit a 3-level lead before the turtle spawns.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You know, eventually you get to this point where you are just really testing the limit, and that's what Indonesia is doing. You know, even fighting under and in between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 turret earlier on, they're going to go ahead and start this turtle. Uzbekistan, they've showed us they are willing to fight. A Glorious Pathway is there, but Turtle's claimed, and Kana's gone in an instant. She was so low already, even without the armor. A couple hits with that ball, it's, you know, she's gone, and now the Tier 1's in trouble in the mid.
Oh, AOG straight onto slowly. Hinata, great displacement with the onward, but the dive continues with the Brilliance. Fomi Echo might be in a tough spot here. Ula will be able to get a kill back, but in the bottom lane, they're just taking everything away from the enemy jungle. Orange buff down, Vival stunned up. The Curse Blast will connect, but Vival with the Queen's Wings, it doesn't even feel like this damage is damage anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good punish. Like, Uzbekistan is finding these, you know, little punishes when they can, when Indonesia goes and jumps in, you know, under the turrets even. And that might be what they need. These small little wins, get a couple kills, get some gold, maybe even shut down gold eventually, get that gold and the items in the right hands, and they might be able to stand a better chance when it comes to fighting. But you're seeing it right here. The gap between the jungle,
Hinata with a flicker around will still be caught by the last shot from Cine as Chell deals with a turret down below. It is a Tier 2. Kana is looking for the counter play, looking for a trade on the map, but they're going to lose another Tier 1, possibly another Tier 2 here, Nice.
This is where things get a little out of hand, you know, on the macro level, they get a little dicey. A massive jump again. They're going to go into the turret.
Purify out with a curtain call on her. She was kind of forced to just purify out. The turret wasn't taken up top, by the way. Not going to be a trade just yet as Vival tries to cut off the lane here up top to prevent a push for a trade to happen.
Maybe that's why also the Ganakacha is just so valuable right now. Even if you don't need a kill, the Avatar of the Guardian is enough pressure. Oh, they're going to fight again.
Brilliance again. Hinata going to be baited down. Fear Bubble connects onto Amula. Jumps in the midst of it all, but will not be able to survive. It's a shutdown at least for Space Loves Us, but Fumi Echo just uses the yo-yo to get rid of Space Loves Us. Now it's Indonesia dashing forward. Chell looking for the kill in the base. Unstoppable. Chell is right now as we get to take a look at the items. Man, with a 9,000 gold lead. That's crazy.
And with that, I mean, she picked up the Malefic Gun before all that happened, so that little extra range also helping to cap out some of those kills. They're all going to result into this Lord being taken, secured now by Indonesia, furthering that gold lead, 10,000 up. And look at the damage. I mean, this is, I'm actually surprised, you know, we usually see the Lunox just shredding through, and she has been able to do that. But Shell has been popping off lately, and it all started again minutes ago on that bottom lane take. And this is going to be troublesome here. I think at this point too, man, it's hard to get any control, any space around your side of the jungle. And Vival she's relentless. She doesn't let go of anything here. They're going to prep up for this push. Brilliant's going to be used. They're just checking things out. They're going to take every buff from Uzbekistan. while Indonesia waits for this Lord to come through the mid. And mind you, those holy shields already popped earlier on too, at least in the mid lane. So this should be an easy turret take for Indonesia to get in the base of Uzbekistan. We'll see if they have enough. Again, if we look at the lineup from Uzbekistan, is it enough to defend through this first Lord? Usually we do see that. They still have the holy shield on top, and I believe on the bottom, they gotta make work.
AOG already used by Vivian. No big resources just yet. Glorious Pathway by Yulo, walking up with the Chell. And with the Eternal Guard, I thought you were going to get a kill there, but it's actually going to be the Hylos who falls. Base Losas as well. Revitalize, getting them all the HP back. As Hinata goes up the Primal Wrath, the Cruise Blast doesn't connect out to Chill, and Vivian just walks up again. Hinata very low, goes in for the Onward. Last Insanity, almost dealing enough damage to keep him down, but City is surviving with just a sliver of HP. Only slowly, she needs to get a massive Curse Blast, but Indonesia will just continue to push in the base, even without minion wave. Spear of Alpha inside of the base. No minions to end the game. They don't even need it.
It took a couple more, kicks of that ball from Shell, but man, they finally got the base down, even without the minions. But hey, Indonesia does the work. This is exactly what we were talking about with the lineup that they had. Uzbekistan, they tried something, that you don't typically see, especially with how much magic damage they had, and it just could have been a little bit different. Think about that last Insanity, the last fight. If it would have gotten a couple kills out of it. They were so close. So close. But again, because we're talking about a 10,000 plus gold gap, they weren't able to capitalize on those kills. And it could have been different if, it ended that way, but still, ultimately, they didn't have any control for the majority of the game once it slipped out of their hands early on. So Indonesia coming out swinging. Very clean game for them, I'd say.
And it's just the calculations as well of these ladies, right? Like, we've been talking about this. They're so experienced. They've played in multiple international tournaments already.
Yep.
And the last one, they did just lose. So they're coming into this with a new fire that's burning inside of them. And you can already see that fire. So aggressive. So calculated. It looked like it was a mistake with the last Insanity not being able to take anyone down. But maybe it was just part of the calculations for Team Indonesia. They saw the last Insanity. They knew how much damage it could do. And they just kept on going without minions going for the end. That was a risky move, man.
I think that was a great point, because what I saw from all those fights is just knowing that limit from Indonesia. Like, they knew that even that Lord push in the mid turret, they knew that if they held their front, they would almost bait in an initiation to continue on the fight, because they were low for quite a while, and again, Revitalize will heal them up so much, but still it was the fact that they knew their power was way higher, especially with the items that they had against Uzbekistan's lineup there and what they had to offer. So again, just the lineup, I think was executed really well, and this is always the thing. Alpha is the alpha jungler right now, the alpha and omega, like our panelists put it before. He's so hard, like, that hero alone is so hard to stop, and with the way Vivel just moved around the map with Vivian even early on, just made it even that much harder. Again, you saw the gap between levels alone between the junglers, so
I think it was 5 levels by the end of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say 4 or 5, man.
15 to 10.
That's, and how do you recover from that? Because we know that objectives now, especially when you're forcing the fights, because remember, they had the Glorious Pathway a lot of times. They wanted to fight, even when technically they probably shouldn't have, right? After losing a couple key fights early on. So definitely going to have to be some adjustments made. But when you go, you always have to look at this. Like, what is the learning experience here for Uzbekistan? Well, they went against the tournament favorites for one, and they hopefully gather a lot of this knowledge just from this game alone. And they're able to translate it into their games ahead for the group stage. So we're gonna have to go ahead and throw it over on the stage for our interview with our winners. I believe it's Vivel. Let's throw it over to the stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Vivel from Team Indonesia. Well, what an amazing start for the day, but how do you feel about it?
It's pretty exciting, this whole event. It's our first time battling in IESF, and yeah, this is the first match of the day. We came prepared for this tournament especially, and looking at the results, it was up to our expectations, and we did well. So I hope for our upcoming matches we will keep on performing at our prime.
Well, I've seen you perform several times in different esports events, and pretty much you brought your A game totally to this one. Starting the day with the win and all of that, how do you want to start the day as well? And what do you want to say to your fans and family and friends back in Indonesia?
Yeah, shout out to everyone watching, Indonesian fans and our org sitting in front of us, watching us, and yeah, this is not over. We will keep on battling up tomorrow, today, or whatever, and yeah, keep on supporting us. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and to all the members of Team Indonesia. Well, we're just starting the day. Let's see what's going to happen and later on right here at WEC 24 ISF. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Bara. Thank you so much. Wow. Now Indonesia has opened up their group stage with a 1-0 victory in that best of one. But here's the thing. There are still a lot of matches that are also not streamed. So if you guys want to keep updated in what's going on in the groups, because there's definitely, I think, if everyone's in a single round robin, that means everyone plays
Once. Plays each other once.
but
yeah,
one
but-
team will play 5 times.
Yeah, like multiple times in a
Right?
day.
Yeah.
'Cause we have 2 days of group stages because we also
Yeah.
have groups tomorrow. So yeah, even though you got to see them play one series today, they have, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 more series to play later
Today.
today off broadcast.
So don't forget to check it out at the official ISF website, isf.gt, to keep you guys updated. But let's break down that best of one between Uzbekistan as well as Indonesia.
Everything that we talked about pre-game into the draft actually happened. It was all about protecting Chini. It was all about winning the side lanes. Chell and Fumi Echo did exactly what they needed to do. And something's got to happen to stop Alpha. Like, I saw Vival barely break a sweat.
Yeah. This was one of the calmest alpha games that we've seen all throughout WEC. And great draft decisions there by Indonesia, because with the last picks, especially with the mid lane matchup, Leo and I were talking about this behind the scenes, that maybe it could have been better if the Hylos was sparked into EXP and then Edith was put into Rome. But since you're going up against Lunox, you're thinking, oh, that would be great. But then you add in the factor of the Gata Gacha that has revitalized, and as we mentioned, Vivian did rush that Radiant Armor, that even if they decided to put that Edith in the Rome instead to try and maybe control and punish that Lunox quicker so that they have a harder time of protecting Chini, they couldn't have gotten that. And that just goes to show the experience of Indonesia. They were potentially thinking about that already in the draft.
Yeah, Mother of Tanks knows best. The fact that all she needed to do was invest in the Radiant Armor, and then she could just keep jumping in, building stacks on to that Thunderbelt. I reckon what's next here is an Immortality. That's it. Like, she would have just forced even more engages and went for harder punishes. And it's clear that Uzbekistan were playing off of comfort, right? Even down to that last pick wherein the Xberg was left out open and it just so perfectly fit the whole picture of a big 5 hero clash from both sides. Indonesia was never going to let that happen. Because again, starting from minute 1 up until, the sudden end of the laning phase for Team Indonesia, the 3rd minute? The second and a half minute? It seemed like there wasn't a real laning phase. So they won their lanes so decisively that they didn't even allow Uzbekistan to get into that position wherein, all right, we're ready to fight. Just every single phase of this game, from the ultra early to the mid. Like, I think even if it did end with a Lord at 10:52, I'd say this ended early.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that to push even more the idea of the side lane matchup difference, you see Shell with the aggressive rush of items, immediately going, if I'm not mistaken, for the GDS already. Get that crit and that extra movement speed so that you can get away from the last Insanity if ever that became the problem. And I really like the itemization here of Fumi Echo, going for the brute force breastplate so that she gets that crowd control reduction that, to be fair, for the lineup of Uzbekistan had a lot of, but then suddenly knowing that they were already in control, it's like Sea Halberd right away from the CC. That's mean, but that's how you're supposed to do it.
It's the equivalent of the early Radiant Armor. Like, I built this, there's nothing you can do to me.
Yeah.
The passive on the CC, the stacks, that gives her enough life steal, or spell vamp in this case, to be able to make up for it. So the Sea Halberd really was that icing on the cake after the brute force.
Yeah.
Cover your bases first, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Brute force.
not Sea Halberd first, brute force.
So let's hope that that experience that Uzbekistan got in that match against Indonesia, they can use it and transfer it onto their remaining matches in the hopes that they can still make at least top 3, right? That's still always the goal. Still the lower brackets if you're third place in your particular group, so there is still hope for Uzbekistan moving forward. I just felt like that entire match was a very distinct and glaring difference of experience.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I did mention this to Leo that there were some certain movements that Uzbekistan was doing that I really appreciated. Number one, they weren't passive.
Yeah, he did.
They weren't afraid to try and see if that, hey, what if us going here as 3 opens up space, maybe to get a push, maybe to just apply a little bit of pressure so that the Indonesian snowball can get delayed just a little bit. So I think that's something that Uzbekistan can definitely be proud of. That, hey, we weren't afraid. We kept going forward. Sadly, we just got punished a lot, but that's a good thing to have for a team competing in a tournament that has best of ones and lots of them.
Yeah, they didn't take that lying down.
Yeah.
And it's clear that they had a plan, even in the draft alone, wherein Indonesia ended up with a lane-per-lane win. At the end of the day, if Uzbekistan had their way and this game lasted up until the 15 or 16-minute mark, there would have been a legit fight. Even in that last push right in mid, it seemed like Kana was ready to just melt down 3 or 4 members of Team Indonesia. But again, the veteran Wilds come in. Indonesia knows the limits of their heroes, knows the limits of those life bars, and they just back off and then end even underneath a base with no minions.
And remember, that was a 10k gold difference.
Yeah.
And they were able to do that in that team fight.
Yeah, that was a flex from Indo.
But yeah, Uzbekistan, hopefully we get to see a bit more stellar showcases from them in the group stages.
Excited to see that. And, you know, I get that they were really active, but also I think they need to sharpen their decision-making skills.
Oh,
right?
sure.
Because I think there were a few turtles that they kind of overcommitted onto.
Yes.
They could have been active maybe on the opposite side of the map, give a little bit more space for the Harith, because even in the qualifiers we saw that Space loves us. She was like the main carry for the team on the Harith. That was actually a huge comfort pick that went in through for her.
I think her name should be a reminder. Space loves
Her.
if they're facing off against a team as aggressive as Team Indonesia, I'd say there's maybe 2 or 3 more teams that match that level of aggression amongst the 12 teams here competing at WEC 24 MLBB Women's. Between now and their next match, find a way to give space to Space Loves Us. Find a way to, whether she ends up with a Harith, she ends up with something that needs to build a little bit more farm, like a...
She loves
Blonde,
Carrie and Clint, but unfortunately we haven't seen too much of Carrie.
a Clint, whichever she ends up with, make sure that everyone understands that, okay, we wait for you to get your 3rd item, and then we fight. Space loves you.
Trying to think of what else picks that they have that could potentially show the gold. Maybe Clint might definitely show up. Carrie, nah, she's falling out, sorry.
Bye, Carrie.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you later. We'll also see you later, ladies and gentlemen, for the next upcoming match. Another best of 1 between Saudi Arabia and UAE. So with that, we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and is Radon will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, καλώς ήρθατε, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nab, SEF Arena.
Let me talk my shit, all I might
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. Gun was loaded when he was ready for him. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, at WEC 2024 for MLBB Women's. Back here on the panel for yet another match in Group A. We're going to be starting things off here for match number 2 between Saudi Arabia, the host country, as well as the UAE that was able to qualify through West Asia. Now, we're going to throw it over to our analysts here. What do we think about this next matchup?
Well, I will be honest, this will be a matchup filled with surprises for me. It's going to be a learning experience for me. I don't want to speak for both of us here. Is it going to be a learning experience for you too?
I think so, yeah, because off broadcast, we were actually catching up to the other matches happening, coinciding that first bout we witnessed live. And our assumptions and conclusions were true. Some of these teams will play comfort. Some of these teams will push strategies that can only really work in best of ones. And, folks, this is real news. Hanabi saw play, Freya saw play, Cyclops saw play.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what else we're going to see, even on, specifically on broadcast, actually.
Just to keep you guys updated as well onto the schedule. So both of the teams that are going to be playing head-to-head with one another, both Saudi Arabia as well as UAE, lost their best of one earlier. It was Saudi Arabia losing to Egypt, as well as UAE losing to Guatemala. So as it stands for Group A, our top 3 are Indonesia, Guatemala, as well as Egypt.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see Guatemala in action because personally myself, I don't know a lot about the scene there, but they are from a region that is competitive when it comes to MLBB. Now for the UAE, the picks that Leo mentioned earlier with the Freya, Cyclops, Hanabi, that came from the Arab Emirates matchup against Guatemala. So now that we're seeing two teams that lost their previous matches, with UAE and Saudi Arabia. Now I am looking forward to more unique picks. Hopefully, please.
All right, that UAE draft with the aforementioned Freya, Hanabi, Cyclops, what was it, Florin?
Yeah, Florin, Rome too.
Okay, I don't know if this is the player's call or if it was up to Coach Jed. Coach Jed is a coach, but a former player under Axe MENA. So this is one of the OG teams that played in the early seasons of MPL MENA. So with that said, in addition to what this matchup will bring, I want to see that draft again.
And I want to see the official team lineup right now, right? So let's bring that forward, ladies and gentlemen, for our upcoming match of the day. And we're going to start things off with Saudi Arabia. We have Lunar, Pink, Livin, Rafa, as well as Lyrics.
Well, when it comes to the modern day, current meta of MLBB, there'll be a lot of eyes in the center of the jungle. But there's something that I want to turn our attention to. We saw the importance of a winning EXP lane matchup in the first series of the day with Indonesia and Uzbekistan. What else Lyrics has in her hero pool, how well she fares in the EXP lane, just to change things up, that's where my eyes are going to be at.
Saudi Arabia, this is the team better known as Twisted Minds women's team. I'm looking forward to how their organization and that huge backing affects their play. Like, you're coming from this huge background. Does that translate well into the Land of Dawn?
That's a big question. And my next question is, who's going to be playing in for UAE? We're going to bring it up right now. We have Bruce, Yuki, Mariam, Guru, as well as Maha. So, hang on a second. Where is Atoma? So it looks like there's a swap in roster. If we could get information later on, I think we'll update you later on, guys, as to the roster that earlier played against Guatemala. But for now, this is the main 5 that we're going to be seeing today.
Instead of Atoma, it's Kuru. So do you think this is going to be a huge difference in their playstyle?
Well, we'll find out if maybe because Kuru plays more of the traditional roamers that we see, the heavy hands of the Gacha, maybe the roamer that they had earlier was a little bit more for support. Again, we did see a Florin come out from their draft pick earlier.
Answer with the Carmilla.
Yeah, an answer to the Carmilla. Well, then again, a Florin, and then if you think about it, Florin and Freya, you know, if they do good, that it should be kind of annoying to deal with. So, you know what, I'm excited for their draft even more so now.
What do you think about that though? Freya, so Freya in the jungle is
Yeah.
what we were looking at?
Yeah, I
Yep.
mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure it's a shared MLBB ranked game experience to go up against a Freya that just absolutely dominated in Snowball, either from the EXP Gold or the jungle.
Yeah, some Freyas do that.
Yeah, Freyas can't do that. Pair that up with a hero who can heal, provide crowd control as well. Like, again, I'm not going to knock it. That's what we asked for at the beginning of the day. Show us some unique strategies. Fortunately, we didn't get to cast or analyze for the previous one. And similar to what Leo said earlier, please bring it up again.
But now we do. But now we do. What about the carry pick, I think, from SA?
Yeah, Carrie showed up in some of the series that were played in behind the scenes.
Yep.
It was well warranted because it was still up against lineups that had very tanky front lines.
Yeah, Agatot and a Terizla. So that is what Saudi Arabia brought out. And against the Clint, maybe that was the death knell. Maybe just the fact that the Clint could just deal much faster damage and the carry really need to, get in the paint. That match lasted about 24 minutes.
24 minutes?
It's an anomaly in the current MLBB metagame. Like, that doesn't happen. Our games, as you saw in the men's playoffs, were what? Average 15, 16 minutes?
Yeah.
The first match on broadcast today lasted, what, just under 11? So going 25 is... that's a long game.
Yeah, that's something that impressed me looking at what happened behind the scenes off broadcast. Teams have played longer games. Again, it's all BO1s, but I'm I'm gonna expect longer games at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if games go past 15 minutes, because if that's already been happening behind the scenes, then why not here on the main stage?
Okay, if I were to ask you guys what kind of unique picks that you would want to see the most, what picks are we looking at here? You can go crazy. It's
Same
fine.
for the ones that have already come out, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you also have to have a proper argument for it.
Okay. You want to start off?
Sure, yes. Do you have as off meta as like a Hanabi?
Hanabi? Well, I mean, you already saw it, but it's a little of a role adjustment.
Okay.
Jawhead EXP.
Interesting.
Jawhead and EXP. Okay. All right.
It just needs help. It can't sustain a lane. It's an aggressive option. Just rotate it to the EXP a little bit more, get that Jawhead to level 4, and then watch it tear up with unstoppable force.
Yeah, I want to see Nana in mid. I think that Nana is the perfect stopper to the lineups that get really greedy. Like picking up a weird carry, picking up even Nana can stop Freya.
Okay, but brother, and I almost called you Freya. Rachel. No, excuse me, Eterna. Now it's
That's
happening
fine.
to me. Eterna. Wouldn't you agree that the Nana isn't that crazy? There's precedence to the Nana already. Yeah. We've seen Nana.
Yeah, it's not that crazy. Actually.
Yeah, it's not a loco, bro.
Nana,
Choose something else.
Nana is not Freya nor Hanabi, but she's not exactly Bane even. She's like tier 3 at best.
Well, what would you put Bane in? Tier 2.
Bane is tier 2.
Tier 2.
See?
I thought you said on a galaxy of its own.
Oh yeah, no, but that's telling the truth. But I don't think the world is ready for that. So I gotta set it to where it's an equal ground. So yeah, okay. If not Nana, fine. If not Nana, okay. Since Malefic Gun is being such a hot pickup right now.
Okay.
What if Layla?
Sure.
I don't find that as crazy because we saw that from Skylar.
So nothing I say is crazy. What?
No.
What do you want me to do?
Now I gotta side with Leo here. I
Okay.
feel like no matter what, Layla is still,
She's literally the tutorial hero.
Crazy. Yeah. With Malefic Gun.
That's true. And she doesn't have any escape. Very vulnerable. But the range. How would you make a Layla work though in the gold lane?
You set up with hard front line. You set up with a solid box, and you only pick Layla in the red 4 or 5. That's it.
Yeah.
You get away with Layla red 4 or 5, and you play it if you're mechanically confident against your whole opponents. Not even like lane per lane. Like, you gotta be sure you can protect yourself.
Yeah. And but mainly if there are no heavy backline divers, then that's like the best scenario for a Layla. Like any Layla, any given day would be happy to take that chance. Oh, there's no one who's gonna dive me instantly in the back line. Oh, heck yeah. Give me a Malefic Gun, second or third item. Yo, just watch me blow everyone up.
So would it be a similar scenario to an Ixia pick?
Nah.
Maybe Ixia is a little bit... Well, okay. Weirdly enough, No, I'd still rather take Ixia over Layla though.
Yeah, because Ixia can duel actually.
Yeah.
Ixia can duel. Ixia has good AOE. Layla is just full send. I am a DPS.
Yeah.
That is the most selfish of ways.
Yeah. Because like one of the main differences between the two is, yeah, when you think about it, they both have like a quick source of crowd control, good damage, good range, good poke. But the Ixia has that heal. With a activated enhanced basic attack, it's not every basic attack, but an enhanced basic attack, then you get her heal also. Which is why even if there's an option of, can we go Layla? No, but there's an Ixia. Can we go Ixia? But either Ixia or Melissa, you know.
It's how the MWI 2024 MVP got that Savage.
Yeah.
Shinoa. She played an Ixia, so...
Oh, you're right.
Remember? There were like 4 or 5 members chasing her, and she's like, no, I can do this. With the help of an Edith for sure, but regardless, that's what an Ixia does. So that's why you cannot compare Ixia to Lilia.
Okay. Lila.
Layla, yes. Not
Yeah.
Lilia, Layla.
But what about you guys? What do you guys think could potentially pop off here, come out? What do you guys want to see come out? Because if I had to choose, I'd honestly want to see Cyclops.
Oh, definitely.
It already came out, no?
Yeah, it already came
Really?
out behind the scenes.
As
Yeah, UAE played it.
As a mid laner?
Yes.
Yeah. Like if
That's so fun.
if it came out behind the scenes, I would not be surprised if it came out in this series
Okay,
again. In this
let me
best of one
change.
again.
I'll change it.
Okay.
I want to see Kadita.
Kadita actually got buffed recently.
Yeah, I would knock it. I would knock
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
The force swing on her skills makes her combos so much easier to execute. And she was already such a potent pick in the past maybe 6 to 9 months. Like you would see random Kadita bans,
Yeah.
or like specific Kadita picks when you just need that level of burst and a mage that can protect herself. So yeah, I don't see. I'll tell you now, Kadita is on the same level as Nana. Like you put him in the same category.
Yeah. The question is, who's gonna be brave enough to start putting that consistently as a, hey, you want a unique pick to suddenly surprise? We'll dish out good crowd control burst right away. Yeah, might as well pick up the Kadita if we can. So I like that we're going into a little theory crafting session right now with
It's fun.
potential picks. Yeah, I mean, we did set it up from the very beginning that that's what we're looking for here, and with what UAE has already shown behind the scenes, hopefully that we get to see more of it.
Because a fellow caster, Mr. LaFellman, he mentioned in one of his stories, I think it was LaFell, he mentioned that burst is so important in this current meta.
Yeah.
And when we're thinking about burst, I was like, with the changes towards Kadita, why not Kadita show up?
Yeah, and now that you mentioned that the more burst, quick, how do we call this? Instant gratification to damage is so important. People are hunting. Time is a flat circle, it looks like, because when that came up before in the past, what did people say? Oh, why don't we put tanks in the jungle? You can't instantly burst tanks in the jungle.
That's true.
Yeah, so what if we're just looping around back to that?
And then it goes back to your, I think you mentioned it yesterday, Fredrin potential coming up.
And that's another pick I'm looking out for. Fredrin the EXP. Fredrin in the jungle. Although not all the time. Maybe if you're going up against a Fanny or a Hayabusa, Fredrin jungle, lock that in. But Fredrin EXP, we got to see that in action.
When?
Oh, in a Southeast Asian tournament. Oh wait, no, sorry, I was casting with someone else.
Yeah,
but
see?
but I know you were watching. You were watching.
Yeah,
it.
no, mentally speaking, I block out all XP Fredrins. Because
Why
it's
not?
an anomaly.
At MPLID, we had an XP Fredrin.
It's an anomaly. I think Fredrin...
Did we have it? Not this season? Oh, it was last season.
See, there's a reason why it's not as big. Fredrin XP is like Dairoth jungle. It only exists when you feel like you need to pick it and when it's a specific answer. So, if there's a Fredrin that comes up, I'd say 1 in 7 only goes in the XP.
I mean, to be fair, I have tried to use it up against Hilda. It was a losing battle that I would win from time to time, but at the end of the day, it's like, oh look, that Hilda's slow. Yeah, I sent her back to base. Now, apparently she was just hiding in the shrub. I got comboed again, and then, it's not going to end up well. So yeah,
it's a little too passive.
Yeah, a little bit too passive, but weirdly enough, because of the changes to him and that his damage was reverted back into a slightly better spot and the cooldown's good. That's why pros are looking at EXP Fredrin just for the sheer crowd control that he can dish out. And the idea that the EXP laners have evolved into, right, like your secondary roam. That's become the main thing now for EXP laners. How well do you juggle the responsibilities with the roamer of who gets vision, who is standing in the front and just defending, trying to crowd control, trying to stop the tempo. And Fredrin is great for pulling that off. But in terms of laning, it's not the best. The best it can do is sustain the lane, not really win it per se.
Yeah, that's why Terizla's coming back around these days.
Yeah.
Like, you see Terizla here and there. You still have your mainstays of the Hylos, the Gatot. That's why, to me, Fredrin, most likely, if he's going to make a comeback, will show up in the jungle.
Please no more. I don't want to see another Fredrin in the jungle.
Fredrin
He
jungle.
dominated the jungle for seasons and seasons. How many seasons was that? It was always Fredrin.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, almost
2
years.
years. Can you imagine?
2 years of Fredrin in
No,
the jungle.
it's enough. It's
and
enough.
the old trading of it's just like Fredrin, no Barat, Smartest,
Baxia.
Baxia, Akai, just going around
I
that.
love it. That's my jam.
You loved that era.
Yeah, that was good. That's when it was all in here. This mattered a little, but this is where you would get teams.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm an assassin girl. I love to see the assassins in the jungle, man. And I feel like this time it was very short-lived. It was like a season of assassins.
Yeah, now
It's still technically on.
it's still there.
Still live here.
But it's more of you really have to consider the option of a fighter coming out in the jungle.
Exactly.
Yeah, where it's still best to default into assassins. Fast wave clear, quick access to a power spike in terms of damage. But then now teams are starting to get creative with the EXP lane Roman jungle picks. There's the idea of Akai EXP and Roam floating around. That's one of the reasons why Ling disappeared, weirdly enough.
That happens a lot now. Akai
Yeah.
XP.
Yeah, it's great for sustaining lane. The damage is deceptive. That's one thing that surprised me about the Kai EXP. Is that once he pack it with concussive blast and you do the headbutt, the body slam,
Basic
and then
attacks.
concussive blast and one basic attack,
So good.
it can take out an EXP laner to close down to 50% health. Maybe
Yeah.
60-65%.
And
which
the
is
heavy
wild.
spin shifts a team fight almost as well as a Glorious Pathway.
Yeah.
Sometimes even better, because you can actually pull people towards your team. So yeah.
Which is why I think Akai XP makes a lot more sense than Akai Roam. It's just the I would say there's a certain necessity for Akai to get that level 4 as fast as possible, as compared to if you were in the Roam,
Yeah.
you need a little bit more time to get that level 4 power spike.
Yeah, Akai Roam really just rose up as a response to the Tigreal. Because with everyone picking Tigreal, teams behind the scenes were like, hey, Akai Roam does it great. Because if the Akai gets caught in the implosion, one heavy spin and then you cancel that immediately. Not just for yourself, but like for the entire team. And then, with Cho Roam becoming a thing, there were some teams thinking that, hey, why don't we pack an Akai the Roam up against a Cho XP? You don't want to kick an Akai back to your team.
Yeah, so I would rank it Akai Jungle, XP, and then
Ooh,
Roam.
Yeah.
That's where I would put him.
Yeah,
That
same.
makes sense.
In priorities.
Have you ever seen an Akai in the mid lane before?
Oh, yes!
You have, right?
Drian, one of the old Kages did that.
Oh, that was him.
Yep.
That's why I was like,
back.
I remember
3 years
something's
ago.
fishy about Kai, Kai mid. Now, I'm curious to something as well. We're talking about the EXP lane a lot. Where did the damage EXPs go? Why is it not a thing anymore?
Because they're so responsible for controlling the map. You can't pick a damage. One of the concepts of MLBB is you can't get away with everything. You can't do everything.
Yeah.
So if you're already trying to control the tide of battle and you're already trying to be secondary roam by doing CC, by opening up the map with vision, it's too much to expect extra damage. And if you're going to try to do damage, then what's your gold for? What's your mid for?
All right. I'm excited to see if they're gonna experiment on that. But it looks like the teams are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Saudi Arabia and UAE. Let's get into the second match of the day. We're gonna throw it over to the stage.
Well, here we are now with another one taking place on this very own stage. Another exciting match. Although they had some challenging moments, but now they are ready to make it happen right here in Riyadh, IESF WEC 24. What do you think?
You know what? I think with it being a best of one as well, I think it's pretty safe to say me and you, we do not want a quick game. And these two teams, they've had some losses amongst them, should we say? So should we go ahead and introduce them?
I guess we are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, getting on stage, here is Team Saudi Arabia. all warmed up and ready to go right now with Team Saudi Arabia.
So the real question is, Bara, coming off the back of a loss, how are these teams gonna be feeling coming up on the big stage? Obviously, we've got a crowd here, all of the people watching from the comfort of their homes as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, pretty much, I think they learned. It's like, oh, okay, it's okay. We had a rough start, but now I think they're warmed up and ready to go. So, who is their competition?
Well, it is none other than the United Arab Emirates. Let's bring them out. I gotta say, I'm liking the clash of colors, right? We got the green on the one side of the stage, we got the red on the other as well.
You got that right. You know what's interesting? You got Saudi going against UAE with a Bahraini MC. It's like a GCC Khalijina Wahid moment taking place right here. But you know what? Let's see what's gonna happen in this match. Well, amazing talents. You ready?
I'm ready. I was born ready. Take it from here.
Let's go.
We were also born ready. Jasmine Barra, thank you so much here on the panel, back at this to introduce our second match of the day. And I think Jasmine actually put up a really good point, right? Earlier on in the group stage match that they underwent, that was off stage.
Yeah.
Now it's a different ball game altogether, right? With the audience in live, playing on a huge stage. That's a different mind game and a different set of mentality that you have to have going in.
Said the magic word, mentality. After suffering a loss off broadcast, how do you reset? I think that's where the aforementioned organization, the staff, the support system that these teams are bringing out here to WEC 24 will play a role. So I think this matters for both of them specifically. They both lost in that first match.
Yeah, so now you get put in a weird mental state of like, do we still go for the unique picks? Do we try and default to like what we're really good at?
Play the meta.
Yeah, play the meta. What are we gonna do? So I agree with Leo. It boils down now to their support staff, their coaches if ever they have any, or well to their captains with each other to tell themselves and really follow a set game plan. Know that, okay, this is what we're gonna do, because that's one of the difficult things about BO1s. If you go into the BO1 winging the draft, that never ends well. If you go into a BO1 at least with some clear ideas of like, we want to get this, make sure this is our play style, then hopefully that's what they were able to set up before the start of the series.
But would you go for meta above comfort? Like, would you go beyond your capabilities and comfortability to adhere to the meta if you're not comfortable with it?
I think in a tournament like this with athletes with mean average experience the way they do, I would say stick to the comfort. That's where I hate to reel back to it over and over again, but I think that's where the coach comes in, because the coach can temper how much you should do and how much you should adhere to the meta, because the meta is a meta for a reason. It's the foundation of what the competitive landscape looks like. So if you have no coach and you talk to the ladies and say, so do we just play what we want? And they all say yes. Suddenly there's no check and balance for that. Suddenly you just, again, as Renmar said, you just wing it, and that's very dangerous.
Yeah. For me, I'm subscribed to the idea where even comfort picks in high level esports tournaments, it has to be tied into the meta somewhat. They're comforts, but they're your meta, your take on the meta. If it's just all comfort, you play your top global heroes, but there's no rhyme or reason to picking those heroes together in a lineup up against what your opponent is showing, then yeah, not like that. Just make sure it all ties back to key fundamental ideas of, are you going for early to mid game power spike? Do you really want to turtle it out and pick up a lineup with an Nathan that shines so well with defending? Things like that.
Yeah.
Because this entire thing, it reminds me of Diablo, right? In a world where Khalid was
the EXP laner.
Khalid, EXP lane. Wait, what were we thinking about?
No, I was thinking Diablo.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay,
Badang as well, right? But he was able to make it work at the time.
Only because the rest of the team adheres to that strat, adheres to the thinking that Diablo is going to be Diablo. How do we play around that? And true enough, almost every single team that he's been a part of, he is a linchpin, he is an anchor, he is a playmaker, and that's why that works. So I hate to be philosophical about this or get really metaphorical or general, is because I'm gonna say there's no true freedom if there's no structure. So basically, if you're just playing whatever, literally, you might not even hit a mark. You might just go whatever. Oh, there's no combo. There's no structure. But if you understand the meta, you respect what other teams might do with that, you can play around your comfort knowing.
It looks like you agree with that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, I understand. That was so cool. How do you do that?
Do what?
Like, pick up quotes and then make it make sense? Like, even I understood that, guys.
I read a good amount.
It's pretty cool.
Cool.
But you know what else is pretty cool? The prize pool. Right? So amongst all the other things that we've already talked about being and performing on the main stage with a live audience in the building as well, they're also trying to compete for that prize pool, which is quite huge, right? A total prize pool of 120,000 US dollars. Third place will get 15K. Second place will get 25K.
Okay.
And that number one spot gets 50K.
50 G's.
50 G's.
It's a lot of money.
I want that. 50 G's.
You want that? You go compete.
I'll do that. If any of the teams right now are looking for a coach right away, let me know. We can talk it out with IESF about if I can compete as a coach right now instantly.
You don't want to be a pro player?
No, cannot be. It's a women's tournament. Why am I going to
No,
play
I
the
mean,
women's tournament?
Like for the men's scene,
No.
obviously.
No, I'm talking about now.
Like right here.
Right now.
Can I be part of the Team Indonesia coaching staff, maybe?
Ooh, with Coach Cassius.
Yeah, I could be Coach Cassius, just a little assistant. Get him his water and coffee.
I see Naisu giggling over there. You want to be a coach too? He said yes, yeah. He wants to be a coach too. So Naisu and Renmar is on the table.
Just
You
forgot
guys-
my name for a
No,
moment.
I didn't.
That felt so insulting.
No, I
You
didn't.
forgot my name.
You were looking into his eyes and you forgot.
No.
You looked at me and just went, "What's your name again?" mentally.
No, it was not. It was not that at all, guys. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it looks like there is a little bit of a tech issue that we still are handling because, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we want to give you the best viewing experience. And, of course, we also want to give the athletes the best playing experience because sportivity is our number one priority. And with that, we're going to go and over to a short break. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it is Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. the World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, kallos írtate, swagat hai, vitajcie, yindit nap, SEF Arena.
And we're back in the SE. What was that? What was that, guys? We are back in the SEF Arena in Riyadh Boulevard for another yet set of matches in the group stage of MLBB Women's. Guys, stop looking at me. I know, stop looking at me. But here it is. We are going to go back into almost the drafting phase of this next matchup between UAE as well as Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, finally excited to see what the teams have in store for their drafts. One thing that we weren't able to touch on earlier is that for the coach for Saudi Arabia, fellow Filipino, it's Coach Dalion, formerly of RSGBH. He's become the coach of Fukami Esports in MPL MENA, and he is part of the MPL MENA Season 6 Twisted Minds Championship coaching staff. So it's a high caliber coach with the ladies of Saudi Arabia right now.
So you have MPL MENA experience running through the coaching staff of both teams. So again, that's why I think it's important that they understand how to reset, how to mentally prepare, and how much of the meta respect when you're going into a best-of-1 matchup.
Also, we have a little bit of an update from Team Indonesia. They just won their next best-of-1 match against Guatemala. So now they are at 2 points in Group A. For those of you guys who missed that out, again, you guys can check it over at isf.gg for their official standings and latest updates as to how things are going in respective groups.
I think the real surprise is if we suddenly just get a breaking news update that Indonesia dropped the game in the BL1s.
Yeah.
That would be a sudden clincher. That would be a match you should have watched. Like, I don't know if there could be VODs or replays, but hey, check it out. Draft started. Woo!
We're going straight into it. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Drafting phase in this best-of-1 between Saudi Arabia and UAE. It looks like on blue, Angela gets banned out.
Okay. Still, for me, quite unique to see an Angela blue side first phase ban, but it does pop up. Usually you do that to turn off any potential combinations with the Angela. CC, Ling, of course, being the most prolific or notorious, and the Alice. So now, maybe Saudi Arabia, that might be their line of thinking in terms of the drafts. Just taking away those hard to deal with combinations or hard carries that can really destroy the game. That might mean that Saudi Arabia is a team that want to pick up an alpha for themselves in the first phase, considering that they take away a hood. Interesting. Okay, so that's not in their list of considerations, but Alpha, I feel like might be coming in first.
Suyo, banned out. There you go. I was gonna say, if by banning out the Hilda, and you're okay with the Alpha going up, you're going for the Suyo, but UAE read into it. Wow, the chess match here.
So I'm wondering whether or not the Alpha is going to be the contested pick here. Again, it's very similar to what we saw from the previous match earlier with Indonesia, or with the Hilda being banned, is that a signal that they might want to pick up something like an assassin in the jungle?
Yep, that's a high possibility too, that maybe they just wanted to make sure that the EXP lane is good and secured so that the jungler of their side can farm up without a problem. Eve getting taken out, usually that means gold laner that doesn't deal well with Eve. I'm thinking along the lines of a carry.
There's a Granger ban.
Granger ban!
Interesting.
Is today where we take the lid off of Granger?
I think so, because we've been seeing Granger bans actually pop up in the matches not on broadcast.
All right, so chalk that up to one of the heroes I want to see in play. I want to see Granger back, whether it be in the gold or in the jungle. Hit the Alpha.
The Alpha seems to be like the clearest answer. Or, of course, that there is that too, but picking the Phobius while the Alpha is open to me is, it's not always a losing matchup, but you are making things a bit more difficult for your Phobius. And yeah, that makes sense to take out the Eve. If you were going to first pick Phobius anyway, that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, the Phobius into an open Alpha is tier 2 level oopsie for me. I think there's so many other better ways to go about it. Well, specifically number 1, by picking up the Alpha.
So with the Alpha pick, do you think a Matilda could potentially show up?
Yes!
Yeah, Matilda Alpha would be such a great first 2 picks here for the Arab Emirates, if that is something that is available for them. That's money, yeah.
I think they're going to stick to Comfort. Florin comes through here, as well as the Cyclops. Again, you asked to be able to witness it in person.
Finally.
And now we're going to see it.
It's very similar to the draft that they set up for Guatemala. Would not be surprised if suddenly, what was that? The Ruby, the Freya, and the Hanabi come back up. Like, that's what they're setting up here.
Yeah, there's a Matilda. Oh, if they get Matilda Alpha Phobos, that's game. Call it game. Now, Florian is not going to have a good time. I mean, at the end of the day, they still both have support roamers, but if this is an aggressive, high-damage jungler for Saudi Arabia, if it's the Alpha or maybe even something aggressive, maybe. No, they're not going to rush the Alpha. They go ahead and pick up the Harith first. But yeah, the first 3 picks of Saudi Arabia to me look very good in terms of getting a power spike at around the, heck, even 7th minute mark.
That's right.
Very possible.
As soon as you get a circling eagle, you can start triggering the Infernal Pursuit on that Phobius. Like, you could really converge.
So I'm wondering whether or not UAE want to shake things up, or we're going to be seeing a set of familiar picks that we mentioned earlier. What does the Cyclops offer in the mid lane? Do you think it's a good laner? Is it mid-prio? Can that be considered mid-prio?
Well, one of the things about the Cyclops is once he's already locked in with his 3rd damage item, yeah, you're gonna feel that Cyclops damage. That's how good he is right now in the latter portions of the game with a reduced cooldown of his ultimate ability. And this is it's the exact same draft, isn't it? From the Guatemala game.
Yeah, I think it is. We're just waiting for the Frey and the Ruby to come through.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking about that Cyclops, it was a first pick Cyclops. Call it what it is in the red side. It's the most selfish way of getting priority. As long as you throw that ult at the right time and you get the farm up to your 3rd item, your 4th even, almost nothing can touch you. You are a walking little glass cannon.
Yeah.
So now, coming into the second phase, we have the Khalid ban by UAE. What would happen if Saudi Arabia go ahead and go like, you know what? Let's see what happens when we ban the Ruby and the Freya.
Oh yeah, I want to see that. I wonder if they have like any information from. Of course, all the information that we're sharing is readily available on a resource that we all follow. So I wonder that'll force UAE to draft in the way that we haven't seen them draft yet.
I would ban the Freya. Leave the Ruby open because the Freya is the beating heart of this lineup.
Yeah.
If you take out the Freya, that definitely forces UAE's hand.
The Freya ban, but they go for the Fredrin ban. This is something we were talking about earlier on before we went over to the break. Fredrin ban, why do you think that is?
One of the things I was thinking about with the first 3 picks of UAE is that, hey, why don't you park someone tanky in the jungle? Someone that's going to be your main front liner. It looks like the Cyclops and the Florin might actually be able to supplement it well enough. Something with good crowd control, not really for damage. I wanted to see crowd control and sturdy. Fredrin would have covered that so well. And I like the Hayabusa ban after seeing the Fredrin ban, honestly. If you want to play Assassins in the jungle, one of the heroes that might actually cause a lot of problems for you is a Fredrin. So I would respect that from UAE. That's a solid ban.
Also the Hilda ban, right?
Do it,
It's good
coach.
telling.
Yeah, it is.
Do it, coach. Oh no, they're leaving it open. By all means, pick the Freya.
We're just going to default into it. There's the Ruby. It's the exact same draft that showed up against Guatemala.
They did take Guatemala down the wire. 24, 25 minutes, you know?
What if the ladies of UAE have crafted a lineup here that is just unexpectedly so good at just holding on and forcing you to make mistakes?
It looks like they could, because if you're talking about Peel, you're talking about Sustain, Ruby Florin. If you're talking about Wave Clear, Hanabi, Cyclops. And then you're talking about just sheer fighting prowess, that Freya. So maybe.
But it's going to be really important to be able to protect this Hanabi. What if KSA go in with something with a lot more dive again, right? I mean, they still have the possibility of picking up an assassin. They can still go for the alpha even.
Yeah. Saudi Arabia, I like the alpha here, but their team fight is so... I prefer this. Okay, so they get an assassin that's like deals that instant burst. The lineup of KSA just needed a little bit more. Wait a minute!
That's a plot twist!
Longer team fight, blah 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 blah. Sicilian, good pick, I like it. Harley, cool!
Alright, suddenly I think UAE take a sudden left turn and say, you know what, forget the Freya. Why don't we just blow up that Sicilian?
Oh, and that's going to be a very vulnerable Sicilian as well. Would that force like an early Winter Crown? How would
Actually,
you go
it's
about
not
that?
as vulnerable. They have a Matilda.
Ah, you're right.
So as long as the Matilda keeps tabs on the Sicilian, it shouldn't be as hard of a punish picking up the Harley suddenly. But I do like the creativity. I do like the resilience and the adaptability that UAE have shown, because they're not a one-trick. That's a lot of respect. I got a lot of respect there.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
It super is. I'm super excited. So we're gonna go ahead and ask the casters what they think. Do you guys like it?
I like it. I like creativity, you know, and I kind of expected this. We kind of expected this from UAE and Saudi Arabia. Who's going to go with a crazier draft? I think if it comes down to just creativity and crazy draft, we got to give it over to UAE. That was a crazy draft, man. Picking up the Hanabi and the Harley, the double H combo. Although we do have some surprises too from Saudi Arabia, right? We saw the Sicilian all the way to the end.
I am loving UAE's draft because, you know, our panel talked about this even before we started the day. They were like, one of the great things about MLBB women's competitions is you are going to see picks like this, and now we get to see it in execution.
And in the best of one, it certainly is going to be very interesting to see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 2 here. That is being streamed. There are obviously a lot of matches that are being not streamed as well here, played offline. You guys can check it out at IESF.gg. But welcome to the land of dawn here as we get to see the first Harley in IESF 2024 WEC Riyadh. Yuki, seems like the clear is pretty good.
It's got to be pretty good, man. I mean, as someone who there's 2 heroes that I love. I mean, everybody knows that I love Gord, but my second and third most played mages are actually Cyclops and Harley. So, like,
you got both.
I got both. I got both in one game here. So I'm really excited to see how this works. And part of it also is, I mean, everybody that's played against a Harley in the game knows that, you know, you got to watch out because the deadly magic is quite bursty, especially, I mean, think how often they can actually proc things. You also have a Temporal Rain emblem for Maria here. So, you know, the whole game plan is obviously get the lockdown if they can with the Cyclops, and then if they want to use deadly magic with Yuki, there's so many interactions that can happen. And not to mention, you know, we haven't seen Florin too much, also running a Revitalize, so I feel like this is going to be one of those games here, Mirko, that takes some time, really.
Rafa
going in, putting out some damage, but going to be able to escape that. Yuki's fine. She is going to feel the pressure.
Definitely. A lot of pressure early game for Nolan. And in the mid lane, too, you can see the poke. Forcing out a flicker from Maria. But back to the point, yeah, Maria flickered down. Yuki on the Harley versus the Nolan. Rafa definitely has a bit of an advantage when it comes to wave clear, or sorry, jungle clear here. So Rafa, if he gets an advantage, if she gets an advantage before the first neutral objective, it's going to be massive for them because the combo is already there for neutral objective control. They already have the Phoveus plus the Mathilda. It's a deadly combination. And for UAE, they kind of have to wait out turtle number 1, it seems, with Maria on the Cyclops. Whoa.
Yeah, Maria,
all right.
she's good. She feels the damage there. Lyrics is just going to go ahead and hold this up, this front.
Yeah.
I don't really see that much of an entry point here for this first turtle, so it just looks like it's going to have to go in the hands of KSA right now. Kuru also feeling that demonic force, the demonic pursuit there. But yeah, objective secured.
Yeah, as I said earlier, right? I mean, the fact that they have a Cyclops, it's going to be very tough to control neutral objectives. And for Saudi Arabia, it's literally the opposite. They have a Sicilian that clears the mid very, very well. A Mathilda to bring in the Phoveus and to utilize that aggression. I think now what's in their minds is definitely they got to try to shut down the Hanabi somehow, right? Lunar's already doing a good job. They got to build up waves and they're going in.
Wow. All right. Summon Force going to be dropped down. Claw's not going to connect too. Just does get that level 4. So this is just ultimately a lot of gold going to the hands now of Lunar, like you mentioned. Do they go for a counter play into this? I think Maha, she needs that support. She needs that help here. Yuki does jump in, throws some cards, but to no degree here. Rafa's still around the corner though.
Yeah. It's not just a lot of gold they got, right? But it's also a lot of gold that they denied away from Maha on the Hanabi. I believe it was 2 big cannon minions that she had to miss completely now. And I don't know if she's actually going to miss out on this one too. I believe she did. Maha, 3 big cannon minions now. Against a composition like this that can snowball really, really well. Even Pinky, you're putting down the pressure onto Yuki. Man, as a gold laner, I hate the Harley pick, right? Because Harley usually just disintegrates my HP bar. But
he's
so
always
far,
there.
With the Mathilda, with you having a Harith in your hands, you know, getting those shields with the Zaman Force, it'll be quite easy. 4-man rotation down below.
Wow, they're just going to press this decision. Whoa, Kuru just gone out of the picture so quickly. A flicker burned, and Maria in trouble too as she falls. 2 big, quick kills for Saudi Arabia on the bottom lane.
Oh man, make it 3. Now Livin.
That's not enough. Even with the deadly magic, Livin's, she's going to be living.
The deadly magic, so far, it's just been magic, right? Not really too deadly just yet. Has to wait for some few more items, maybe possibly a snowball too. But the big concern for me is how they've essentially shut down Maha without killing her, right? in the gold lane, it's just about denying these minions. All the way from where we saw earlier, building up the wave, shoving it in, and then zoning Maha from the 2 cannon minions. Third minion as well, and that makes it 4 for the push earlier. Free turtle, seems like, for Saudi Arabia. No contest whatsoever for UAE.
Oof. Even with that secured objective, you see 2 big items picked up too. Starlium Scythe for Lunar. Like we mentioned, winning that gold lane, so she is going to be able to go down there. She's probably going to go contest 1 versus 1. Meanwhile, up top as well, Big jumping in, bringing it in with a guiding wind. Maha's gone, so down in the bottom lane, that's a kill. And also up top, as Bruise goes down, UAE really struggling on all fronts right now.
That's really tough when you don't have that mid-prio, man. When you have a Mathilda on the other side, especially with a Mathilda together with a Sicilian up against a Cyclops, there's no way for you to match up that mid lane clear. So it gives so much room for Pink to just rotate across the map. Nolan already being a high mobility pick.
Yeah.
Give her a guiding win. And I don't know what we call mobility raised to the power of 2. Is that it?
Raised to the power of 2.
Raised to the power of 2. It's mobility squared.
I was going to say, yeah, it's definitely not cube, but it's squared.
Squared.
Quick maths.
Maybe we can add cube as we get into the later stage of the game with the guiding wind. Obviously, you know, getting lower and lower in terms of cooldown. But man, you see that damage. Doesn't land the Sanguine Claws, but they're trying to siege this mid lane.
Yeah, they want this turret, and they know the advantage. I mean, we're talking about 5,000 gold lead. There's the lockdown. There's the pull, too, from Bruise under the turret. Turret finally goes down. Lunar's going to drop the Zaman Force. She's looking for Yuki. Yuki in trouble. Yuki's already going to fall, and now the Guiding Wind, certainly Eagle combo, will force down multiple members of UAE off the turret, but ultimately it's just Yuki that falls.
Really good siege. Again, for them, is all about utilizing their range, utilizing the healing, and obviously the disengage. She was caught by the Higanbana. This is a Livin with a Flicker, not a Purify. So,
yeah.
By all means, when you get caught by the Higanbana, when you get caught by all these CC and damage abilities, you should be caught up. But the fact that you have so much sustain, a lot of disengage potential, and, you know, I'm talking sustain, you're probably thinking about the Guiding Wind. No, I'm actually talking about the Bat Feast.
Yeah.
It's very underrated as a sustain tool, and it makes Sicilian very hard to kill, especially when he is in the lead right now. So, taking a look at the gold earned, as expected, it's Lunar top of the charts here, but next to her, it's Livin. And it's by 1,000, it's pretty big, but the fact that the Sicilian, a late game pick, is doing this well in the early game, is looking bleak, man, for UAE. They do have late game, they do have pretty good clear with, well, I don't know if I want to say pretty good clear right now because they're so far behind. Rafa!
Whoa! Maria going to be forced off the turret again. They are going to try to delay this, but Maria ultimately going to go down. And now, under the tier 3 even, Lunar goes in, gets out with the Guiding Wind. Karu, looks like she was just stuck there, so very strong showing once again. Saudi Arabia now just continuing pressure. Even after that objective take earlier on, there looks like they're going to get more turrets here.
The timing could not have been worse for UAE. Getting that kill, Rafa delayed the kill. And she got the Sky Piercer right as she got the fracture down. So that's one Sky Piercer stab. We can keep note of that. Once Rafa gets a few more, it'll be even more deadly. I don't know what to call Sky Piercer, man. I mean, we've been talking about SPA, the Sky Piercer abuser. It does seem like Rafa right now will be abusing that Sky Piercer with this big snowball. And again, that range is just too much for UAE to deal with. They have no gap closers. Even this Ruby, the way she punishes a lot of different heroes is the range. But when you get outranged severely like this, you're probably only going to get the bonus, maybe? Rafa's
maybe.
Too elusive to get picked off like that.
And with this kind of lead this early on, you know, you're 8 minutes in, you're 10,000 ahead. This kind of lineup, as much as I love it coming into this game, you know, very unique, very interesting picks. It's not worth fighting right now. There's no way, because even if you get this down, we already know there's a lockdown. You see how little damage is being pumped out by Maria.
Yeah.
You know that if it's going to be a Cyclops, it's going to be a lineup like this, even with a hand, you need so much time to build up. And if you get this outscaled this quickly, you're in for a really tough ending right now, because they're even pushing in. Zaman Force going to be dropped down. There's the pull from Bruise, though. Bruise has to flick around defensively, and Kuro in trouble too. She's just gone. Can't heal through it, and now Maha in trouble too. Flickers back towards the fountain. They already lost the base turret up top. Now it's the mid lane. We'll see if they still fight it out, but right now KSA looking to take another base turret. Those hits are just, it's too much, the bad impact.
Way too much, the bad impact. Man, Maha was down to a quarter, now it's Maria.
Oh, Maria, she's going to be taken out too, just caught in the front. The bats hitting again, and they're going to jump in. Lunar finds that one. Kuru in trouble again, too, as she falls. 2 members left of UAE. They look to end the game already for KSA, even without a Lord. Yuki in trouble, will be able to survive, though. A couple minions left. The base is going to be worked on, and that looks like it might be it for UAE as they face a defeat. As Saudi Arabia takes game 1 in this best of 1. They win the match.
Absolute destruction from the hosts of IESF WEC 24. 9 minutes was all it took, and it was just complete domination all the way from the start. We were talking about those creative picks, very unique picks on the side of UAE, and unfortunately, we did not see that composition get to a point where you can actually fight back, right? It was a very mid to late game composition with the Cyclops. I mean, to be fair, all of their picks there, even the Hanabi, I would say especially the Hanabi in the gold lane, and the fact that she was paired up in a matchup that, I mean, if we talk about Harith, this is a bully laner, right?
Yeah,
unless you go for a Lunox, Harith probably wins almost all the matchups. So the fact that on the Hanabi, you're going to have to deal with the Harith that can constantly just burst you, out-trade you, and sustain through your early game damage. That was well played from Saudi Arabia. We got to give it to these girls, man, to these ladies. An absolutely phenomenal performance, amazing discipline too. When they were in the lead, they didn't go in randomly and throw away their lead. No, they played it so clean up until the end, and that was shown. For the 9-minute duration game, that was shown. Complete dominance and discipline.
Yeah, very strong, and again, it shows how much experience, you know, this squad has and what they've been able to do over the course of the year. It really showed in the gameplay, and, you know, it was more of a, I guess you could say, standard composition that they brought to this game. And like I said, I'm not going to knock the fact that there was some experimentation going on here with the picks that we saw from, you know, UAE. But like you said, if you draft something like that, that's very, you know, mid-game to late-game dependent, you have to get there. Like, you can't get that dominated in the early game, and then you have no chance of actually catching your breath there. So just very strong showing, like I said, for KSA, Saudi Arabia, the home squad right now. And it looks good. Hopefully, again, I know we only have certain games on the stream, but hopefully they can emulate that for the next games of the group stage, because, man, what a performance.
Most definitely. You know, again, that's a morale boost for Saudi Arabia, definitely here in their groups. It's finally I believe it's their first match win of the day. I'm not too sure, but I believe, yes, it is their first match win of the day. So definitely already trying to change the tides of earlier suffering a loss, unfortunately, to Egypt, I believe. So again, it's all about just coming back again. In the group stage, there's still a lot of room in the round robin for you to improve and for you to beat the teams that beat you previously.
That's true. Get that revenge.
The L's aren't losses, Naisu.
They're, what are they?
They're learns.
I was going to say it for you. They're learns.
Learns? Lessons? Learns?
Lessons.
You want to say lesson? You want to say lesson?
I want to say lesson, but I'm following you here, man.
L is for learn.
L is
they
for
definitely learned in that first match. They came back in match number 2 with a Sicilian pick with, again, the Mathilda Phobies. It's such a good combo. We've spoken about this for such a long time. Even the men's, we've been just saying how deadly this combination is, and we got to see that. We're going to throw it over to the stage for an interview with the KSA player, with Bara Livin.
Well, guys, big shout out to you for the amazing casting. I'm here, of course. First of all, Mabruk and congratulations to Team Saudi. So, Levin, you lost against Egypt but won against UAE. So how do you feel right now about this?
Actually, it was our first time to play offline, but now we are more confident and we are so excited to play for the other matches.
Let's go. So I think you are more motivated, more encouraged to take over the world today. Anything you want to say to the people of Saudi? ايش حابب تقولينا للشعب السعودي ولعشاقكم ولمشجعينكم؟
إذا تبغونا نرجع ونفوز شجعونا.
باختصار مفيد. أهل السعودية أعطونا صوت. Pretty much what she said. You know what? Let's keep going, and we would love to hear your cheers and voices all the way to the world from Saudi Arabia. And guys, back to you.
Thank you, Bar. Thank you, Livin, and congratulations once again to Saudi Arabia for that 1-0 swift victory. That's the fastest game we've seen so far. 9 minutes was all it took for them to take down UAE.
The fastest in all of WEC 24 MLBB.
Yeah.
Yep. It was, yeah. 9 minutes. No surprises. Again, Matilda, Phovius, Harith, Nolan, Sicilian. Picks that we are more used to seeing. Remember what we talked about earlier. If you're going to pick comfort, make sure it's in line with the meta. Saudi Arabia looked very comfortable. All of them with the heroes that they had, with the Fulvius, there was something Lyrics was doing that you could, as a Fulvius player myself, it's like, oh yeah, she's definitely thinking about the right timings, using her basic attack at the right time. Everyone just looked comfortable with meta picks. But for UAE, they looked uncomfortable because they picked comforts that weren't exactly up to par with the meta.
And again, kudos to that last-minute decision, last-second decision to pick the Harley to try to punish Livin by picking that Sicilian. But I don't know which patch this happened, but it seems like Harley isn't as strong anymore. I even feel it in my ranked games. So yeah, if you've been playing for quite a while, like let's say you got into MLBB in the past year or so, you would see a lot of random Harleys burst down soft targets. But in this game specifically, it seemed like Yuki couldn't touch anybody.
Yeah. Yuki did not have a good time farming. 4.4k gold. Look at the gold of the XP laner, 4.8. The gold of the Hanabi, 4,000. Only 400 difference between those two. Yeah, it was not a good time for Yuki in the jungle. For Saudi Arabia, they just controlled everything. The poke, the range from the Sicilian, the poke, the crowd control, the increased mobility coming in from the Matilda, that will trump a lineup that has way too many carries. You have a carry in the jungle, a carry in the mid, a carry in the gold. Florin as your roam, that is not enough to help a lane or a role shine so that you can get your gold as fast as possible.
And it makes sense, right? We can even see it reflected in the statistics as well. Absolutely zero objective takes coming in from UAE. 0 turtles, 0 lords, 0 turrets, and only 1 kill. And that kill was on the roamer, right?
Yeah.
It was on Pink.
Yeah, Pink did well. Again, I did say even if Yuki did get online and get a bead onto Livin or to Lunar, Pink would play a role in protecting her cores. Something to note as well, check out one of the cores here, Rafa on that Nolan. When was the last time you saw a Sky Piercer on a Nolan?
It's been quite a while.
That's just how confident Rafa is and the rest of the ladies from Saudi Arabia that they are going to get away with this, that they are going to finish quick. I'm looking at the kill score, 304. Maybe she got 2 kills after the fact. That's still not enough stacks, but still, in case the game did extend maybe a good minute or so longer, that would have been an easier pop.
Yeah. I wish we just saw some different sequencing or priorities from UAE. I remember us looking for that Freya. Made sense though as to why they didn't go ahead. They didn't pick that Freya. I feel like seeing the ban of the Fredrin, even though I'm not going to say that the Fredrin was in the line for UAE, but still at the end of the day was banned out by Saudi Arabia because again they knew that what else that lineup needed. It needed a solid presence. The Ruby alone of the EXP lane is not going to be enough. You need one solid presence in the mid. If it's not a solid presence in the jungle, it's a solid presence in the roam. Again, you have your carry as a mid. Cyclops doesn't have a lot of crowd control. Yes, I know about the ultimate of the Cyclops. That's what it does. But that's her ultimate, just a crowd control. You have a slow, but a lot of the other meta mid laners have their crowd control from their first, sometimes even both of their first 2 skills can dish out crowd control. So yeah, it just boils down again to the thought of the principles, the fundamentals of the drafting, what you're going to be pairing with it. Too many carries rarely shines in the high stakes and high mechanic pro scene of MLBB.
Yeah, that's what you call an expensive lineup.
Expensive, yes, exactly.
So UAE needs to, double down and look for balance, I think. I think that's the main point that we're getting at right now. So definitely this is something that they can, once again, like the casters mentioned, learn or lesson.
I think Mirko said learns.
Learns.
He didn't say lesson.
That they can learn.
These are learns.
Learns to go to the next chapter. Because again, it's still a lot more matches to go for all these teams that are in the group stage, and that's something that we could be looking forward to. I mean, who knows? Maybe the next few matches that they win it all through and they make it to top 3.
Yeah, maybe it's going to take a big recalibration from UAE to get there. But for Saudi Arabia, yeah, I like the fundamentals that they show. You really see the guidance of Coach Daliot with the picks, how they're playing. There are shades of a team that are reminiscent of a team that can make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, Livin did mention this is her first time playing offline on site in a grand event such as WEC 24. So maybe after that first match loss, they shook off the nerves. Now performing against UAE, it makes sense. I think they're off to a great start. Momentum is on their side. GG well played to UAE, but Saudi Arabia's on fire right now.
That's definitely the mentality that they need, right? It's hard. It's easy for us to talk about mentality, right? Because we're here just assuming what's been going on backstage. We're not really there and we're not present to everything that's been going on backstage. But the fact that they can recuperate from that earlier loss against Egypt is incredible. So once again, congratulations to Saudi Arabia. And I think we still have 2 more matches ahead of us.
On broadcast today.
On broadcast, yes. Quick reminder for those of you who are at home watching, don't forget that there are going to be matches that are still ongoing off stream. So again, you guys can update yourselves on the official website, isf.gg. And this is a quick recap to what's been going on for Group A.
Yeah, all of the Group A teams have played one game at the least. Egypt was able to take down Uzbekistan, so Egypt now has 2 wins.
Tied with
Indonesia as
Indonesia.
well. Tied with Indonesia.
I wonder when they're going to be meeting. Is it today or tomorrow?
Soon enough.
Oh, there you go. Those are the standings for Group A. Indonesia 2 points, Egypt 2 points. We have Saudi Arabia and Guatemala at 1 point. And for the moment, UAE as well as Uzbekistan at -2 or 0 points.
It might be tight for Saudi Arabia and UAE. Rather, no, Saudi Arabia and Guatemala. Like these 2 teams are currently at 1-1. Only one of them can really come through because we're taking just the top 3 from each group for the playoffs.
And for the region of MENA, I hear a lot of things, good things about the Egyptian team, of course made up of Falcons Vega MENA. Struggled in the Club World Championship, but a team that's constantly learning, constantly improving, and of course the backing of Team Falcons with them. But Saudi Arabia with the backing of Twisted Minds, lots of promise. Hopefully we'll get to see Saudi Arabia versus Guatemala. Did that already happen? Are we waiting for that to happen?
Saudi Arabia, Guatemala?
Yeah?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Not yet? Alright, hopefully we get to see that transpire at some point.
Because Saudi just lost to Egypt.
Yeah.
And they've only played 2 matches, so logic-wise.
There you go. That's how it works. But yeah, Egypt. I'm excited to see them as well. I hope we get to cast for them tomorrow. Because we do still have 2 more days of the group stage, including today. But before we get into match number 3 of the groups, as we're going to transfer over to Group B, we are going to go on a short break. So we'll see you after and be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it is Barano find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The world esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
أهلا بكم. Welcome. Bienvenue. Bienvenidos. Willkommen. Benvenuti. Добро пожаловать. Välkommen. Welkom. Bem-vindos. 환영. 요코소. 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat hai. Witajcie. Yindit nap. SEF Arena.
can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. Gun was loaded when he was ready for him. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
just has this stellar knowing, but he will get traded out by Lungson. Up close, Tomiko delivers with one of his own, 2 versus 4. Feeling like job done here in the server. Vertigo might be on the wraps. One spotted back flat and one more left. It's all down to the AWP. Lungson's had a good couple of moments, but this feels die on impossible.
10 seconds.
Yeah, time is ticking. Oh, Lungson. Hang on a second, there might be a chance here. Now 1 versus 2, just as the bomb goes down. He doesn't have a kit, but he has a chance, and he gets the leg. But it's celebrations to Poland.
Fernandez to AOG defensively. Galantis chased down the bottom lane. Georges will keep on pressuring him, forcing out the revitalize and now going to mid.
Oh, that was enough pressure to go. They're going to get the mid turret. They got a wave pushing in. There's no way they clear this and end this game just yet.
Spear of Alpha into the back of Lances, taking down another round right there. Saison trying desperately to clear out the waves in the very same.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to WEC 2024 for the MLBB Women scene as we're heading over in the group stage over to Group B for our 3rd match of the day. Once again, welcome back to the English broadcast. My name is Eterna as your desk host, and alongside with me is Renmar as well as Leo.
Yeah, finally heading into the group. That's the closest we have to a Wild West here. One clear name standing out, but then for the rest of the group, it's like, who are they? Who? Which one of them is going to be like this, has the secret sauce, you know, to make it to the upper brackets? I'm actually excited for this group.
And it's going to matter because we're taking the 3 best from Group B, 2 of which will have 2 lives going into the playoffs. 1 will be in the lower bracket starting. Here are our matches for the day.
We have a few matches ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, for Group B. But the ones that we are going to be broadcasting is Ukraine versus Mongolia. That's going to be up and running real soon, as well as our final match of the day, match number 4. We have Colombia versus Cambodia.
Yeah, Cambodia, that's the name that's really standing out in this group as the favorites to make it into the upper bracket. But again, Mongolia, the Mongolian squad comes from a very surprisingly competitive, healthy, growing region of MLBB in Mongolia. So who knows, maybe one of the reasons why the world didn't treat us to us being able to see their qualifying matches is they might actually shock and awe a region which in itself has a very strong and rich history in MLBB in Ukraine.
Not to mention Argentina, MPL Latam is huge right now. There is a shift in the tides. New champions hail from Argentina to represent that region in the upcoming Club World Championships and the M6 World Championships held in Kuala Lumpur later this year. So I got my eyes on Argentina as well.
So Cambodia, Argentina, these are the names that really do stand out. But I'm also wondering who's going to be that 3rd person, the 3rd team, to be able to get that 3rd slot into the playoffs. Because, you know, for Group A, we kind of have a feeling as to how things would go. But for Group B, it's a huge wild card. And I'm loving it.
It's the wild card group, the Wild West group between these. And even more so now, we've seen unique, crazy strategies. And it's regions of the world that are growing or have already made a name for themselves one way or another in MLBB. We already mentioned the countries, so yeah, for Group B, even though we have mainly one, like Cambodia, Argentina are those ones that really stand out. Colombia, Mongolia, Nepal, we really do not know that much about yet in terms of what they bring to the table, their strategies, their playstyle, favorite heroes, and I'm just looking forward to finally seeing that all unfold and be presented to us.
I'm taking a look at their previous matches from the qualifiers, and they're pretty in meta. All of their heroes, right? It's not something that is quite outstanding. I guess the one thing that we don't see too often anymore is the Roger in the jungle. But other than that, there's the alphas. Maybe, do you think a Baxia could potentially pop up? Is it not the meta for it anymore?
Since Hylos is still big, and Phovius as well, I think there's room for Baxia.
Yeah.
He's good on rotations too. He's very fast with the Baxia.
Yeah, there's I think I remember seeing 2 or 3 drafts heading into this one where teams did whip out, if not a Baksha Rome but a Baksha EXP. With all the revitalizers that we have, it makes sense why they want to do it, but to see which team will be brave enough to pull the trigger on that, because even the best teams in the world are hesitant to bring that out. Not because it's like a hidden strategy that we've got to keep from the world, it's very risky, it's high risk, and not a lot of EXP laners like playing EXP lane Baksha. It's super utility. It's not really the lane guy, it's a utility guy.
Other than the Baxia, there's something else that I see, Natan. Natan is a hero that we saw quite often coming into this. I think pre-SPS, I would say, Natan.
Yeah.
But we don't see that much of the Natan. We'll talk about it a little bit later on because it looks like Ukraine is ready. So let's whip out their official team roster. From Ukraine, we have Asilia, Kaksapok, Amaterasu, Sula, as well as Mali.
Amaterasu, that's where my eyes are at. I saw their qualifiers in Europe. She is a prolific Lunox player. And we saw a prolific Lunox player earlier today in Chini. Amaterasu, bring out the Lunox, please.
Yep, for the Lunox to come through, she would have to make up for her namesake, Amaterasu, one of the goddess of wishing. So wish upon a star that we see the Lunox come through, because if Ukraine build around that specific pick, her power pick, then they can really time through that early to mid, and then suddenly it's inevitable. So that's definitely what Mongolia's thinking right now.
Yeah. Hey, Leo, one more thing. Sula, jungler, she plays Bane.
Oh, anybody who plays Bane is close to my heart. You understand?
It's the favorite.
I don't know if I would support a Bane and Lunox, because those are two very specific power spike window heroes. Maybe we don't get both in the same draft.
But let's see who's going to be going up against Ukraine as we pull up the official team roster for Mongolia. And from this team, we have Deja Vu, Non-Axon, Zulana Nika, as well as Mob Psycho.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see these ladies in action. They only dropped 1 game in the South Asia qualifiers to Bangladesh, but they went 3-0 in the series for their run of the tournament. Similar story also to Ukraine, who only dropped 1 game against Turkey, but went 4-0 in the qualifier. So these are 2 teams that went undefeated, except for 1 little stain with that game loss. But yeah, I would be very surprised though if this isn't a close competitive series. Even though there's not a lot we know about Mongolia, part of me is thinking that this might be closer than we realize.
However, that was a roster with IMS. So we don't see IMS in the roster. I don't know if it's a name swap or it's a completely different player altogether. But here we have Nika in the roam position to replace IMS.
Yeah, if you change a roamer, like assuming this is a full-on player swap, right? If you change a roamer, I think that's not as easy a swap as a gold laner and XP laner. That is your main artery. You know that the mid trio is one of the most important parts of any working team right now, whether it be women's MLBB, men's MLBB, pro, even in your ranked games. If you feel like your roamer isn't up to snuff, you will know that there's a roam diff. So hoping that Nika here fills in the role of the prior player you spotted here. Again, dropping just 1 game.
Yeah, 1 game.
Just dropping 1 game in the qualifier. If they are indeed ready for it, if Nika steps onto the plate ready and well, this should be a good matchup. We should see Mongolia get 1 over.
I like that you underlined the mid-trio prio again, right? Because this actually facilitates the topic that we were about to discuss on earlier on about the Natan. Mid-prio is so important right now because games don't last very long anymore, right? It's very rare that we see games go over maybe 15, 16 minutes. Maybe we get 17 minutes at most. But even here right now, we've only had a game that went under 10 minutes. It was a 9-minute game. And I think earlier on, it was 10 minutes and 52 seconds. So is that why the Natan is quite unheard of in the gold lane right now?
We don't see him as much.
Yeah, people just would rather chase the Hariths of the world.
Beatrix.
Even Beatrix, yeah, Beatrix has a great power spike with just a 1 item. As long as it doesn't get way too out of hand for her that she has to rush the Malefic Roar as a 2nd item, then it is good timing for Beatrix right now in the current meta game. But you see around the world, there are teams who are willing to still pick up the Nathan with that same understanding. They don't want to play into that crazy instant gratification early to mid, They want to space it out, control the minion waves, have a strong comeback out of it, calm and ready, and they just surprise a team that are so eager to win and end the game that suddenly they just get rattled by the late game damage of a Nathan in the defense.
Yeah, Nathan will come through if you read well into the jungle and roam.
Yeah.
Mid, as long as you don't do anything crazy like a Cyclops or a Lunox, that's okay. But if you're mid, if you're jungle and roam are ready for it, Nathan can step up.
So what junglers will be ready? Are we still going back to the conventional alphas of the world, Suyos of the world?
Yeah, 100%.
Nathan just fits everything. Sorry, Alpha just fits everything. Nolan, Suyo, even Hayabusa. I think you have a Hayabusa.
Yeah.
You pick a Nolan, or rather a Nathan. That definitely protects the Nathan even because you're saving it from an assassin.
Yeah, Alpha, Suyo, Bane. But there's one pick that I feel like, I don't know, there's something about this BO1, and if it doesn't show up, then I guess I'm going to look like a fool here. But there's one pick that I feel like might show up here is the Leomord. I don't know why. It's just a vibe.
Leomord.
Just a feeling.
It's just a feeling that the Leomord might pop up here in the jungle for either of these two.
I feel like Leomord is so risky. I feel like it's riskier than a Marthas. The fact that you really need to get that snowball going. I guess it is possible.
Yeah.
But how would you facilitate a Leomord in the jungle?
Burst mid.
Yeah. Burst mid. You set up for a Leomord. A lot of junglers now help their team set up. For this one, you gotta set up for
You
the
are the
Leomord.
payoff.
You are the payoff. You are the cleaner. However, there are some Leomords in the world right now who would rather be initiate, but it's so rare. It's so rare. At the end of the day, it's still better if you're the guy sweeping everyone else up.
And it feels like both teams are going to sweep us off our feet with their next performance because, ladies and gentlemen, they are ready. So we're going to throw it over to the stage for the player walkouts.
Thank you very much to our fantastic analyst desk as per usual. But Butter, the previous match that we saw was way too quick for my liking.
Yeah.
So let me tell you what, I want this to drag out as long as possible. What do we think? Are these two teams up to the task?
Let's see what's gonna happen right now. So we are ready to call in right now. Let's hear it for Team Ukraine. They are ready to take over right now. Heading to the stage, and look at them with the smiles, determination, and courage all taking place right now. And what I heard is kind of like a new scene for them.
You know what? Like I mentioned, there's so many unknowns heading into this event, this tournament as a whole. But what I'm really excited for is for all of these women to really shine on the big stage. So, hoping to take down their opposition, it is none other than Team Mongolia. And you know what, Barra? The best thing about all of this is that whilst the women's scene in MLBB is still relatively fresh, relatively new, there are so many unknowns as these two teams finally meet in person as well as on the server.
You got that right. And the one thing I like about and I love about the ISF is that they are giving the platform for all of them to shine, to have it more of a lesson and a blessing at the same time, to see how it is to actually compete on an international ground.
You know what? I think on that note, we should go ahead and throw it over to our fantastic talents to take it from here.
Thank you, Baran. Thank you, Jasmine. And good luck to both of the next competing teams, Ukraine as well as Mongolia, as they're going to once again step into the match. We're moments away of coming into the drafting phase. And so far, I feel like predictability is definitely off the table, especially for the MLBB Women's. But other than the Leomord Inkling, is there something else that we might potentially see?
I'm trying to sense it in the winds. If there's any other, I can't think of anything right now. I got nothing. Only Leomord. I just heard a horse neighing from. That's it.
I think it's safe to say that these two teams, having seen what happened in Group A, should relatively keep it close to the chest. Nothing as crazy as UAE's draft. I think we will stick to the meta, I'd say 70-80%.
Yeah.
So if there were like odd order in picks, like the early Harith, or an early focus on the gold lane, early focus on the roam, that'll be fine. But that's my read here. I'm not as crazy as Leo Ward.
Is it really crazy though?
It is kind of crazy. It's kind of
No,
crazy.
It's not.
It's not loco. That's
When was the
why-
last time we saw Leomord, guys?
In somebody's regular season.
Yeah. Trying to remember which one. Not in ours, right?
Not in ours.
Malaysia then.
Yeah, probably Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Of course, it's the Malaysians.
They're very creative.
We love you guys.
Immensely. Sorry, as I'm saying that, I'm thinking about LaFell.
You just had a
And I'm like, do I
massive-
really love LaFell?
You wait, that was a question running in your mind.
A little bit. Shout out to LaFell. I think you're still watching right now.
Hopefully he caught that, so we get its instant
We
reaction.
clip it, send it to him.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be lost in the ether.
But back into the drafts again. I think Alpha is going to be a huge contested pick here. I think both of these junglers are very familiar with these utility junglers, these fighters in the jungle. But what if they just ban them both out? Is that possible?
That's what I'm asking for here. It's like
ban them both? Suyo,
Alpha
Alpha?
is clearly problematic. Blue side won't. Oh wait, no, actually no. That's why. Because blue side won't ban it because you'd want to get Alpha for yourself. But at the same time, if you're red side, an Alpha ban means you're giving up something really strong. So it's tough. I don't know. I feel like blue side doesn't always need to like rush the Alpha.
But it's correct to do that. You don't have to,
Yeah.
but it's usually a good idea.
Really good at objective takes, really good control. The tempo is amazing from the Alpha, very fast speed in jungle rotations as well.
Until we find a hero that has both the damage profile and the map control that can rival the Alpha, then that's only when we find a solution.
Yeah.
As it is,
Who
banning
clears
it,
fast?
banning it is best. Trading with a Suyo is okay. And then everything else, you're kind of going into that jungle matchup losing.
So if that's the case, then I guess we're stuck. Stuck with that dude.
Stuck with Alpha.
We're just stuck with Alpha currently.
It's not as bad as the
Wait.
Fredrin though.
Like it.
Something tells me when Granger is allowed on, that might be a good relationship. We might be onto something.
And then we'll find Hilda in the EXP lane.
Okay, if Nolan is susceptible to getting invaded by an aggressive lineup paired around an Alpha, then Granger even more so.
Oh no. If it's not an invade centric and you're just facing off against an Alpha, you're a Granger, I think you win the engagement.
I think the Granger is very tricky because of how many invasive heroes we have right now in the meta. Hilda, Khalid.
Ban the Hilda, play the Khalid, be the Granger. I think you win.
You're rattling my brain right now to see if that works.
Well, what if you pick up an assassin on the other end? Nolan, Hayabusa.
No, you allow the Alpha.
You give the Alpha.
Yes.
Then you get for the Granger for yourself?
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, the Granger is up for grabs.
Now it's open.
Now it's open.
Play with it.
Let's see if it's going to get banned. No, let's see if that ends up becoming the big trade. It's
You
not
like
going to be
Granger?
Alpha, Suyo
Right?
Alpha anymore. It's going to be Granger Alpha.
Oh, nice was like, yeah, we love Granger.
Yeah.
Good pick. Okay.
Part of me just thinks you just support it well. Because if not, then you will get invaded. But
Yeah,
just
just-
support it well.
Just
What
set
would
it up.
you pair the Granger with? Because it
Anyone
used to be
with-
like Rafaela, right?
Anyone
Rafaela
with
Granger?
high control. Yeah, that was like the age-old...
That's a
go for
greedy
it.
way to get away with it.
Yeah.
I think the high loss would be cool.
Yeah, high loss can defend the jungles very well. It's anti-invade. The high loss Aurora, I think, would be a dream
High
for
loss
Granger
Aurora,
to work
high loss
with.
Eve.
High loss Eve.
Granger.
Those.
Ooh,
Good decisions.
that's good. I like that.
What would you put in the gold lane? Would you put a fighter?
You can put a fighter if you want
Yeah,
to.
You can.
Put a
but
Ruby.
I think a lot of the fighters right now are actually losing to the gold laners in lane. That's why we don't see Ruby gold that much anymore.
Oh yeah, things have changed. Side lane fighter, to me, happens more when you have a Ling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to Alice? Is that also because of the Ling?
She's much more so I need Angela with me
Yeah.
to really work out. Because again, our good friend LaFell mentioned that the burst damage is the way to go. And there are a lot of sources of burst damage right now that can get that back quickly. That even though Alice, we've always saw her as the hero that goes for longer, stretched out team fights with how well she can just sustain herself. It's just the chunks of burst damage will just eventually win over her little bits of spell vamp and life, stealing from life from health bars. I wouldn't call it life steal.
Just takes a while to go online.
Yeah.
And this is why I think Granger is a legit argument, or at least worth arguing for, is because he only needs 2 items. You put two items on him, and he's a real threat. And then from there, you just snowball.
Yeah, it's good for poking and then whittling down your opponents like before it even starts. He'll be like a modern take on Novaria. What Novaria brought to the table, it's not essentially the hardcore vision that Novaria gave, but the fact that you can already build advantage for yourself before a big fight even starts with his ability to poke out. But I just realized like everything that you push forward for the Granger is say puts him in the jungle. I feel like Granger might be more of a gold lane option.
That's one of the things that Mutan tried to do with the revamp.
Yeah. So the fact that he, if I'm not mistaken, he gets his passive stacks, wherein he'll be able to use his first skill, his guns more. He gets it faster in the lane because of
More
just
targets.
how much, more targets, you get more minion waves coming in. For the creeps, you're contesting with someone. If you want to block the Granger and the Gold Lane from being able to get his passive, you really have to play a very slow laning phase, which is little by little getting weeded out in the current meta game. You can get the green camp adjacent to your lane. So if a Granger's gonna pop up, I'm leaning a bit more towards teams putting him in the gold lane in this scenario.
I was about to say Mobazane's out there somewhere smiling, but as you mentioned, gold lane.
Yeah. I mean, it's an option, but I feel like gold lane is like the most efficient.
Yeah, this is from the root problem of Alpha in the jungle. And if you're talking about a hero that can deal damage and that can kite the Alpha sustainability, who else better than Granger? Yusen Shin?
Oh.
No, Yusen Shin needs to get into the... He needs to play in the paint. And if you play in the paint, Alpha will win.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is export not an answer to the alpha?
Oh, well, definitely that's one of the options you can go for.
Because so far, have we seen a successful export game against the alpha in the jungle?
That's what I'm trying to recall.
I don't recall seeing
Yeah.
that matchup where the export wins.
Yeah. However, usually we see alphas will always have that one really tanky EX player that might be susceptible to export being able to just whittle down that laner instead. So, yeah, you know what? Thank you for reminding me about the presence of export. He's not really going to be like match. Well, obviously, he doesn't match the rotational speed of the alpha. The alpha will always win out first. But if you pair it well enough, should provide a bit of a problem for the team that is playing around maybe the second or third turtle. First turtle, definitely not. Second, a little bit iffy. Third turtle, first lord, that's when the export should come online, taking into consideration that it didn't get completely one-sided heading into that point.
And I guess if that's the case, then maybe that PowerPoint is a little too far into the game. Because we've been talking day after day, even from the MLBB men's, that you know the initial control of tempo from the early game, from the first turtle, from the second turtle, is so important that maybe waiting till the third one would take a little too much time.
You lost out too much already.
Yeah.
It's active.
Another thing I'm just waiting for is someone please start putting fighters in the mid lane if possible. Not all the time, obviously, but like just a very tailored. Still trying to consider like what those tailored scenarios are for a fighter in the mid, but just anything that can fast clear. Like that's one of the reasons why at some point Glue in the mid lane became a surprise pick because of just how fast it clears to level 1. Once you hit level 1, to annoy the jungle of the opposing side, usually the purple side buff. So that's one thing that hopefully teams remember and consider as an option to put a fighter in the mid just so that you can pressure the early game rotation of your opponent.
My favorite mid lane fighters were Cho, Terizla, Martis, We've seen a Fanny, but it doesn't follow the same mantra as lane bully. I think that's the best kind of mid laner. Don't even think about invading, don't even think about the pokes. Just as long as you can lane bully, you push him out. And again, we throw back to a hero we mentioned earlier, the Akai. You can count him as a mid lane fighter. Why not? We've seen some content creators use Suyo as a mid laner. The amount of ungodly burst that he's able to put out there, and how mobile he is compared to most mid laners.
Yeah, I wonder if that might end up becoming an evolution of the mid lane role, wherein I mean, the map in MLBB is much smaller, and then mid laners for the longest time has always just been about clear wave fast, help us in the jungle, or help us in the lane. Might evolve into something becoming more of a dueling one-on-one, if ever at that point you see assassins and fighters going into the mid. But with the presence of the roam and what it's like as a role, it might be more of a very niche pick than a normal strategy.
Hey, Gushin counts as an assassin. We've seen him in mid for a spell, so there's some ground to stand on when you think about it like that.
Cinny's used Ruby in the mid lane, I think a couple months ago.
That's under the global ban pick, no?
No.
Just because she wanted to?
In the qualifiers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound so weird. That sounds doable.
Because you hold mid so well.
Yeah, she counts as a fighter too. Like, you know.
My big question is, right, if you put these fighters into the mid lane, how would you make up for the lack of magic damage? I mean, assuming that it's a Ruby or a Terizla.
It's either in the jungle or the gold. That means you either have a Julian or a Nathan or the Harith. That's usually the case.
Or a Lunox.
Yeah, or a Lunox. So if it's a fighter in the mid, then they will have a source of hard carry magic damage in the gold or the jungle. Usually the gold.
But that's what's the option for the gold lane now? We don't see Nathan anymore. Maybe a little bit too late game. Lunox.
Yo, if that's the
only
case,
option. Oh, Harith, right?
Yeah, Harith is there. If that's the case, still pick up the Nathan. I mean, Nathan isn't. He's synonymous with teams deciding to, hey, we're probably gonna lose the early to mid. Let's just pick up this hero so that mid to late it's so good for the wave clear, all that. But excuse me, that's not all Nathan is for. Get a good laning phase, help him out, get wins on the map, and he's also great as an early to mid option. That is still most definitely there. So if we see a Nathan, I wouldn't want to default into immediately thinking like that's a team already, like laying on their back a little bit and going, all right, we're gonna get you into the second half.
That's true though, because we've seen Nathan go full item, well, in certain competitions and tournaments, of course, but under 10 minutes. Holy Crystal, under 10 minutes.
Oh, that's more of a circumstance of the opponents not bearing down on the weakness of a Nathan in the early. But that's what I think what makes Nathan so good is his kit protects himself so well. You could say that the Nathan is independent. Sure, you want to have some good peel, some good CC. If you're lucky, a Matilda when you play a Nathan lineup, but you slap on a Purify and a very good game IQ, game sense player, and you'll see a Nathan almost go undead, go almost unkilled all game long.
Undeaded.
Undeaded.
Yeah. Yeah. Unalived.
Yeah.
Okay.
Impossible to unalive.
It looks like, ladies and gentlemen, that we do have a slight technical issue right now that we are trying to solve once again. We do want to make sure that everything is good and dandy before we head into this next match. Best of one. You want to make sure that things are good and bright, because again, we want the best viewing experience for you guys at home as well, other than of course the players on the stage and the experience that they're going through right now.
We can go into the deep annals of the meta if you'd like. I'll tell you about how Bane is the ultimate protector of the meta. Like
you have 10 minutes, go.
That's not enough. That's not enough.
Not enough.
That's not enough. Look, I've dug into my social media and I saw that I was already part of the cult of Bane 4 years ago.
4 years ago? Wow.
Sharing like these weird, like this is before he was cute. This is before he was cool. I think just right after he stopped looking like Davy Jones is when I became the chapter leader of the cult of Bane in the Philippines.
Wait, really? That far back?
Yeah.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So I'd say talking like pro scene relativity, MPL season 7.
Okay, you
What
want
are
to
we
talk
at
to
now?
us about it?
Oh yeah, sure.
Bane?
Yeah, the fact that he's a hero that is both labeled as a fighter and a mage allows for such creativity, not just in the mechanics, but also in the macro. And that's why I think I'm in love with Bane, is because I'm a macro kind of guy. I know that my fingers aren't as fast as a 15-year-old kid's. So I'm gonna make up with it
Very fast fingers.
by knowing how you would know how much I can lean in. No, he used to coach.
Yeah.
You used to coach.
Yeah, he used to coach. I coached a
MLBB
very
and other
talented
mobile
15-year-old juggler in the past.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yeah. See, so anyways, back to my story. So the Bane allows for you to know how much space to play with, how power spikes work, how CC works, and positioning. All in a single hero. Those all come up for you.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about the Bane here because Sula does play a Bane. It's recorded in the European qualifiers. Sula plays that hero not just once. It wasn't a one-off. Played it multiple times in the tournament. 3 at the least, if I'm not mistaken. So that's one of their go-to picks.
I would love to pick her brain about how she sees Bane. Because again, from one Bane main to another, I can name a few off the top. MP the King, Wise, Sula. See, this is a very exclusive club we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Who's in those Bane ambassador?
I think Kyrie's picked it up a few times.
Just a few? Does Bane not pop up in Indonesia that often?
Super Ken? I
right.
think Mirko Tron would know.
See, it's not as much. It's not a dedicated pick for him. I don't think it's as mechanically demanding as Super Ken would like. Because I know Super Ken. Super Ken likes the Lancelots. Super Ken likes the Lings.
But I think I had a conversation about Bane. I think with Renmar backstage. Was it with you?
Hey, why was I not part of this conversation?
I don't know.
Maybe you were sleeping.
I don't know. What
I'm not
Rachel's
sure.
referring to, but what is it?
About the Bane. I was wondering why don't we see the Bane that often anymore?
I don't know. Okay, that wasn't me. I don't
That
remember
wasn't
this
you?
conversation.
Who did I have that conversation
Yeah,
with?
I don't
Did
know.
I have it with myself in my head?
We have not had a conversation about Bane up until today's broadcast,
Who
Rachel.
did I cast with? Oh, wow, amazing. But anyway, as I was talking to Mr. X about this, he mentioned about the Bane severely requiring something like the Matilda.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. That was on desk.
Yeah, that was on desk.
That was on desk?
Yeah, okay, that was me.
Not
That was us.
necessarily why he can't fit to the meta or why he's not showing up as often, but just his reliance on the lineup. His reliance on a draft that will allow for him to cover for his weaknesses. But we have seen it. We have seen a Bane be drafted alongside a Hylos and a Matilda and still lose. It still happens. Why? How? When you're not able to use space well. There's a small window wherein the Bane cannot be protected by the Hylos, nor be protected by the Guiding Winds. That a little Hayabusa or a Link can get through and, stop whatever the lineup is doing. And I'll be honest, a lot of lineups have the Bane as a main core or a secondary core. So if you get rid of the Bane, then all you have is the gold laner.
So let's see if Bane pops up. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for match number 3 in this best of 1 series between Ukraine and Mongolia. Maybe we'll get a chance to touch on that later on, Leo, as Ukraine is taking quite some time here for that first ban.
I wish someone just picks a Leomord. At this point, I'm just like...
That's the hill you're gonna die on.
Leomord Bane. Alpha, Suyo, forget about it.
There was a world where Leomord Bane were legit picks.
Yeah.
2021.
And a little bit even earlier this year. Hey, I will die on that hill that the trinity of the utility is always going to be Leomord, Bane, and who's the other guy? Alpha. There we go. That's what I'm waiting for.
These are fighter utilities.
Yeah, the fighter
not
type.
tanks.
Nah, not tanks.
That's
not
right.
tanks.
Yeah.
Fighter utility.
I'm with you. I agree with you.
Right.
Chip doesn't see the light of day once again here from the side of Mongolia. Gets banned out.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Oh, Chip is one of the reasons why, as well, Bane can't be part of the meta. He's so easily jumped. There's nothing that Bane can do to protect himself. Sure, you can pop a deadly catch, but that'll only stop the inevitable.
Could also be one of the reasons why I feel like as a Bane, there's very little you can do to a Cho that you don't see coming. Flicker, Jeet Kundo, you get kicked, there's nothing you can do. Best you can do is at the end of all the animation locks, you just throw out your sharks and hope you survive long enough.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I have beaten the Cho one-on-one. Guy by the name of the King of Taunting. I think you know him. Ripo.
Oh!
MSC 2023.
Wait,
That's
did that
so
actually
epic.
happen?
It did.
Okay, I believe that.
That's quite epic.
All right.
What's
enough
not so
about-
epic is Matilda being banned out here.
Oh yeah,
so
they're
no
doing
Bane.
homework. And did we not read it right? Did we not
Yeah.
say that these two teams would play, 80-90% to the meta, and none of these bans are bands you would not see in a men's finals, in a men's playoffs. And there's a Suyo
Ban.
for this Alpha.
Ban the Alpha. Give the Jushin to Ukraine. And then, no. Okay.
This should be an easy pickup of the Alpha for Ukraine now.
Do it, Sula. Sula, the Bane doesn't have to be picked now. You can pick the Alpha.
If the Alpha doesn't get through here, I will be surprised because usually the Phobius either gets slotted in here. If it's not the Phobius, it's the Edith. If it's not the Edith, it's...
It could be the Harith, honestly. For
not only
Ukraine in
one.
particular.
Rush it right away? I don't know about that. Oh, Cho is also like a priority. First pick.
Cho and Alpha.
Cho and Alpha. Although I believe Kasapaka isn't a Cho user just yet. So, go back to one of the old favorites of heroes that get Rush. They get the Khalid. Hey, you know who cancels Khalid's like heal really well? Bane. You know, I feel like because of how many times we talked about Bane the past 10 minutes, if the Bane doesn't show up, I will be immensely disappointed.
It should be the Alpha here.
Yeah,
right?
Alpha Gatot.
Alpha Gatot.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
The name Bane means nothing anymore. Like, we've said it over and over again. Like, what is that even?
If it's not Alpha, they could even be Valentina Gatot Kacha.
That makes sense. A lot more
Or
room for
Hilda.
flexibility.
No.
But it looks like they're gonna go for Hilda.
Now you Alpha. All the more. All the more you got an Alpha.
Yeah.
Alpha.
Alpha would be so good, right?
If they don't pick up Alpha, then maybe it's just not in the pool.
These two picks already are enough for me to say, yeah, I love Bane, but not like this. Not this much.
Yeah.
Because that Hilda's going to be in your face minute one. Gatot can jump you.
It's tough.
You got to make like Elsa. Let it go.
Mid lane pick. I want someone to pick up a Valentine in the very first phase right now if they can. Right now, it just looks good for both. Get that control, quick scaling, quick burst. There's a Valentina Kali together. Great. There it is. Okay, not the Valentina, but they go Alpha, High Loss. Very beefy lineup. And not a lot of answers right now in this meta to actually cause problems for those three, snowballing and ending the game in less than 13 minutes.
But it also eliminates the flex that both the Khalid and the Hilo should have had.
Oh, we don't know.
We don't know.
Huh?
They can switch up. Who's going where?
Oh yeah, but other than that.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah. It's just these two ladies are respecting each. These two teams of ladies are respecting each other to the point of we'll set up our front line first, and then we'll commit to the cores later on.
This is not going to be a fun Nolan game. Just gonna say. If this Nolan has a good time in the jungle, they picked an amazing mid laner that'll make them struggle. Hell, they picked a Valir or a Veil. Yeah, I'm not saying Aurora. I'm not saying any of the mid laners that we're used to. It's either because they picked a super surprising Valir and Veil pick that will just be constantly difficult to get into. So the Nolan's happy.
But the Lunox does get banned here, so Mongolia have done their homework. You mentioned Amaterasu and her Lunox.
Yeah.
And they're going to deny that away. So the other two picks that we've seen her utilize from the qualifiers would be the Farsa as well as the Zask.
Oh, the Zask would be pretty good for Ukraine.
Yep, Nolan can pop it.
Yeah.
At the sight of the Hilda or the Gatot, just go into the Dominator's Ascent.
Yeah, that's
Is it still as strong a laner though?
No. He's been on the decline.
Yeah.
It's a steep slope that Zask has slid into. But in the face of these specific three in the first half of Mongolia's draft, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, and look, they just decided to ban the carry. Of course, carry being the go-to answer for the really tanky front line. Mongolia is running out of options that will actually make this lineup of Ukraine struggle in terms of burst. Good. Not gonna lie, I like this Sicilian ban, mainly because like if you added a Sicilian, with already those three heroes, the Sicilian is untouched. And Khalid, High Loss, Alpha can take all the damage in the world. They just need to buy time for the Sicilian to be able to hit what he can hit with the Bat's Feast and all of the combos he has with Impact and Claws.
Yeah, the Nolan would be the only closest thing to a friend.
Yeah. But then the Nolan, that would mean the Nolan would put himself in danger just to take that good ban there by Mongolia, honestly.
And you can make like the recently crowned champion of the men's division go just and play man-to-man. Oh, in this case, woman-to-woman. Just send that High Loss over to hunt for the Nolan. You ain't touching the Sicilian.
It's going to be very difficult. Ukraine with the carry being banned out as well. What do they... Oh, they respect 1-1 here. They take that here away from Mob Psycho. Our other options are the Melissa and Natan. do any of these two fit with their lineup?
I think Mongolia would not be so bad with an attack. They go Aurora, yeah, their lineup already is going to be playing for the later portion of the game.
Yeah, they'll protect that gold laner.
Ukraine can go full dive and just go ahead and pick up Nathan now. If it's not going to be the Nathan, excuse me, Harith. Yeah, it's not bad out. It's still wide out in the open. Paired up with the Harith and...
If they go Harith, can't Mongolia go Melissa?
That's
and
not
then
going to be enough damage.
You're in danger from the Nolan and the Melissa.
Yeah.
That's what's stopping me personally if I were to draft here that Harith pick. I kind of like the Nathan for them.
Take it away.
Steal it away.
Yeah.
There's a Valentina.
Finally. Sitting for you. Okay, they go for Moscow, so the lineup's a little bit more merciful. But yeah, right now for the lineup of Mongolia, they might actually slowly lose this through sheer will macro. The split push provided by the Moscow.
I love how Ukraine, despite coming from the relative west, northwest that is, they're playing like a Southeast Asian team.
Yeah.
I'm expecting the output to be very close to, you know, the great macros of the likes of Team Philippines and Team Malaysia.
So what's the final pick for Mongolia? I think Moskov is great too, other than of course the ability for him to play the macro game, but also the fact that it's a little bit less vulnerable compared to the other gold laners against things like the Hilda, the Nolan as well. Oh, we talked about the Ixia earlier on, and the Ixia shows up. What do we think about this pick?
Well, I mean, it can do well in terms of the team fights. Ukraine needs to run into a lot of things just to reach that Ixia, but that's the thing, they can afford to do that. That lineup is built to just run through things, willingly take damage because they can dish damage back. I'm leaning towards a lineup of Ukraine here.
That's twofer. I think Mongolia have good payoff if Ixia can plant herself well, and if the Nolan can dive in and disrupt the formation that Team Ukraine want to approach with. But execution-wise, Ukraine are just so sound. It's hard to fail with a lineup like this.
100%.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head over to the game, best of one between both of these teams. Mirko, Naisu, are you ready?
You know what? We are ready.
We are born ready.
We're filled up. We're satiated. We're ready to go. Great job on the panel, guys, for breaking
Thank
that
you,
down.
panel.
We're ready to get into this game. Interesting drafts, you know?
Very. You know, we got the Ixia pick coming out as well, despite there being quite a lot of dives on the other side of the map, right? So, obviously, you're going to have to be very, very careful with the Ixia pick. All you need to do, scale up to the mid to late. So far, Naisu, in this meta, it isn't really too safe to play the mid to late game, right? It's more safe to just go for the early game, but let's see. Maybe they can get it done this time.
I was thinking you were leaning towards, you know, it's not safe to play the Ixia, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's true too.
She's a little bit of she's always been a glass cannon.
She's a glass cannon, you just have to fully peel for her. And the thing is, there's a lot of dive on the other side. Even the Moskov, right? There's a way to blink past your front lines and get to the Ixia, and then with the Khalid, with the high-lows, just so many tools for them to dive onto Mongolia.
Whole lot of tools that can be into play here. Now, once again, welcome to the Landed On here. It's a best of one between Ukraine and Mongolia. We'll see which team can get the footing, especially in the early game. This is always one we want to pay attention to, especially looking at the lineups here. Even the emblems now that we get a little bit of a preview. And just to throw it out there, you know, you are going to see some names, of course, here for Ukraine. I believe they, you know, different from what we saw on the rosters, but it's nonetheless same players. A little bit of different name, but yeah, I want to point out the double Revitalize for Mongolia right now. They've got it for the Gatakontra, and they also have it for the Hilda, right? So the part of this is all part of the plan. You want to go for the sustain, you want to go for the healing. Not going to land at that taunt for now, though.
Playing it a bit slow. The Noxago rotating forward. Will go for the target. Oh, the freeze too! Revitalize already utilized, but it's not going to be able to save Kaksa. It's a kill. First blood over to Mongolia early on.
Okay, so, and just so we can clarify, you see two Saudi esports, right? I just want to go ahead and throw this out there. For Ukraine, this is Mali, and then over on the other side, you have Nika. So just to put that out there, I think that was part of the, of course, the tech things they had to figure out before we jumped into the game. So That being said, again, first blood going in the hands of Mongolia. They can work with the lead that they've got. Again, we have to pay attention to the jungle presence also, right? The Nolan versus the Alpha, very typical matchup. Looking to set things up here too and go through this. Again, there it is.
Lose again to some of the high-lows. Again, they're just going to take Kaksa down 2 times now. The roamer has been the main target for Mongolia. And again, the burst, they got it.
That's the burst I was talking about. You know, it's always surprising when we see this, especially with, you know, Nolans when they pop up, the amount of burst damage that does, even the fracture, able to make plays like that. And then you throw in the fact you have an Aurora. You know, you can actually just lock people down by freezing them. So this is going to give a good opportunity for them to go ahead and start up this turtle. Cox is going to give this information, and she's going to go ahead and back out. We also have here, once again, I think it's just going to be a free objective, though, because of the lead that Mongolia has been able to get themselves. They get the first turtle here. So, Miracle, when we look at Ukraine, you know, what is their timings with this lineup, and how do they find their footing in the early game?
If I'm being honest with you, they should be the ones starting things off with the early to mid. We were talking about this, right, with the Ixia pick. I understand that the Aurora and the Nolan will definitely be able to hold off the Alpha, but the thing is, I don't know, it feels really like the Khalid should be able to be more active in the early game. Let's see here, purple buff already kind of threatened away. It's going to be almost stolen in the bottom lane. Khalid chased down under the turret. Oh, it's going to be a dive. The healing not there. Deja vu picking up a kill down below. Spear of Alpha will hit her though. She won't be able to get the Revitalize down. Is she going to be able to survive against 2 members? No, it'll be Sula to take the kill down below.
Even with that Revitalize and the tanky emblem set and just a Hilda overall, you get overloaded, you're still going to go down, right? And you can only run away for so long eventually till you run out of gas. So with that, at least it gets Ukraine on the board. They can go ahead and get some response to what Mongolia has done so far. And like you mentioned, you know, part of this, even for Sula, is to go ahead and set that pacing. Usually, we always say, you know, this Alpha has that advantage. You can get rolling really quickly, and I think so far it's just kind of closing the gap. It's not a huge gap. Right, we're not talking about anything crazy in terms of the gold lead, and they're actually going to be in a good position to go into the second turtle. You can see this too. Amatsu, she has the Frigid Glacier herself. Whoa, Sulu's actually going to have to defensively use that. There's their lockdown.
Stole Frigid Glacier into the Raging Sandstorm. 3 members caught, but it's all like the full barrage. But Psycho free hitting in the back line on the Ixia. Turning it around, Amaterasu with a flicker out, but Nanaxin will chase her down under the tier 2. 14 seconds for the turtle, and 3 members of Ukraine have just been eliminated. They're going to go into the mid lane before they go to the turtle, and they'll be able to claim a tier 1 off of that massive team fight win.
What a setup with the Frigid Glacier. I mean, I know we saw the first one coming out, you know, because of the Valentina ult from Amaterasu. She started it up, but then there was a response, and then into the full barrage. What a perfect placement that was, you know, and just able to secure themselves 3 kills. Now they get the objective off of it. That is a great setup, but you can already see it, right? The gold earned here, really up top, and this is what we have to watch out for if you're rooting for Ukraine. This Ixia doesn't pop up too often in competitive play, but when it does, it serves the purpose. Mind you as well, she's running the Warcry emblem, so she gets a little bit of that extra burst damage when they do get, you know, that perfect setup, and they lock down here.
Reggie Sandstorm to disengage, saving Amaterasu. There's a bit of peel there down below as Mongolia continue to just farm off. And Oxen at this point, Papa Spear of Alpha able to escape. Glorious Pathway slowing her down, but on the Nolan, you're a bit too elusive. Oh, what happened up top, Ethan? Picking up a kill up top there on the Aurora 4-man gank.
I'm telling you, you know, the lockdown that is provided with an Aurora is really hard to escape, especially when the fact that, you know, Asilia, she doesn't have the flicker. She takes a couple shots with the turret. She's going to be fine. Should be able to heal that up too. But also that tier 1 now top side goes down because of that kill that they just got on Celia. So it looks like Mongolia really playing that macro game, looking for the wins here where they can across the map. And notice how they're traveling, right? For the most part, Mob Psycho, she just goes and rolls with the team, and she's well protected. Again, when you have a Ganakacha, you know that you've essentially got a bodyguard that you can work with here. So they're going to force this out again. Khalid's going to run. Spear's not going to land. Defensive use of the Raging Sandstorm. They're going to jump in.
Defensive use of the AOG, but unfortunately, no kill there. It was also a glorious pathway defensively. Meanwhile, again, Asilia forced to use the flicker up top. Unfortunate stuff here. Purple Buff going to be taken away, invaded. And it is perfect timing for Nanaxen to get that level of advantage as the turtle has just spawned the game. Kacha again just zoning in the bottom lane. They won't be able to get the turret, but I think this is just more of a setup to get space.
Oh, there's the lockdown.
Full barrage too, interesting, and a flicker. Onto the back, Khalid will suffer a little bit, taking a lot of damage. Spear of Alpha defensively. They aren't actually going to go for the turtle. It's a free tier 2, free tier 1 down below, and then they can just go to the turtle right now.
That's the game plan. And as you saw, you know, I know Mob Psycho used the flicker there too. She also just picked up the Sea Halbert, and that deals with some of the healing that's obviously going to come out through Ukraine's draft here, plus the Revitalize.
Revitalize has just been such a good tool for Mongolia.
It has. The double.
The double
Revitalize.
Revitalize. Once you deal with one, right, once you get anyone low, and you've crossed the first time, the first duration of the first Revitalize, there's another one that comes in, and on top of that, they just have so much peel.
That's layered.
They got a layered taunt from the Kacha. They obviously have, I don't know if you want to call this peel too, but I would say Hilda is kind of good peel. Not in the normal sense with CC, but just with pure damage. You're just hitting people away from your carries. And on top of that, there's an Aurora. That's always there to peel from Mob Psycho. And then if you do get caught by the freeze, full barrage up on you.
Yeah, there's almost 2-1. Whoa, Asilia going down again. They want to force a fight in the jungle.
Uh-oh, Sula going to be caught. Raging Sandstorm will be able to connect with the Bridge of Glacier too. It was stolen by Amaterasu, but unfortunately, it's not the same as Ethan's Frigid Glacier. So much more damage comboed in together with Deja Vu. Together with Mob Psycho too, and that wasn't even a full barrage. Nice, Sue.
Yeah, you might be able to copy, you know, the ultimate, but you can't copy the skin. The power of the skin right now for Ethan Ari is working out. It's just stronger. It seems to be really doing the lockdown, and I think a big part of it is, like you mentioned, man, it's just, you know, you're able to go ahead and peel, you're able to go ahead and stun and freeze and do just so much of crowd control that's making it hard for Ukraine to actually move around anywhere. You know, for the most part, they haven't been able to find a window of opportunity. And you can see how much pressure is here.
With the Fracture too, I thought Lethal Mission would do some more. Spear of Alpha now comboed in range of Sandstorm, but it's only going to be connecting. But they got to full barrage into the back with the AOG, locking Sula down and get the last few hits to take her down. That's a double for Mob Psycho on this Ixia.
See, this lineup from Mongolia is all about layering. It's pretty much at this point, it's a layered cake because you have the lockdown with the Frigid Glacier. We've seen it time and time again, that full barrage. And now you get a DHS locked in for Mob Psycho. That is very troublesome for those tanky members that are supposed to be on the front side here for Ukraine. And it's just seeming that it's really difficult, nearly impossible to actually find a way where they can go front to front against Mongolia. Ukraine might have to get a little creative on how they're going to initiate fights or look to cut off the back line. Now they have those tools, you know, they can actually utilize Asilia later on with a Spear of Destruction, or even having that Khalid, you know, Raging Sandstorm from an off angle. But because you fall behind 10,000 gold, this is a huge deficit now that you have to kind of come up with a miracle to defend. You will be forced to defend your base. They are working on that tier 1 in the bottom lane, so they trade. The Lord is taken by Mongolia, and Ukraine will get that turret. First one for them at the 10-minute mark of this game.
I mean, it looks bad, right? The trade, obviously, Lord for neutral, for a turret down below tier 1, but at this point, you have to take a look at it with Ukraine's point of view. It's the only objective. It's the only trade they could do. If they fought over for the Lord, they surely would have lost with a 10,000 gold deficit. But even now, it feels like they've already kind of been outscaled by Team Mongolia's composition. The fact that the Ixia that we've been talking about needed the mid to late, needed some more time to get going, and she got that. She didn't even need time. She got the snowball.
She got the snowball early on.
All the items already, power spike already, and they're managing the waves really, really well. Bottom lane going to be crashing down. The holy defense still intact though, so Celia should be able to get the few hits that she needs to clear it out.
Very well timed. All these holy shields going to pop too. They're going to go for this mid side, so all turrets being worked on from all angles. Are they going to force a fight here, looking to push in that top side a little bit? And the problem with this is that Freeze and that Frigid Glacier are ready and locked and loaded. They might push in here.
Oy.
Whoa. Flicker. Okay. Flicker already used. Getting a little bit of that shield, but now the mid lane, once again, the focus.
AOG catching him into the full barrage again, free hitting, the Raging Sandstorm hits, but everybody has been zoned away. The Spear of Alpha to the front, Sula basically Spear of Alphaing in towards the freeze. Now without Sula, how do they defend? It's a base turret up top, getting fallen as well. Fracture assassination from the Maxon, able to get the kill in the base. That was just a pure dime. Acelia no flicker. Kaksa trying to get an angle to possibly just frontline for Acelia. The poke is there. Deja Vu walking up front on his own. Acelia ways after the Glorious Pathway deals some damage. Kaksa to get the fracture. Able to get one more. Now it's Kaksa under the disengage. A few more minions that are going to be spawning to delay the end for Ukraine. Mongolia will stay disciplined. They'll go back into the bottom lane, take it down. Structures on top of kills. Freeze! Acelia no flicker. Caught by the full barrage by Mob Psycho. And the crystal surely will fall here. Almost a wipeout. 12 minutes, 17-1.
Very, very strong showing from Mongolia here. It looks like, you know, they brought to the draft a lineup that requires proper layering, and they did just that, really showcasing the synergy they have here. I mean, the double revitalize, if that wasn't enough, you had so many initiation points, so many overlapping of damage profile ultimates. That's even regarding the fact that you have an Ixia that got the early start that you usually don't get. I mean, you pick up an Ixia, you know you're going to have a hard time in the early game, but then you shine later on. This time it was from start to finish, where she really got the ball rolling early on, because I guess it was the team working together to make things work. And it was really hard just for Ukraine, you know, to find a window to catch up and make things come together here for them.
Again, a phenomenal game there. Just an absolute stomp. We've just been seeing stomps after stomps here, Naisu, at day one of Women's MLBB IESF WEC 24. And honestly, just feels like all of the teams have just been so composed, right?
Yeah.
Super disciplined. Whenever they get that lead in the early game, and even here, we were talking about that early to mid not being in favor of them, having a Nolan, having also the Ixia in the gold lane, but they proved everybody kind of wrong there. Mid to late, no problem. As long as you're able to get that snowball going from the start, it becomes pretty easy to not play mid to late. It becomes an early to mid kind of same play style, just with different picks.
Yeah, and again, I think a big part of it just was the fact that, you know, even when you're trying to defend in the base, man, you got to think about it. A full barrage, when it's set up properly, it cuts out nearly a third of your base. Like, you're almost forced to just purposely split up as a team, and then, you know, you're not really in the ideal fighting position to go ahead and contest or even defend, you know, certain objectives, or when you're in your base defense. And that was just a really good option where you don't see teams do that too much, because they know that there is a risk, like I said, about the Ixia pick, but they made it work. And I think also the Aurora there was an integral part of making it work, even though they had to deal with a Valentina man across them, like I said. Whether it was the skin or not, the KOF skin with the Aurora, I'll tell you what, those Frigid Glaciers were on a point, and it set things up perfectly. Not only did you have the Frigid Glacier, but you also had the Avatar of the Guardian, and that was really tough to play against when you think about it, man. It's just too many options to go ahead and set things up for your holy grail of damage, which is full barrage.
There's way too much PLCC combos. They got everything in the composition, right? Even the early game, where we were talking about the fact that maybe in their drafts, what they lacked in the early game, they were able to make up with just stellar gameplay.
Yeah.
They constantly just poked and targeted the high-lows down. Kaksa wasn't really able to do much in the early game, even with the Revitalize. That was a Nolan plus the Aurora, and this is why Nolan plus Aurora, usually when they pick off also Roamer, usually we see Kaja or Cho, does so well in the early game, because you're just able to pick people off, get that snowball going, or shut one person down to set up for the neutral objectives. When you have a man advantage in the neutral objectives, it just becomes such an easy deal. And the fact that it was the high-lows that got shut down played into their benefit much more.
I think that's why we're still seeing this Nolan pop up quite often. You know, I know it's mostly like Alpha, but the
Suyo.
Nolan is, Suyo, but the Nolan is still great, because you always have that option to just go for that assassination, especially, you know, when you get that set up properly for your team. So that was all falling into place perfectly for them. Again, congrats to Mongolia here. We are going to hear on the stage an interview with one of the players, so let's go ahead and throw it over on stage.
Congratulations on a great victory, but with the Mongolian scene, especially over the past year, continuing to develop and gather some more eyes on it as well, did you kind of feel any pressure to perform on the big stage?
By the way, it's our first LAN competition. It's so excited. Yeah, it's so excited and thankful for IESF. IESF for the.
Were you scared coming on a big stage? First LAN event, first tournament, first experience. Was it scary?
Yeah, it's Little scared, but it's best experience.
And my final question for you, with the women's scene in MLBB continuing to develop and continuing to grow, have you had an opportunity to practice against some of the other teams before coming into this event? Have you had the opportunity to scrim against them?
Global esport games, it's some country were played before played. That's all.
No practice outside of this event, really, like outside of events. Okay, well, you know what? Best of luck throughout the rest of the tournament. Congratulations on your victory again. Let's find out what our analysts have to say about that.
Thank you, Jasmine, and of course, congratulations once again to Mongolia. What a performance. I think we have a new huge fan over here on the panelists.
Mark it up, Mongolians. I am now a Mongolian female MLBB national team fan.
That's a very specific type of fan, and I'm gonna ride that high by saying Mongolia is a shoo-in for the playoffs.
I could agree. I could agree with the way that they were performing earlier on. We talked about the drafts and how difficult it was to execute, and yet they did it to perfection. It felt like it was effortless at a certain point, and it's so great to see the interview coming through, telling all of the audience out there and even in the venue as well that this was their first LAN experience as well. So again, ISF just really opening opportunities for all MLBB female players around the world.
That was them saying we didn't really get like a lot of practice, like heading up to it. It's just when we got here, we got to scrim a little bit with the other national teams of the women. But that is pure skill. That is pure skill. What Zulana did, again, the IGN in this game was Ethan Nari, but what Zulana did, that Aurora, one of the main reasons why this Nolan was free is because, Naisu and Mirko touched on it earlier, I believe, is that Kaksapak on a signature high loss, by the way, that's a signature pick for her, just could not get any presence for herself at all, whether it's aggressive or defensive. They did not hesitate to take that high loss down every time they saw Kaksa.
And it adds an extra layer to Mob Psycho's use of the full barrage. Like, you just don't have to think of where the full barrage is, but also, are we walking into the frigid glacier?
Yeah.
Not to mention how amazing Deja Vu was in just ruining the backline, living inside Asula's jungle, and Nika just placing the AOG where all of the other box setting skills were already spent, or where else it wasn't spent. So again, even if this lineup was on paper harder to execute with, the micro and the sheer skill that Team Mongolia have shown was more than enough to make up for it.
Peculiar enough, I would also say compatibility with one another.
Yeah.
Because it requires really good communication and chemistry to pull what they were able to pull off. Because other than Zulana, right, that was a facilitator to the full barrage that would later come out of Mob Psycho that hit a lot of damage.
Yeah, like for the lineup of Ukraine, you didn't really need that much communication. Literally, Valentina high loss together. All right, just make sure all is good in the roam in the mid. Maybe from time to time you get Molly and the Kali going. Guys, maybe just a little bit more help here. The Hilda's a little bit getting difficult to deal with. But then that's it. For Mongolia, once he got to the major rotations, is that, hey, Nika, are you close enough to jump in? Yeah, sure. All right. Axon, where are you at? I'm just getting a farm here. I'm splitting the minion wave. It's like, there's so many things you have to consider if you're Mongolia. But again, it boils back to the idea that what Eterna said, they made it look effortless.
But the fact that they're also good at their independent roles,
yes,
and they know the limits of their individual heroes, makes for a symphony of execution that I haven't seen in WEC 24 Women's MLBB just yet. Even the way Team Indonesia played, nothing against Team Indonesia.
It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
them
used
as
to
my
it.
queens as well. But even in that game that they played in the opener of today's broadcast, it was just very in your face.
Yeah.
We'll get the job done. Vivian died like once, but sure. Maybe also partly because we expect that from Team Indonesia. But when you watch this game by Team Mongolia up against Team Ukraine, it makes more sense. It's more of an intricate song. You know, like when you listen to a song, it's an easy bop when it's like a pop song. We can bam, 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 bam. But if it's an orchestra, which what Team Mongolia did here, you're more impressed by it. You're more like, ooh, that's a. I've never seen this. Ooh.
It just makes it makes you put that stang face on. You go, huh? Oh, that's how I felt. Like these two would testify. I was like that behind the scenes.
Turn it up, turn it up.
And it's even more impressive because again, this was their first ever event like this.
That's crazy.
How are they that good?
Their first LAN event.
Big question.
It's my goodness. I think it just boils back to something that we were talking about behind the scenes. What Jasmine got to touch on with that great question is that for the past year there have been more eyes on the Mongolian scene. In our Club World Championship, for their wild cards, Mongolia didn't make it through, but there were people going, "Hey, this Mongolian squad, who are they? Hey, they're impressing us in the mid-season cup." Sort of a little bit of a dip, but still, it was there, and the idea remains. And this Mongolian female squad is just carrying that torch that Mongolia has started to shine since late last year.
So, to me, I'm just as shocked by the fact that they haven't really performed or played on a LAN. But to me, it makes sense because if this talent that's being incubated within Mongolia takes, you know, the same strand or the same playstyle as we have from the Mongolian teams that have made it to the world stage or to international events in the MLBB esports landscape, then it makes sense. It's just a matter of time because Mongolia to us is relatively new. They've been with us, what, no more than 18 months. Now at WEC 24, it just came time that we got to meet their women's team. And who's to say that there's more to them? It's not just non-action, it's not just Zulana that's good. What if they had to go through other teams that can perform just as well?
Exactly. And we have a lot of more time to find out as well. But also the one thing that I really wanted to talk about was a fall from gates from the Alpha. Finally, we see the Alpha fall here.
I actually looked back at the history of a few major leagues, few local major leagues, and the few times that the Alpha did lose, it was in the hands of the Nolan or the Suyo. So Suyo mainly from macro, Nolan mainly from execution.
Yeah.
There's very few things you can actually trump the Alpha off of, but if you can macro out with the Suyo, you win. If you can burst out with a Nolan, you win.
Yeah, and remember we talked about it real quickly that one of the ways to make this Nolan work is that if they paired it up with a great high control mage, something to stop invades, good pokes. The Aurora in the 4th pick was perfect.
Absolutely. So we're gonna see what the last match has to offer because we do still have one more ahead of us. But before we get into that one, we're gonna go on a short break. We'll see you soon because we'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and a Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game, a chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welcome, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, kallos irtate, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nab, IESF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it. This gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it.
And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, for WEC 2024 live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as we're going to get into the final match of the day for the group stages here for MLBB Women's. We're back on the panel with me, Eterna, as your desk host, and there you go. There's Renmar as well as Leo.
Hey, it's good.
We had fun with our last matchup.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. I am still looking for my opportunity to get a photo with the Mongolian team, but it seems like they are avoiding me. No, I'm kidding. No, they're busy. They still have other games to play, and they're playing games right now.
And fun fact, I just want to blow your minds a little bit.
Sure.
So I got a little update from IESF.gg, and it looks like Colombia is top 3 right now, and Cambodia, the team that we thought would devour the groups, is at 0 points.
What? After one match?
After one match.
Okay, after one match.
So now, them going head-to-head here. This is interesting. One is coming off a win, and one is actually coming off a loss. And here it is. Nepal was actually the one to be able to take down earlier on in the groups. Wait, no, huh? Oh, I got it flipped.
It was flipped. Cambodia got the
1-0.
Yeah. No, you were thinking of Argentina.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because they both went through the Americas qualifiers.
Yeah. So Argentina might be the misread. It might be Argentina that we're putting a lot of pressure on, a lot of expectations through. But I think I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. This is their first match, and they are facing off against Cambodia, another favorite out of Group B. So that doesn't change much. Looking at it now, Mongolia, number 1, Nepal, and Cambodia. So we were off 1.
Yeah.
Argentina.
Based on the round 1 matchups.
Wow, the teams the teams that we expected to make a mark here. Argentina and Ukraine, I know they were picks for both of us, but Mongolia and even Nepal. Wow, Group B. I mean, we did call Group B the Wild West, the unpredictable one, and it's living up to the name.
Nepal and Mongolia, I mean, geographically speaking,
right there,
pretty close. That is the East Asian breeding ground of new talents coming through. I'm in for it. Would not be surprised if it actually was, and in the end, Nepal, Mongolia, Cambodia.
Could be.
I'm sorry, Argentinians. I talked a big game, and we did just say out loud just expectations.
It's still the first match, though.
Yeah.
Right? They still have 4 more ahead of them. So there's definitely room for things to change right now. So I'm excited to see how it will all unravel as we get through the next few matches. But coming back again into this next matchup, Colombia versus Cambodia. We talked about Cambodia earlier on, the fact that they were the ones to be able to beat Team Philippines. They're defending world champs at this point, right?
Yeah.
And they were able to defeat them 2-1. Now, that's huge prestige.
In the first phase of the playoffs of that qualifier.
Yeah. No, not just the first phase. Yeah. You mean the first stage of the playoffs,
yes.
like past the group stage.
Correct.
Yes. But however that did happen, a little bit more on that story on Cambodia later on.
Let's first talk about Colombia.
Yeah, Colombia first. Colombia.
Their official team roster right now: Yuri Nakamaru, Prime Maki God, Lia Talia, as well as Valu. So these are still the main 5 players that we saw from their respective qualifiers.
Yeah. This, usually with the Latin American teams, I know they love flexing individual mechanics. Assassins, definitely going to be in the pool there for the jungles. Mid laners that can thrive in pulling off things like flickering forward and using your skill. I'm looking at Aurora. We saw a monster Aurora game earlier. And of course, those EXP laners that aren't just built to defend, but are built to be aggro. Hilda for sure definitely might come in the mix here for Colombia.
That's what I'm hoping for. In this matchup between Cambodia and Colombia, it's clear that Cambodia is coming from a more developed ecosystem.
Oh, yes.
Cambodia has seen more reps on the international stage. My hope for this Colombia lineup, the roster of Team Colombia, is that they don't fall to the passive trap, that they don't become reactive when it comes to, putting the pedal to the metal, because I expect Team Cambodia to be the aggressor. I'm hoping Colombia does more than just accept that fact and have their own game plan.
In either or way, they have the tools to do so. Because surprisingly, if we take a look at their talent pool and the hero pool that they have, they're all in the meta right now. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later as we get into the official team roster for Cambodia. We have Moshi Tagami, Nabi, Yue, and Yui Fendi. These are, again, not unfamiliar names.
Yeah, for Cambodia, of course, they have Tagami there, their jungler, the first female player to play in MPL Cambodia, and be a champion, because this roster is made up of members of teams called CFU Serendipity.
That's right.
However, it is CFU Gaming, Tagami, who, well, is a champion in her own right.
The assets need to be flipped a bit.
Yeah, because that's
Moshi Bang.
Moshi
Bang is the XP laner, and then Tagami is the jungler,
Yeah.
photo-wise. But regardless, these are the ladies that we saw that dropped the aforementioned Team Philippines, who at that time were on top of the world, and then suddenly in a Game 3, best of 3, it's Team Cambodia who comes out on top. You guys keep hyping up Tagami. I'm here to, put a little spotlight on Yui.
I agree.
think Yui deserves to be highlighted as well, because a lot of what Team Cambodia did in that qualifier would not be possible if not for her Edith. I think the way she plays Edith in Rome is prolific in the sense that you're not sure. She's like a rattlesnake. Do they have those in Cambodia? Are there Khmer's native snake? But
I'm not good with like a zoology, so
yeah,
it's not my strongest.
Yeah,
suit.
the Cambodia First United, their logo is a shark. But yeah, I'm getting lost. I'm getting there. I like how Yui plays. Can I just put it that simple
Yes.
as that? Your gold laner, safe, stable. Tagami, mechanically gifted. Yui, she has a good read on where the rest of her team is going.
And if there's any possibility of our unique picks coming through that we mentioned earlier specifically, it could be now too. So other than the Edith for, of course, Yue, Nabi has a Nana in her mix as well. So might we be seeing that?
I appreciate any team that has a Nana in their pool. Thank you for bringing that up. So hopefully we get to see that. Nana is, I feel like, one of the heroes that you could definitely go for in a BO1.
Oh, yeah.
Last pick Nana's like, oh, what major are they going to pick? Oh, Vixana, Valentina, Aurora. And then boom, Nana. What you going to do with Nana when you turn into Melina? Nothing. When you turn to a stuffed toy? Nothing.
Nothing.
So yeah, hopefully the Nana. But you know what? I think Leo Morton. No, I'm not gonna go back into
We're
that.
going
again.
back to Leo
No.
I mean,
No,
maybe
I'm
you
not
can
gonna
try
keep
the
my hopes.
second time.
I'm not gonna get my hopes up anymore. There definitely be 100% no Leo Morts here.
Speaking of the jungle matchup, Tagami has a lot of heroes in her pool. She plays the Lancelot, she plays the Assassins.
Yeah.
So potentially we could be seeing that as well, as compared to the thing that we've been so used to, right? The Suyos, the Alphas, perhaps even the Banes.
Yeah. And when you look at Cambodia as a region, similar to Latin America, they love the brash personalities who are mechanically gifted. Cambodia, even more so, they have high respect for the mechanically gifted players. The players who they've deemed GOATs, greatest of all times from Cambodia, are some of the best in their role. You have the likes of Boxy as the roamer with how mechanical he can get with that Cho.
Detective in the jungle.
Even one of the best Philippine exports that we've had from the country, MP the King, what he did for See You Soon, that put him in like the upper tier GOAT status, a mechanically gifted player as well.
Honorary Kamai.
Honorary Kamai at this point. At some point, even Donut, the gold laner from the Philippines. I think he still is 100% an honorary Kamai. So if we talk about mechanics from Latin America and Colombia, you definitely have to add that in the conversation when talking about Cambodians.
And I think we're going into this match a little more well-informed, because throwing back to Ukraine versus Mongolia, we all praised that macro-centric draft that Ukraine ended up with. And again, it was so hard to fail with that. It had such great coverage. But at the end of the day, it was Mongolia's mechanics that came out through.
100%.
I think now in this final broadcasted game in the groups of day one, it has to be the same. So if there's anything Cambodia or Colombia are going to be relying on, it has to be sound mechanics.
And here in particular, I would also argue for experience. Because other than your grasp of the meta, especially the grasp on the fundamentals as well, other than the micro mechanics that you mentioned earlier, I think experience is something that Cambodia definitely has.
Yeah, Cambodia trumps Colombia in that sense about tenfold.
Yeah. Not a lot of time and opportunity and experience just yet for the ladies in Latin America. It is growing, yet at the pace of teams in Southeast Asia, not quite there yet. Southeast Asian teams, again, with it being the mecca of MLBB all across the world, there's definitely been a lot more time. And of course, we talk about CFU Serendipity, the team of, or the organization of the members of Team Cambodia. They were just here a few months ago competing with the world's best female MLBB teams for the Women's Invitational, the first ever Club Women's World Championship for MLBB Esports. They struggled there, but you could definitely argue that that was such a big learning experience, and what Cambodia has also done for them to improve as a team is definitely their biggest trump card here.
Yeah, you're talking about results. They really haven't been able to churn that out. But if you're just talking about reps, I gotta double check my numbers, but they're a 3 or 4 time MWI competitor. So they've been to that stage.
Exactly. Time and time again. And it's not just the experience in the game that we're talking about here, but also the mentality of what these players are feeling on the stage. Because last year at MWI, I got an interview with Egypt, and even they mentioned, even them being interviewed, they were shaking.
Earlier this year.
Earlier this year. But that's what I mean, right? The presence of being on a stage as big as this, the prestige of being in a world championship. You know, if your fingers are shaking, how can you press the buttons properly? You know, just to put it very simply.
Can't use your feet.
You can't. Can't use your feet, guys.
I don't know, there are some athletes who have been able to do that. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Gold medalists at that.
That's right. We held the Paralympics for MLBB not too long ago, and that's neither here nor there. We're talking about the feeling of being on that stage and competing like you never have before. Mongolia did well to beat those jitters.
Yeah.
Let's see how Colombia does that. Yeah, we don't have to ask that for Cambodia. Like they know what it's like.
Are there teams built like my Mongolian queens? I don't know.
They're your Mongolian queens now.
So far, no. So far, no. I think Mongolia, as a first-time international competitor, is performing well.
The best.
Slay it.
What is this bias coming through? Okay, I think we need to like pick our regions.
Okay, we say ours are the same, right? 3, 2, 1, Mongolia.
What? No, I mean like different ones.
No, you didn't say different ones.
Okay, different ones then.
Oh wait, so what's the prompt here? What are we gonna do?
No, just for things to get interesting.
Okay,
like just in
alright.
case our teams go against each other.
Same. 3, 2, 1. Indonesia.
Vivian rules all. What?
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 I thought you were in Mongolia. What's going on?
No, yeah, but like
It was a simple question, guys.
the mother of all tanks.
Okay, specific players.
Okay.
Okay.
Specific players.
All right, let's
Go ahead.
for it.
3, 2, 1.
Mongolia. Oh, I'm sorry, I messed it up.
You're
again.
not listening. We're speaking English. This is the language you speak.
Yeah. Okay.
You understand
okay.
the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yeah. Yes. Now I do. Now I do.
Alright,
Yes.
cool.
All right.
Crystal.
But I think with that, it's clear we're both Mongolian fans.
And I think they've gained a lot of fans as well watching from
Yeah.
home.
Oh, who's your player pick?
Non accent. The Nolan.
Oh, then yeah, that's a great choice. Do you have one? I mean, you can. It's totally fine if you just want to go with the Indonesian
going
team,
with
Indonesian player. Yeah, of course. Who's your favorite player in the Indonesia squad?
For Indonesia, I'd say Fumieko.
Ooh, okay.
Fulmieko's
Great
my
choice.
choice.
Great choice.
XP Queen.
XP Queen. And with that, we're also going to take a look at other queens because it looks like both of these teams are ready. Colombia as well as Cambodia. Let's take it to the stage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it right now for another match, another hype with MLBB Habibi right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Your word is what again?
My word? What do you mean?
Khalas?
Khalas. But it's not khalas just yet. We've
Yeah?
still got more MLBB still to go. So did I do the pronunciation?
Oh, you
There we
perfection.
go. I nailed it. But you know what, Bara? It's been exciting thus far over here on the big stage. We still have more MLBB to go, though. And it is going to be another best of one, which means the results could be very much up in the air. What do you think?
I think it is time to go right now and introduce the first team getting right now for this match. So let's hear it for Team Colombia! I can feel the confidence, I can feel the power and the girl power right now heading in. And I feel that pretty much they actually make it happen for this match. It's just a feeling, it's just a hunch.
just a hunch, but whether or not your hunch is correct is a whole other story. Because I know that their opposition is eager to make their way to this very gorgeous stage. So let's go ahead and welcome out the bat. It is Team Cambodia. And you know what's really interesting about this lineup, Butter?
Tell me.
Amongst Team Cambodia, they have Tagami,
Okay.
which is the very first woman to compete in the men's league and be crowned a champion as well. So now, ladies, the real question is, can you do it right here in Riyadh? What do we think?
I think it is time to go right now. So, talents, take it away and fire it up.
And fire it up we shall. Thank you so much, Bara. Thank you so much to Jasmine for the wonderful introduction for both of these teams. And I finally remember something.
What is it?
Cambodia, Homemao.
Homemao! That's the one.
Yes.
What does that mean again? Like direct
Just cheer.
Cheer?
Yeah.
It's like make some noise.
Make some noise, yeah.
Yeah, the ladies are smiling. They know.
Yeah, they know.
But yeah, back again to this matchup.
Akun for entertaining us.
Oh, what does that mean?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
They laughed along, so.
I'm gonna look for, because I'm trying to remember if Colombia's just straight up Spanish. I mean, we gotta even it out. If
We do.
We're bringing out some
Okay,
here,
amigo.
we gotta
Okay,
bring out.
amigo. Let's do that.
C.
But back again, this best of one match, it's going to be very telling to how both these teams are going to utilize that momentum to bring it forward in their respective groups. So when we're moments away of coming into the drafting phase, what do we need to be looking at?
Assassins, mechanics, all those heroes that maybe for someone like us might be a little bit too difficult to pull off at this point in our lives. But definitely for these young women, they have the mechanics, the reflexes to bring out those assassins. I'm watching out for those.
Yeah, I think you have to consider so if you're talking about assassins, you have to consider the mid-tres. The mid-tres. The mid-trio.
Yes, the mid-three.
Yeah, because you said we gotta even it out, speak a little Spanish. Consider the mid-trio and understand how that will attack the opponent's side lanes. Because mid-trios don't attack each other.
Yeah.
So you affect your opponent's side lanes, and if things go well, the aggressor should always beat down on their choice of the gold lane or the XP laner.
Yeah, I thought I learned something today. It is actually just trio. You didn't need to change anything. We're already speaking Spanish by saying that. But yeah, I agree with you. Definitely, especially with the last one, Alpha and the Nolan. The reason why the Nolan trumped that Alpha is because it had a great mid laner paired up with it, and the rotations that they had protected the Nolan a little bit better, which allowed to the Nolan eventually branch off away from his her Roman mid laner and go off on her own, trying to find her own victory. So if we talk about assassins, really it all boils down again to the Roman mid that it's paired with.
I get that, but there's this one hero that I wish would pop up. And I'm thinking with Cambodia, with Tagami in the mix, it might come out because it has been ignored the entire day. That hero is Fanny.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Were you going to say Lancelot? Like,
no,
Lancelot is okay
No,
too.
I agree with you. No, Fanny, 100%.
Fanny.
Yeah. I wish a Fanny came up.
The Fanny should be noted because we've only seen one Fanny ban all day.
Yeah.
And looking back at the men's playoffs, Fannies were banned like 80% of the time. Minimum. I'm being very conservative.
That particular match.
Yeah, hopefully. If Tagami has like a Fanny like ready for her and then suddenly shows up first pick right away, if Cambodia is gonna be playing on the blue side, that's fire.
That would be so chaotic too.
Yeah, and as far as I know also that based off of the previous tournaments we've seen, Fanny in the women's scene is not common.
Yeah.
If a Fanny pops up in the women's scene, it's specialized for a very special player. Is Tagami that very special player? Again, in the introduction, in MPL Cambodia, the professional league in Cambodia, she's the first female to ever play there and the first female to become a champion.
And what this means for Team Colombia is if ever the Fanny does pop up, it'll test the depth of the hero pool. Do you have the stoppers? Can you adjust on the fly? If let's say you don't ban the Fanny, you you got stuck on this whole Suyo Alpha dichotomy, the eternal rivalry of those two in the jungle. What if suddenly the Fanny comes out second phase or early pick 3 or something? Can you adjust on the fly? Did you have the resources in the hero pool to address that?
That's a valid question. That's a valid question. And that's even if it pops out, right? There's a case to be made that it actually might not.
You're just hopeful.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I want to see my Fanny.
So
I'm hopeful too.
I miss out on Mabane. He's accepted the fact that Leomord's not showing up today. Maybe the Fanny.
Maybe.
So
let's hope.
Maybe that'll be a great little game to play for the final game that we're going to be looking at today. Which one of our picks is going to show up?
Yeah,
is it your Bane?
the slightly off-meta picks.
Yeah, is it my Leomord or is it your Fanny pick?
That's not fair though. Hers is like a hot pick. It's just we haven't really seen it come through.
No, but again, in the context of the women's scene, Fanny isn't that common. So I feel like we're on even ground here.
Yeah.
Fair.
It's not as caliente as a pick.
Yeah, it's not muy caliente.
But it should still be something to note.
See,
because it's impossible that Tegami doesn't play that.
Again, is there someone we can ask in Cambodia? Should we ask our good friend Ice Frog right now?
Ice Frog, he just had a baby.
Really?
He did.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, chat him up real quick.
Yeah.
Tegami.
I will.
Because other than that, she's played the Fredrin as well as the Baxia. Back again, right? These are two heroes, once again, that we don't see quite often.
The qualifiers did happen
4
tail end
months
of
ago.
June. Yeah.
Almost 6 months ago.
6
almost.
months ago.
Yeah, it was at the tail end of June. And again, I want to go back to something that's been in my head. If I'm not mistaken, the Women's Invitational, the first ever Club World Championship, happened when again?
May? Was it May?
July, wasn't it?
It was July.
Yeah, their qualifiers happened before the Philippines raised that trophy. So they were able to take down the eventual World Club Champions. That says something.
Exactly.
For
Yeah,
Cambodia. And
it
that's also
happened-
one of the reasons why Team Philippines had to improve.
That's right. It happened after the fact. So Cambodia beat out the then reigning world champion.
No, not yet.
Beforehand.
Because if it happened in July, it was...
Oh, yeah, June, right.
Yeah, tail end of June.
It was before. Yeah.
Like Mirko would say, a loss is not an L is not a loss, it's a learns.
It's a learn.
It's a learns, yeah.
Learns experience.
Yeah. What do you get from your teachers? Learns.
Learns.
That's why they write learns plans.
I got a bunch of failing marks. I don't know what y'all talking about. Just waiting up here for everything to get started out on stage. Still waiting for the draft.
It seems like Team Colombia are locked in, anxiously veering over to their opponents, or to... I can clearly tell that Team Colombia are new to this.
Yeah. Seems like it's a little bit better right now for the Colombian squad. See there, of course, Team Cambodia and their coaching staff. If I'm not mistaken, that's 2 coaches right there behind them.
For each?
Yeah. Got a coach and an analyst. Oh, for each. Also?
Look at that. Yeah, those are 2 figures standing behind the athletes.
It could be. It could be.
That may be league operations, brother.
Well, I can confirm that there's 2 coaches for Team Cambodia.
I mean, you can walk up and ask.
You just
What do you want to do?
You just shouted in the speakers right now.
Oh,
Excuse
that's
me.
true. That's true.
No,
we can
they-
also ask on the
They
speakers.
look very busy.
Okay, let's
So,
leave them to
they
their,
look very
their
busy
thing.
with their-
Right,
they're all
let's not
locked in right
bother
now.
them.
This game could define where they end up in the playoffs brackets.
You think?
Or if they make it through, because it's more dire for Colombia. Colombia's already got 1 loss. Cambodia is coming into this with 1 win. This is urgent. This is significant bout they're about to go into.
I guess that's true because of the results from the other teams. So they do want to get as many points as possible. So just to remind you guys at home that are watching, and even in the audience, this group stage is actually quite unique, right? In this group stage, we have 12 teams participating, all divided into 2. So there's 6 teams in Group A, and there's 6 teams in Group B. Top 3 will be able to move forward, but here's the gist. Top 2 go to the upper brackets. Meanwhile, the 3rd place in respective group goes to the lower bracket. So the playoffs will be a double elimination.
Yeah. And actually, the interesting thing about our lower brackets is it's the two teams that end up in the lower bracket will not instantly face each other. They're going to be waiting for results in the upper bracket.
Yep, the losers of each of those upper bracket matches.
Yeah. So in a way, it's still quite... You're still in a dire situation because you are essentially playing like one tournament life left. But then at least the teams in the lower bracket still would have had a shot to research and look at the rotations, the drafts of the teams that already competed in the upper bracket that they were waiting for. So in a way, it's a little bit more of a forgiving system, but then again, it's not like you're really punishing them for making third. They're still in the playoffs, but to like instantly punish them would have been a little bit too much. So I kind of like this system that we have here.
Yeah, but if we're talking about punishing, what do you think about a best of one? Because would you not say that maybe luck is also involved in a best of one?
Hey.
Like about the sides as well, side selection.
You're only afraid of your luck if you don't make your own luck. So you just play well.
But even so,
That was a bit too deep. That kind of rattled
Yeah,
my
me
brain.
too.
Not
I was
gonna
thinking
not gonna
about it
lie.
a little bit.
I was just hit with like wisdom. I was just there like, whoa.
Yeah, no, you know the format, so you don't play the format. You play your best.
Yeah.
You don't risk it.
Right.
So every single draft matters. Every single movement on the map matters.
but here's an argument. So far in this tournament, we've had a 60-40% win rate on each side. More so for red at 60-ish%. I don't know the updated stats, but that's what we saw for MLBB men's. In a best of one, you get what I'm going with this?
So then it may have skewed the number.
No, your luck might come down to a coin flip.
Exactly.
Literally. Oh, that's why I mentioned. I get it. That is 100% true, especially with the side selection.
Preparedness is the key. You just have a good draft for blue, have a good draft for red, and you study what your opponent's tendencies are either side.
Yeah, 100%. Like when it comes to best of ones, it's really up to your team to just be ready for anything. Whether it's you guys have cheese picks, you have specific strategies that you will only do in a best of one, shows your strength to the team because it's going to call for more. Because again, the longer you are in the tournament, the longer the series gets. So it becomes best of threes, and then that's where you can really flex. Like, okay, we're not just a best of one squad, we're a best of three squad too.
So Fanny.
Nah, I don't think.
Guys.
Team Mongolia, I think.
Fanny for Mongolia.
Where are we going?
I have no idea. But okay, let's talk about the drafts a little bit more. Speculation. Chip
Okay.
won't be let go, right? And I'm assuming that the Jushin will also be banned.
For sure. We
Chip
have
and
not
Jushin.
seen a Jushin at all yet. She's she is persona non grata so far for the women's squad. I'll just have to double check the stats though if someone was able to let her through in the series that weren't broadcasted. But from what I can tell so far, almost all, not literally all of the series that we've played today saw no Jushin played at all.
Yeah, someone banned it early in the first phase.
Yeah, we even got to see Sicilian before Jushin. Sana, Lilia, we've seen Cyclops.
Saw Harley.
Saw Cyclops twice.
Yeah, we did.
Sicilian's in the hero pool that we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah?
Colombia, Leah, she plays a Sicilian.
For both of them or for
For Leah.
for Leah? Ah, all right. Colombia, okay. Oh, the Sicilian factor. You know, I like it when teams have Sicilian as an option for them in the mid lane. Because again, as much as we want to think of Sicilian as like really just good for defending mid to late, he's so good at also controlling and being a pester. Once he gets his second die, the power spike already.
Yeah, he's also high range.
Yeah. It's the high range, good crowd control. If you really cannot get to him, you're just gonna get bursted down after like the third bats feast. That's like, oh, it's Sicilian time. So hopefully that's something that can be leveraged by Colombia. Make sure that they have a good front line to peel and support for that Sicilian, so that eventually, if ever Cambodia do get their assassins, the Sicilian will still be well protected and can actually be quite punishing for a lineup that cannot get the Sicilian fast enough.
What else is on the board? Sicilian. Jushin should be banned out. The rest is quite straightforward. We've seen the Matilda.
Are we
the
gonna see an Eve?
Ruby, Lolita, Eve. We haven't. I guess it hasn't been let go, right? It's always banned out in the first phase.
I think Eve actually... There's a chance, but teams, would prefer to ban it in the first phase now. Sometimes even like... Most of the bans we've seen on Eve, if I'm not mistaken, have been blue side. Like blue 1 or blue 2.
Yep.
So has it taken first phase banning priority?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
Or is this just specific to WEC MLBB Women's?
No, I think not Eve, because we also saw first phase blue side bans for Eve in the men's side. And then when open, teams would not hesitate or would really try to go for Eve in the first phase on the red side. I think that's one of the reasons also why Eve gets banned out. It's just a strong first 2 picks on the red side that you can go for.
It's usually Jushin Eve on the
Let's go.
trade.
We're going to the drafts, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey,
Oh,
we saw
wins.
Fanny.
Nobody wins.
We saw Fanny, but it got banned. But hey, you called it. You called it. You're the one who said it's Cambodia, it's Tagami, why not Fanny? And Colombia right away said no Fanny.
fine.
That was a great prediction to turn out.
Very sad though, sad.
It's technically a prediction.
Yeah, it is a prediction.
Okay, Fanny gets banned out here from Colombia. Cambodia respond with the Jushin, like we mentioned earlier on before. Wondering whether or not the chip will be let go, because there was a certain series that did let the chip go and nobody picked it up.
Yeah, it was the grand finals yesterday between Philippines and Malaysia for the men's side. I'm still leaning towards that chip will probably not get let go. Still gonna be banned. I think, wow, Assassins really is their focus. They're respecting the heck out of Tagami. I wouldn't be surprised if, actually no, I would be very surprised if suddenly it's also a Ling ban.
Or a Nolan ban.
Or a Nolan ban. Oh, they banned the Suyo.
Oh, I like the mind games. Alpha still on the board. Does Cambodia want to let that slide? Give it over to Colombia?
Yeah, if that's the case, what Tagami will do is pick the Nolan.
Yeah.
Let through the Alpha, pick the Nolan.
100%. I totally agree with that. Maybe Colombia, if this is not in their pool, they might want to ban out the Hilda. Or even a high loss for the third ban. Because when you're up against a team that's like way more experienced with you, those are like two heroes I don't want to face up against.
What about Matilda?
The Rome or the XP.
Matilda, Phobius.
If Colombia bans out the Matilda, that's quite dire, knowing that's them signaling they don't have that in their pool. So if they take out the Gacha instead, then that means they're going for a little bit more of a static presence in the back, traditional backline style of gold and mid laners.
This is where the chip comes in. If ever the chip will be banned.
See, I feel like Colombia's trying to call a bluff here. If chip lets through and it gets first pick, that means it's been a while.
Chip? Is it gonna be Chip? No, it's the Matilda.
Make my day.
Whoa, are you secretly a Colombia expert here? I don't know, the two picks that you hyped up or got taken out. First was the Fanny, then just the Matilda now gets taken away.
It's luck, bro.
It's not luck at this point.
Okay, first pick in for Colombia now. The Alpha still available.
Or the chip.
Or the chip.
Please, please.
But here's the
chip.
Do all players have chip in their hero pool?
Teams, you gotta consider because you play around this hero.
Yeah. I feel like they're also considering that, like, are there any... What if we pick up the chip suddenly just now it gets hard countered?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why they go ahead and back the Hilda instead.
Oh, the Alpha looks so juicy here.
Yeah, I feel like Colombia's anticipating that Cambodia might go for an assassin. The Hilda's really great into an assassin, really good pressure into the jungle as well.
Not so good into the Alpha.
Exactly. That's the problem though. But it's denying the assassin pick maybe.
So they'd rather deal with the Tagami Alpha than the Tagami Assassin.
Maybe they have an answer towards the Alpha.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too, like, for Colombia. Like,
will they, Nolan?
They themselves can. Nah, but if that's the case, they're gonna need to rush the Aurora, the Vex. They need that good control in the mid already. That's what they're gonna go for.
I like how the Hylos is also an instant answer to the possible Nolan.
Yeah.
Because you can just play woman-to-woman defense and just stop her.
Nothing you can do about it. And again, we were mentioning that earlier when we were thinking of the bans for Colombia, that of course you'd rather when you're going up against a way more experienced team, there are two heroes you don't want to go up against, Hilda and Hylos. Colombia decided to get the Hilda for themselves. Now they're up against the Hylos and the Alpha. The Aurora, I feel like 100% needs to get locked in here. They do need that extra control in the mid. Extra little bits of poke damage. That will be good to whittling down on Hylos, which we saw also in the Cambodia series.
I agree. Either that
Oh, excuse me.
or Vexana.
Mongolia. series.
Mongolia.
Yeah.
So they
Or
go for.
Vexana.
Oh yeah, right. The Eve was left open. Eve and Carrie gonna be picked up by Colombia here.
Wow, each
And-
answering.
Yeah, this is also a huge comfort pick for Yuri Nakamura.
We were talking about how the carry has seen better days, but here when you're facing off against the Hylos and the Alpha, good pick. The answer by Cambodia, a box of their own, the Aurora.
This is why I wanted Colombia to get the Aurora for themselves, because that slots in so well with the Hylos and Alpha. It's even more so difficult. Yes, with Eve, we always think about the box. Hylos does not care about the box. Not to say it's an instant hard counter 100%, but now look what's paired up with the Hylos in the center of the map, the Alpha and the Aurora. Although all throughout IESF, I have been quite cursed with saying, yeah, that will struggle, and then it turns out that pick doesn't struggle at all, and it goes so well. Like, everyone's always exceeded my expectations, which is a good thing. But I will preface this by saying, it looks like that Eve will not have a good time. That carry, though, might have a little bit of a better time, because Eve is going to be the thing standing in the way between her and going down.
But I'm worried about her laning phase.
Yeah, because we don't know what Cambodia's rocking here.
Yeah.
We don't know what Team Cambodia's gold laner will be picking up, but they have all of the incentive to actually beat down on this carry.
Yeah, if I'm Colombia, number one, take out the Claude, so and the or the Irithel. The Harith is also good too. You take out the Snowball first, so then you decide which gold laner you do not want to face just because it's good against the Eve. Is it the Claude or is it the Irithel?
Cambodia want to see Colombia pick up an assassin. They're blocking out all possibilities of utility. What else is out there? You pick the Alpha yourself. You take out the X-Borg.
You know what's good against the Eve? Because he doesn't care about the box because he can just get out of it.
Against an Eve?
Leomore.
No,
There's an alpha.
Oh, right. Oh, my God.
Your wishful thinking has
Stop being
fucked your
excited.
vision.
Because I feel like
What if
he's
that
getting
alpha
excited
goes-
for Bane for Colombia.
What if that alpha goes EXP, huh?
Bane?
Bane's actually pretty bad against Aurora.
Yeah, it's bad against Aurora, but you can space it out. I think it's not bad.
Yeah.
The other thing that Talia has used in the jungle is the Martis.
I'm weirded out by the marks.
Yeah.
Too chunky. The three picks for Cambodia right now are too chunky for the Martis to perform. So I think Cambodia here will save their gold laner for last.
I mean, either or it's oh yeah, they don't need to rush it here. XP, roam, trade. Gata's already gone. Ooh, huh?
Oh, they want to use the flex.
The full flex.
Full flex into the final pick for Cambodia.
Is that
Technically, if they want to beat the Hilda in the EXP lane, they could still pick up something like the Uranus, right? Oh, but
rest
against
of-
carry?
The rest of their... They'll suck against the carry, yes.
Yeah.
But the rest of the lineup is enough to be... is fast enough to warrant the Uranus. They just don't let the carry get to the Uranus.
yeah, I see that happening. That might actually play out.
The Colombian jungler, we still don't know.
What's gonna be the pick? Martis, Bane, or what else? Julian?
Nolan's still
I
out
wouldn't
there.
mind. I wouldn't
Exactly.
mind a Julian.
Nolan is still an option if they want to go for that.
But the Nolan is a hard stop. There's the Julian. Wow, been a while.
Oh, what?
Selena!
This is a Rome Selena.
Yeah.
Long time no see.
A Rome Selena against an Alpha Hylos Aurora.
Very risky. What's the target here, Bruno?
The Bruno, the Alpha, to stun him.
It could also just be like, hey, Selena, Julian, Eve, every time you see the Hylos or whatever, just throw out every magic crowd control you got and hope for the best. That's what it feels like. Oh, and it's a last pick. Oh no, the Tigreal was perfect. It was the perfect response.
Yep, Yui locking in the Tigreal. She's ready. She doesn't care if she has to catch arrows, but she will be in the heat of things.
If I'm just gonna say this: if Colombia win this game, it's on the back of an absolute Mackie God performance from Prime Mackie God.
And they're also going to be your queens.
Yeah, no, my
No, still Mongolia number one?
Still Mongolia
Are you
number
sure? We
one,
haven't seen her
Mongolia
play.
number one. Actually, yeah, let's see. Let's see. Who knows? Selena.
But the one thing that the Selena offers is also vision. So that's something that we do need to keep into consideration.
And
too.
burst.
Burst.
It's burst unlike anything you've seen in the jungle.
Strong level.
Rather, in the roam.
Strong level 2 as well. Doesn't need level 4. Power spike.
Interesting.
And it forces your opponent's defensive profile to suddenly change. Like, you have to consider, oh no, we need an Athena shield now.
And to be fair, the last times we've seen Selena popped up, it's because it was in the tank meta. Now it's assassins, and they're more susceptible to getting bursted.
So we'll see. We'll see exactly how this pans out. I want to know what Mirko and Naisu thinks about these two drafts. So we're going to head over to them right now. Boys, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, guys, on the panel. Again, man, they got some long range there,
They're doing
right?
work.
With Selena, with the Eve as well, they got so much poke. So honestly, they should be able to deal with, I don't know. The thing is, that's a super meta composition for Cambodia.
I'm posting up with you, man.
They got everything in the meta. They just, at this point, they're just posturing up. Let's see whether Colombia can actually beat the super meta composition as we get into the land of Dawn for game number 1 of this best of 1, Cambodia versus Colombia. Taking a look at the emblems real quick. Whoa! Super confident lethal ignition from Maki God. Renmar did say, if Colombia win in this game, it'll be back on the back of a Maki God performance, right? So lethal ignition makes sense. You gotta carry.
Go prime form at this point. You know,
God form.
The God form, prime form, whichever form. But hey, if those abyssal arrows are gonna land, we're gonna take a little breather while we get to talk about this. But you know what? If they land those abyssal arrows, it's over.
I like how you just laugh at the abyssal arrows, right? Because obviously it's a hard skill to hit, Naisu. It's super, super difficult. I don't know, when we saw the Selena pick too, we were just like, wow. We saw Selena come through, and man, against a Tigreal too, that Tigreal was just so, so perfect.
I think that's what you do, you know.
Perfect pick.
I think that's why the Tigreal went full tank emblem, man.
You gotta respect.
Have to.
You gotta respect the damage and the poke.
Because you might be just eating traps.
Yeah.
You might be eating arrows.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, you're gonna be pretty full.
Naisu, man. All right, looking at it again though, the fact that they have just so much shred against, I don't know. We saw this in the men's as well, right? We saw the Hilda go up against the Alpha, and it was just so difficult to deal with. You can't invade the Alpha in the early game. You can't go and put pressure on the Alpha. The Alpha is actually just going to melt you down super quick. And ladies and gentlemen, please be patient with us here.
Yeah.
We are going to be trying to get this technical issue sorted as fast as possible. And on top of that, I feel like the carry pick is a bit strange in a way, right? Yuri, Nakamaru, you're great for shredding in the tanks. I understand that Cambodia have a lot of beefy frontliners here, but the fact that you're still bringing up the Purify, there are layers on top of layers of CC. The Alpha, Moshi on the high-lows, Aurora, and even Tigreal, they all can layer their CC so well.
Well, we're back into the game already. And like we mentioned, you know, this is the thing. Revitalize is going to play a big part of this, as every match we've had so far, man. Because when you have that in your advantage, whether you're a Hilda, whether you're a Hylos, it helps you out so much in these little skirmishes. But the big standout is, again, how tanky, how beefy the lineup is of Cambodia on the front side. And I think that's why the carry was so important. Moshi? Okay, yeah, I forgot. This is the Revitalize Hylos.
Revitalize Hylos will be very, very beefy, man. Gets that healing as well. Prime Makigon actually is doing a very good job just scouting away at Cambodia. Really getting a lot of the pressure down. XP up top again. You can see that this Julian, at least Sagami, has a speed of Alpha, forcing out the flicker early. And let's get back to that point, right? The fact that we see a Julian, it's been a long time since we've seen Julian, and I think it's just because of the clear speed nerf.
Yeah.
Your enhanced scythe has been nerfed, the passive damage just has been nerfed as well, so going up against someone like the Alpha who's just clearing the jungle so quick, you can definitely see that disadvantage start to play in for Talia. Still going up there. Reactive Spear of Alpha into the front, knowing there's no more sword. Tagami just going to go slice and dice Talia. Still able to escape with the help of Prime Maki God as Leah pokes them down slowly but surely.
All right, a little, you know, tough to get these things set up properly, especially You know, when you look at the lineup here from Colombia, you're playing around Abyssal Arrow. That's the most part. Now, if you're able to get enhanced chains or something off, then that's great. But ultimately, like, this is what you're looking at. You know there's, like, these bodyguards front side from Cambodia, and if you're not landing them, you kind of have to just watch. You know, and that's really difficult of a situation to be in. Eventually, you're just watching them take these objectives, and you don't want to let that continue to happen. You know, so Cambodia, they'll play around that advantage.
And on top of that, Naisu, if you just take a look at exactly what happened earlier, is the fact that for Cambodia, they're playing their cards really, really well here. Tagami, this game is gone for the Quantum Charge. Not something we usually see on the Alpha. Usually we see the Impure Rages. We see an Abyss Arrow actually hit, but it's again onto, whoa, real manipulation from Leah.
Maybe that was
zoning tool?
Yeah, I guess zoning, you know, at that point, or trying to possibly set something up.
All right, so,
Tagami goes in. Enough with the Spear of Alpha. Leah could be in trouble, gets cut off with the Glorious Pathway. So that's going to be a pickup here as Leah falls down. And, you know, again, that's what we were wondering. Was that bottom initiation a setup, or was it possibly a misstep? But look at the attention happening here cross map on both sides now.
Yeah, pretty good trade on the board actually for Colombia. They noticed the fact that the bottom lane was actually just getting prioritized heavily by Cambodia. And again, it's great that just happened. Tagami getting the kill over. So much more mobility with the Quantum Charge too. This is the optional choice you can go for if you're going for Alpha. If you know that you're going to out-sustain your opponents and just out-team by your opponents, go for the Quantum Charge. It's really, really good for sustain and mobility across the map so you can look for more ganks. And you can already see this play dividends for Cambodia in the bottom lane. That's turn 1
already
at 3 minutes. It's really just the power of the Bruno essentially, right? On top of that, you're already in a winning matchup against this carry.
Mirko, I was going to say, you know, Bruno is typically known for being that hero to just demolish turrets, but already under that 4-minute mark, getting a turret this early on gives even more so of an advantage, even leading into this next objective, right? The second turn of the game, playing around that, and they'll go ahead and just kind of focus elsewhere. As you can see the swapping happening up, Yui Fendi going up top as well to go ahead and respond to Yuri. Right now, this turtle's going to be started up, and I think once again, we're going to have to see if Colombia can actually contest this. They get some vision. They're going to look for that Tigreal here. They got to watch out for the implosion, but a fourth of the health on the turtle. It's going to be secured, though, by Tagami. We're going to force the fight. The real-world manipulation comes down. There's the implosion we were talking about. The knockup comes through as Prime Makigan is down, and Leah is going to be next. It's just too much crowd control coming out from Cambodia.
A 3-for-0 trade. On top of that, a turtle as well. The timing and the zoning was just crisp, clean from Cambodia. And even here in the mid lane, we're seeing just exactly how... Oh, man.
Whoa, the Spear of Alpha is going to bring her back.
Yikes.
Valu just taken with them. This is also going to be a turret. They dodged that Abyssal Arrow, and this is an objective again for Cambodia.
As I was saying, right, it just shows you how hard the Hilda is to play up against a very beefy lineup. There is literally no pressure you can exert. And that was just crazy. Cambodia's went into the turret, went in and now. They might just be going for tier 2 with the Bruno. They already got a tier 1. Oh, she's walking up.
They're going to do it again. Leah in trouble here, trying to find a setup place. Flickers defensively, force the fight once again. Frigid Glacier is going to go in with a lockdown. Valu will be able to get a kill, and they return it back as the Tigreal finally falls too. But already Leah. Tagami getting more. Leah left in the whim all by herself. Nabi and Tagami on the chase, but Leah seems to be fine. The focus for now is going to be this tier 2 turret. Good push, though, on the bottom side from Talia.
Really good discipline here for Cambodia. They know that there's really no value in just chasing Leah down. She is 0-2 already. Might as well get a few more hits on this turret. Tier 2. The fact that it's already this low at the 6th minute of the game, if they were able to get that, that would have been a massive objective to take. But now, they can just play the slow game again. They already have an alpha that is currently 2 whole levels ahead of Talia. And on top of that, they just have so many ways to zone Talia away from the neutral objective. Meanwhile, for Colombia, this Hilda pick really hasn't been able to show much of that dominance that we are used to seeing, at least for the Hilda in the early game. And mainly, I would say that's due to just how many tanky members Cambodia have and just how much CC they have too, right? Whenever the Hilda walks up, you either get frozen by Nabi or you're too occupied by the 2 frontliners. And here, that zoning control from Moshi. Again, free turtle.
Yeah, once again, Talia won't be able to get away. Trying to escape, but cut off and caught with the Spear of Alpha. Again, up top too, a little bit of focus here. Yui could be in trouble. Yui Fendi, 1 versus 2 will get trapped in the RWM, and finally it goes down. Colombia picking up a kill.
Good adaptations, honestly, for Colombia, knowing that there's absolutely no way you can actually contest with a neutral objective against a composition like this, who's just done so well in the early game. They went up top, going back to just how this composition should work, right? Targeting Bruno down. Hilda, great against a squishy target, great against a marksman, and obviously Leah with that poke, plus Primaki got on the Selena. It's literally built to go up against these squishy targets. And unfortunately for them, though, it's just Yui Fendi. And even if, say, they get that win condition in the next few team fights, what are they going to do about Nabi? Once they use all their resources.
Or Tagami.
Moshi, Tagami, Nabi. At this point, I would even say Tigreal would be able to get a 4-man combo and then maybe turn the tides around completely. Moshi's just walking up.
Talia, okay, I was making sure, you know, going to have to use that enhanced sword to get out, but once again, it's just, I feel like when you're looking at this Colombia, it's like, where can they find that window of opportunity when, like you mentioned, you named all those possibilities off from Cambodia, like the implosions, even getting cut off with the glorious pathway. There's so many tools available to them, and that's why we see this often where you're forced off the objective. You're forced off these tier 2 turrets. Once again, they're going to go for a push up top. Blissful Arrow is going to land, but again, this is a very tanky Moshi, and that tier 2 bottom side will go down. So all this playing its part. Finally a turret. Tier 1 at the top does go down. Colombia gets a little bit of push. That might have been good for them again, dealing with this Lord coming up in about 10 seconds, but still, I think they're just outgunned here in terms of items and damage.
You can see just the frontliners eating all the Abyssal Arrows. So literally, even if Prime Makigod has a pretty good accuracy rate on hitting on those Abyssal Arrows, even here, Talia walking up, getting the enhanced chain. It's cool, it's good, but if it just lands on Moshi and these frontliners, it really won't provide any value.
I think even at this point, Miracle, like, this Tigreal is just literally eating the arrows on purpose. So is Moshi. Like, they are purposely walking in them, because also we saw some Radiant Armors picked up earlier too. So, you know, again, this is why our panel mentioned on how important some of those picks were when they did see that Selena picked up. And you know that there's a lot of magic damage here on the side of Colombia. So right now with the Lord in their favor, Cambodia will go ahead and prep things up, manage the waves to get pushing into the base.
It's going to be really, really tough, man. Yui Fen, you can see the items here already. Berserker's Fury and the Haas Claws, essentially for the Bruno, that's all you need for your power spike. And I'd like to actually compliment her getting the Fury Hammer, so a bit more penetration. Doesn't need to go for the Malefic Roar, knows that she's super far ahead. Just goes for the Fury Hammer so she can deal in a way just true damage to the squishies, right?
Yeah.
Mid lane Holy Defense probably will be propped here, and this is where it's going to be very scary for Colombia. The only clear they have as of right now would be Leah with the real world manipulation. I don't even think Yuri Nakamaru is in a position to clear out the Lord properly.
There's the shields. Being popped already. Ice Beam on. Will help part of this, RWM doesn't have to be used just yet, but they might just try to keep it together for the base push. Lord is shortly going down here. The mid turret, though, still going to be worked on. They might force a fight. Cambodia might just take a discipline round. Right now, even with the lead that they have, taking things slow and steady.
Oh, this is nasty, nice. The fact that they're being so conservative with their skills, they're going to lose all of the base turrets.
Whoa! There you go. Tigreal with the setup with the implosion, the crash down. Good Frigid Glacier to stop them in their tracks, but Valu finally goes down in the last turret of the base, also falls. And now Cambodia looking for more here. Can they end the game under this? The turret's going to be worked on. The base is a little bit damaged, but they still have to clear out the waves for now. RWM drunk down, finds multiple members into the enhanced chain as well. They couldn't hope for a better setup. Tigreal finally gone down, but they're just outgunned and outmaneuvered as Cambodia will take the game in a decisive victory.
They were too conservative with their skills. They didn't want to use the skills to defend from the base turrets. But then you saw why they did that. They wanted to go for that big combo that possibly could turn the tide around. Unfortunately, they were just way too far behind to actually even battle it out, man. Getting a massive combo like that in any other game would have probably been a comeback angle. Would have probably been a one straight push angle, but they were not able to find that, unfortunately, for Colombia. Cambodia, at that point, were just too far ahead. 3 base turrets, super minions crashing into the base, and the Bruno had full stacks.
Full stacks, man.
Half HP with 1 basic attack. Leah lost half with one basic attack.
One basic attack, not only that, and I know Bruno is a football player, but man, he had that Malefic gun, picked it up. She was able to damage from a safe point. And when it's that kind of damage, with the full stacks and everything else, that's really tough to deal with. And like I said, Mirko, you have this front line that is eating the arrows that almost pretty much negates the whole idea around picking up a Selena, you know, you didn't get the early snowball you're looking for, and when you just have a Tigreal and a Hylos across from you eating arrows, what do you do from there? You know, well, how are you even able to follow things up?
It was a very risky play to go for the Selena. We were already talking about it. The panelists mentioned it as well. It was a big gamble that they were playing, and if they were to win, it would have been on the back of Prime Makigod for sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, well, she was very accurate with it.
She was accurate.
But it was just there were too many frontliners. Even if you get the Alpha, even if you get Tagami, they can just tank it up, man. The Queen's Wings, and in this meta with Revitalize too. I don't know, even if, let's say you get the Aurora, let's say you get the Bruno.
Yeah.
There's going to be a Revitalize. There's still so much peel that they have. You jump on him, you get frozen. You jump on him, there's a Spear of Alpha to displace you. There's an implosion that could be the way to counter-engage and punish everybody for trying to collapse on the marksman, on the mage.
There's a whole lot of tools, basically.
They got plan A all the way to plan Z, ready.
That's a whole lot. That's the whole alphabet at that point, you know?
That's
and
the
I
entire
don't even think they had to get to the whole alphabet because plan A and B and C were working so well for
they
them.
didn't even need to go plan B, I feel. You know, that was just brute force plan A.
Just make it work, and part of that too, like when we saw that happen, where you know you already have Fendi getting that first turret down early on, under the 4-minute mark.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. You know it's going to be a troublesome game dealing with that because again, Bruno's so technically Bruno's such a simple hero. His one job as a hero is to just knock those turrets down for the most part. And then later on, you start to really shine with your damage, especially when you're fully stacked up and you have the items that you need. And it's kind of hard to deal with. And again, I love the fact that you just have this bulwark front line. A Tigreal and a Hylos, it almost doesn't get better than that because even at the end push, you saw that implosion. When that flicker is available, or even a Glorious Path, you can cut people off, slow them down, sets things up for the Tigreal to implosion on multiple members. And whether you have that combination or not, the crowd control is just so good to be able to set things up in your favor.
It really is. And it's funny that you say simple, Naisu, because I agree. The simple Bruno is what works in the gold lane, but it just, we can describe every single meta pick right now as a simple pick. Alpha, very simple. Why you pick Alpha? Literally just jungle, right? You clear really fast, you go for neutral objectives. Mid lane, utility, just damage or just CC, and then engage roam, just engage, bro, with a Tigreal, XP, just soak in damage. It's a very simple meta, but it's the teams that are able to utilize these simple metas and craft these multi-dimensional playstyles, the layering, and the plan A all the way to Z, you know, just the preparation to get to that point was phenomenal to see for Cambodia. We didn't get to see it, like you said, it was just plan A, we didn't even get to see plan B, but I hope we will get to see more of Cambodia later on, also more of Colombia with these cheese picks. In the best of one, I saw what they were going for, right?
We saw a lot of great picks today. You know, this was our last live stream match,
Sicilian, Sicilian's kind of normal at this point, right? With all the picks that we've been getting.
What do we have with the Cyclops? There's something with the Cyclops.
Cyclops didn't get a dub.
Oh, the Harley.
Yeah, the Harley was there too, and the Selena, but it does seem like we are going to be throwing it back to the stage here. Mirko and Naisu throwing it over to Jasmine on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much for that, guys. I'm joined alongside Tagami and her lovely translator as well. Tagami, congratulations on the victory first and foremost, but what I really need to know from you, having been a champion yourself and a champion that has played amongst a men's team as well, what are some of the key takeaways you were able to take from rosters then coming into this tournament with these lovely ladies?
She will talk in Khmer first, right? Yes.
ចំពោះខ្ញុំធ្លាប់ពីលេងពីធីម Pharma ខ្ញុំទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ថ្មីនិងការ communicate ថ្មីល្អៗហើយនិយាយទៅគឺបទពិសោធន៍ដែលយើងអត់ទទួលបានពីធីមផ្សេងពីមុនអញ្ចឹងយើងគួរធ្វើឲ្យយើងផ្លាស់ប្ដូរច្រើន
Okay, I will now translate, right? What she said was being in the men's team, she learned a lot of things like new experiences, and most important of all is she learned how to communicate better.
What does that mean to communicate better? You mean to give kind of information a bit quicker or to expand upon your points more?
គាត់និយាយថា communication better ហ្នឹងមានអីគេខ្លះ
communication better ហ្នឹងមានដូចជាឧទាហរណ៍បើសិនជាយើងមានហ្គេម2អញ្ចឹងហ្គេម1យើងចាញ់អញ្ចឹងហ្គេម2អញ្ចឹងដូចជាយើងជួយនិយាយលើកទឹកចិត្តគ្នាហើយក៏បើហ្គេមខ្លះអញ្ចឹងដូចជាគេគ្របអញ្ចឹងយើងមាន idea ថ្មីដែលវាដូចត្រូវធ្វើអីថ្មីៗដឹងដែលខ្ញុំជួយប្រាប់ដែលខ្ញុំយកមកពី team ផងបាន
What she said was firstly is when we are behind in game, they encourage each other to not give up and succumb to the pressure. And another one,មួយទៀតអីគេ Oh, another one is how they talk during the game. How they talk during the game for the men's team. She tries to implement it to the women's team also.
And speaking of being at a women's event surrounded by all of these lovely ladies, how have you found the experience so far for MLBB continuing to grow the scene? Surely this is pretty amazing.
សួរថាបទពិសោធន៍អារម្មណ៍ពេលដែលបានមកនេះចាណាគិតយល់យ៉ាងណាដែរចំពោះពេលដែលបានមកនេះចឹងអារម្មណ៍ពេលដែលបានមកហ្នឹងគឺរំភើបហើយមានអារម្មណ៍ថាមោទនភាពដែលបានមកលេងតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសជាតិខ្លួនឯង She said she's having a good time and she's very proud to be here.
You should be proud of that victory as well. Congratulations once more, Tagami. Thank you so much for your assistance. And it's back over to our lovely analyst.
Thank you so much for that interview, and congratulations for Cambodia for winning that 1-0 against Colombia. Thank you so much as well to Jasmine. But wow, again, still very impressive, very textbook, I would say, coming in from Cambodia, and it was something that we did expect coming out from the drafts. It looked like Colombia wanted to go for a risk, and unfortunately the risk did not pay off.
Truth be told, there was some firepower Colombia was playing with, especially in that defense in the base. The one that Yui Fendi watched from afar on that Bruno.
Just kicking the ball.
It was so close. I think if the knock-up and the damage output were maybe Fendi watched from afar on that Bruno.
Just kicking the ball.
It was so close. I think if the knock-up and the damage output were maybe, what, a second too sooner, that would have been, what, a 3 for none for Colombia.
Yeah, the difficult thing about the lineup with the Selena roam, especially it being a roamer that isn't similar to like a Natalia. Natalia, the assassin roams, the sabers can go forward because they have their abilities ready for the instant -1 and instant advantage. And Selena will leave traps. It's a bit of a slow burn. You got to make sure you hit your skill shot. And if that doesn't happen, it's the Eve being left to go into the key shrubs that traditionally roamers would go into, that it would be such an easy check, a skill check by an Alpha, a skill check by an Aurora, that would easily already build an advantage. That play that Leo talked about that you just saw happen there, that is best case scenario that will not always be given to them.
Yeah.
That if they got more of that, heck yeah. But since it's rare that you'll get that, nah.
Ideally, that should have happened outside of the base. The fact that it was inside of the base exacerbated the fact that this lineup wasn't at the right timing or the right tempo to face off against what Cambodia was bringing to the table. Cambodia, on the other hand, this is just the face of the current metagame. Maybe switch up the Tigreal for something, but this is just Queen Yui doing Queen things. She just stood in the face of everything that Colombia was throwing at him, but change that. Change the Tigreal. Those are all meta picks, roll per roll.
I agree. And I think it was really great that the casters mentioned earlier as well, right? That radiant armor that she was able to build in really quickly.
Yep.
Unfortunately, was just kind of like the nail in the coffin for Colombia with how much magic that they kind of committed to.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw that earlier in the series that Indonesia played. They were up against a very magic damage heavy lineup. Radiant armor on the roamer alone was more than enough to just buy time for the rest of the team to come in and respond. Now, this wasn't even a rush. If I'm not mistaken, this was second with Dominance Ice coming first. So that means they even had a little bit more time of window of opportunity for Colombia to make the most out of the combination they had with a Julian, even Selena. But again, it's so high concept and it's so difficult to pull off against what is unanimously from the casters to us here in the panel desk, against a lineup that is just so simple to play.
Colombia got too creative.
Yeah, too creative.
And I feel like their winning conditions were a little bit unclear. Like, did they want to win team fights? Did they want to go for pickoffs instead?
It was too creative with too much coverage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Your roamer was dealing damage and going for vision. Your gold laner was dealing true damage, but couldn't protect itself as well and had a weird mid to late game power spike. So all of these factors, a few others I will not mention anymore since there's a lot going on in this lineup that Colombia was trying to go for. They just did not fit well, did not jive well with what Cambodia brought to the table, which was again 1, 2, 3 pinfall.
Yeah. When you saw the Hilda Eve carry, even though we saw carry in a spot that we don't see her often in anymore, you still get it. It still puts pressure on the Eve, but at least the carry, well thought out, it's there. The Eve might be able to have a good game, most likely will not, but still you get it. Then you saw the Julian come in as the 4th pick. It's like, oh, they're up to something here. I wonder what the Roamer is going to be. Then the Selena came in, everything fell apart. That last pick.
The final plot twist.
Yeah, that final plot twist was met with an even bigger plot twist, which was just like, oh, the character you thought that was gone all this time was actually just here. Tigreal.
I think I kind of get it though, right? I think they wanted to pair the Selena with something of burst.
Yeah.
That I thought they would have gone for something like the Nolan if they wanted to go for early kill pressure.
It's a roundabout way to getting an easier... It's a roundabout way to getting to a solution or to a final output, but they added way too much on the way there.
Yeah.
It's basically Season 7 of Game of Thrones.
Season 7?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
If you get it,
just
right?
completely let go of that. It would've been, you know what's funny? If they paired up that Julian with a Tigreal, much more better chance.
I agree. But even so, I feel like even in the lanes, right? I guess
Yeah,
we
still
can.
somewhat. Yeah.
Yeah, the carry and the Bruno, oh, it was so hard.
Difficult.
She didn't get to the power spike.
Nope.
It was so difficult for her to have the impact that we initially thought that she would have. But anyway, it looks like we have the updated groups, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to take a look at that right now. Let's go. Oh, this is the schedule. Never mind. Updated schedule. There you go. Updated schedule for Group B. What are we missing here?
Well, we're still going to be seeing Mongolia and Nepal. Well, not going to be seeing them. That's going to be happening
Results to be
off-broadcast.
updated, yeah.
Results to be updated. But yeah, let's check it out. Okay, so Cambodia, as expected. Okay, Nepal. Well, we're seeing it.
Oh, wow.
Nepal,
Argentina
Mongolia.
lost to Ukraine.
Oh, that's 0-2 for Argentina.
That's Leo's tournament favorite.
Yeah. Looks like we're really going into it being Cambodia, Nepal, and Mongolia being the standouts of this group.
We addressed this already. Prior to the matches starting, there were unjust assumptions and expectations put onto Argentina.
so.
This is just them playing out what they could in Group B, and they are in the same bracket as Colombia now.
Which is why that final match that is still ongoing is all the more interesting. Mongolia as well as Cambodia.
Yeah.
Battle for the top.
Hey, if Mongolia beats Nepal, if I find out they beat Nepal, as expected, they were my pick from the very beginning.
Still with the Mongolia
Yeah,
bias.
from the very beginning of them winning the series.
Newly founded Mongolia bias.
Yeah.
That's right. Your long-standing admiration of Team Mongolia starting on November 16, 2024.
Yes, sir. And proud. And proud.
But there, yeah, it's quite clear-cut so far of what we're getting at for Group B. But again, with so many matches still ahead of us, especially tomorrow.
This is just the first half of the groups, baby.
Exactly. I think we have 6 matches tomorrow that are being broadcasted.
I feel like we do too.
Right?
Yes.
6? Yeah, okay. We got confirmation. We're gonna have 6 broadcast. That's 7. 6 broadcasted matches tomorrow. So that's gonna be a lot of fun.
6 BO1s.
6 BO1s.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we got to see everyone in action, so that we get a little bit more info going once we get into the playoffs. I like it. I like it. I'm all up for that.
Better read.
Yeah. Get a better read. We get to know them better. We get to get a good stage for all of the ladies who usually don't get international stages such as these.
Might fall in love deeper with your newfound fandoms.
Mongolia.
He's gonna learn Mongolian phrases overnight.
It's a difficult language. Beautiful language, but it's difficult.
I mean, I think you could pull it off.
Hey.
Overnight tomorrow.
I'll try. I'll
Yeah?
prepare some for tomorrow. I'll
That'll be
prepare some
great.
for
If you're
tomorrow.
talking about Group B, you can take Mongolia. I have decided after this last match, still on that Cambodia hype train. You're taking down the Philippines. By proxy, you are now my team.
Okay.
Indo all
Homoy
the
Mao.
way. Indo pride.
Homoy Mao. Akun charan, everybody.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, for today's group stage matches. We do still have the group stage to commence tomorrow, so don't forget to tune in for that as well. So it's been me, Eterna, as your desk goes on the English broadcast, alongside with Renmar as well as Leo. We're going to be signing out for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for more WEC 2024 action.
My shit on a mic, just throw another feed. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit on a mic, just throw another feed.